The lakehouse was supposed to be my sanctuary. Instead, it became my prison. I pulled up to the quaint cabin just as the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the still water. The stress of the past few months melted away as I breathed in the crisp, pine-scented air. This weekend getaway was exactly what I needed. No phone, no internet, no distractions, just me, my thoughts, and the peaceful surroundings. I grabbed my duffel bag from the trunk and made my way up the creaky wooden steps to the front porch. The key from the rental agency slid easily into the lock, and I pushed open the door, eager to settle in for a quiet evening. The first thing I noticed was the smell, a mixture of cedar and something cooking. Odd, I thought. I wasn't expecting the place to be so lived in. As I stepped into the main room, my heart nearly stopped. A man was sitting in an armchair by the fireplace, a book in one hand and a glass of whiskey in the other. He looked up as I entered, his expression shifting from surprise to anger in an instant. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, rising to his feet. I stumbled backward, my bag slipping from my shoulder and hitting the floor with a thud. I'm Rachel," I stammered. "I rented this place for the weekend." "Who are you?" The man's eyes narrowed. "This is my house. I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to leave. Now." My mind raced. There had to be some mistake. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, pulling up the rental confirmation email. "Look," I said, holding out the screen. "I booked this place through Lake Escape Rentals. I have the reservation right here." He didn't even glance at my phone. "I don't care what that says. This is my home. I've lived here for years. You're trespassing, and if you don't leave, I'll call the police." A chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I took a step back, my hand reaching for the doorknob behind me. Okay. There's clearly been a mix-up. I'll just go and sort this out with the rental agency. As I turned to leave, I heard his footsteps approaching. Before I could react, his hand slammed against the door, keeping it shut. I could feel his breath on the back of my neck as he leaned in close. "I don't think so," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You've seen too much. Can't have you running off to tell anyone about me being here." My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly turned to face him. Up close, I could see the wild look in his eyes, the unkempt beard, the dirt under his fingernails. This man hadn't just been living here. He'd been hiding. "Please," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I won't tell anyone. Just let me go." He shook his head, a humorless smile spreading across his face. "Oh, Rachel, you're not going anywhere." The next few hours were a blur of fear and desperation. He took my phone, smashing it against the stone fireplace. I watched helplessly as the screen shattered, taking with it any hope of calling for help. He bound my hands with duct tape and shoved me into a small bedroom, locking the door behind him. I sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing. How could this have happened? I'd been so careful in planning this trip, choosing a reputable rental agency, making sure someone knew where I was going. But as the hours ticked by, I realized that my isolation, the very thing I'd been seeking, was now my biggest danger. Through the thin walls, I could hear him moving around the cabin, muttering to himself. Occasionally, he'd approach the door, and I'd hold my breath, praying he wouldn't come in. But he always moved on, his footsteps fading away again. As night fell, the cabin grew dark. I fumbled in the darkness, my bound hands making every movement difficult. I managed to work the window open a crack, letting in a cool breeze and the sound of lapping waves from the lake. It was so peaceful outside, such a stark contrast to the terror I felt inside. I don't know how long I sat there, straining my ears for any sound of approach, my eyes scanning the dark room for anything I could use as a weapon. The moon rose high in the sky, casting long shadows through the window. Suddenly, I heard a car engine in the distance. My heart leapt. Could it be someone coming to check on the cabin? I rushed to the window, pressing my face against the cool glass. Through the trees, I could see headlights approaching. Hope surged through me, and I began to bang on the window, screaming as loud as I could. "Help! Help me! Please!" The car slowed as it neared the cabin, and I redoubled my efforts. "I'm in here! Please, help!" I heard the man's heavy footsteps pounding down the hall. The bedroom door flew open, and he was on me in an instant, one hand clamping down over my mouth, the other pulling me away from the window. "Shut up!" he hissed in my ear. "If you make another sound, I swear I'll kill you." We stood there in tense silence, his arm like an iron bar across my chest. As the car pulled up outside, I could hear doors opening and closing, voices calling out, "Hello? Anyone home?" Tears streamed down my face as I listened to my potential rescuers. They were so close, just on the other side of the wall. The man's grip on me tightened as the footsteps approached the front door. A knock echoed through the cabin. "Lake Escape Rentals. We got a call about a missed check-in. Everything okay in there?" I wanted to scream, to let them know I was here, but the cold press of metal against my temple froze the words in my throat. The man had produced a gun from somewhere, and the message was clear: make a sound, and it would be my last. We stood there, barely breathing, as the rental agency employees called out a few more times. After what felt like an eternity, I heard them retreating, their voices fading as they got back in their car and drove away. As the sound of the engine disappeared into the distance, the man relaxed his grip slightly. "Good girl," he murmured, lowering the gun. "See what happens when you cooperate." He led me back to the bed, pushing me down onto it. "Now, we're going to have to move. Can't stay here now that they know something's up." He paced the small room, running his hands through his hair. "We'll leave at first light. Try to get some sleep. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow." With that, he left, locking the door behind him once more. I curled up on the bed, my body shaking with silent sobs. My one chance at rescue had come and gone, and now I was facing an uncertain future with this unstable man. As the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion set in. Despite my fear, I found myself drifting off. My dreams filled with nightmarish visions of endless forests and a man with wild eyes always just a step behind me. I awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside. For a moment, I forgot where I was, stretching contentedly in the soft morning light. Then reality came crashing back, and I sat up with a gasp. The man was there, standing in the doorway. He'd changed clothes and looked more put together than he had the night before. If I'd passed him on the street, I might have thought he was just another summer vacationer. "Time to go," he said, tossing a backpack onto the bed. "Put these on." He handed me a bundle of clothes, jeans, a t-shirt, and a light jacket. I looked at my bound hands, then back at him. How am I supposed to change? He sighed, producing a knife from his pocket. My breath caught in my throat as he approached, but he merely cut the duct tape from my wrists. "Don't get any ideas," he warned. "I'll be right outside the door. You've got 5 minutes." As soon as the door closed behind him, I sprang into action. I changed quickly, my mind racing. This could be my only chance. The window was still cracked open from the night before. If I could just squeeze through. I had one leg out the window when the door burst open. The man's face contorted with rage as he lunged for me. I pushed off hard, tumbling out the window and hitting the ground with a painful thud. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the burning in my palms and knees, and took off running towards the lake. I could hear him behind me, crashing through the underbrush, but I didn't dare look back. The dock loomed ahead, and I sprinted towards it. There was a small motorboat tied up at the end, my last hope for escape. I reached the boat just as I heard his footsteps pounding down the wooden planks. My hands shook as I fumbled with the rope, finally managing to untie it. I jumped into the boat, nearly falling into the water in my haste. The motor sputtered to life just as the man reached the end of the dock. Our eyes met for a brief moment. I saw fury there, but also something else. Fear. He knew his game was up. I gunned the engine, the boat leaping forward across the glassy surface of the lake. I didn't slow down until the cabin was just a tiny speck on the shoreline behind me. As the adrenaline faded, I began to shake uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face. Tears of relief, of fear, of disbelief at what I'd just been through. I steered the boat towards the far shore, where I could see houses and docks dotting the coastline. As I approached, I saw people pointing, a man already running down to the water's edge to help me dock. My legs nearly gave out as I stepped onto solid ground. Strong hands steadied me, concerned voices asking if I was all right. Through my tears, I managed to choke out, "Call the police, please." As I sat wrapped in a borrowed blanket, watching police cars speed off towards the cabin across the lake, I couldn't help but think about how quickly a dream vacation had turned into a nightmare. The lake house that was supposed to be my sanctuary had nearly become my tomb. I knew the road ahead would be long. Police interviews, probably therapy to deal with the trauma. But as I looked out over the peaceful lake, the morning sun sparkling on its surface, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. I had faced my worst fear and survived. Whatever came next, I knew I could handle it. The lake house was supposed to be my escape from the world. Instead, it taught me the most valuable lesson of all. There's no escape from the darkness that lurks in some people's hearts. All we can do is face it head on and fight like hell to survive. The trail ahead was supposed to lead me to serenity. Instead, it guided me straight into the jaws of fear. I'd always been a solitary hiker, finding peace in the quiet rustling of leaves and the rhythm of my own footsteps. This particular trail in the Cascade Mountains was a favorite of mine, winding through dense forests and offering breathtaking views of snow-capped peaks. I set out early that morning, the cool air nipping at my cheeks as I shouldered my pack and began the ascent. The first few hours were blissful. I fell into an easy rhythm, my boots crunching on the gravelly path, my breath coming in steady puffs as I climbed higher. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of birds and small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. I stopped occasionally to take in the view, marveling at how small the world below seemed. It was just past noon when I first saw him. I'd paused to refill my water bottle at a small stream when movement caught my eye. A man emerged from the trees about 50 yards ahead, his gait unsteady as he made his way towards me. Even from a distance, I could see that something wasn't quite right. His clothes were torn and dirty, his hair a wild tangle, and he seemed to be limping slightly. My first instinct was concern. Had he fallen? Was he lost? I waved, calling out, "Hey there, you okay?" He looked up, seeming to notice me for the first time. Relief washed over his face as he quickened his pace. "Oh, thank God," he called back, his voice hoarse. I thought I was alone out here. As he drew closer, the knot in my stomach tightened. His eyes were bloodshot, darting around nervously, and there was a feverish sheen to his skin. He was older than I'd first thought, probably in his late 40s, with several days' worth of stubble on his chin. "I'm Jim," he said, extending a grimy hand. I shook it hesitantly, noticing the dirt caked under his fingernails. "I've been lost out here for days. Got separated from my group and couldn't find my way back to the trail." "I'm sorry to hear that," I replied, trying to keep my voice calm despite the unease growing inside me. "Do you need some water? Food?" He nodded eagerly, and I handed him my water bottle, watching as he gulped it down greedily. As he drank, I took in more details: the fresh scratches on his arms, the way his hands shook slightly, the odd bulge in his jacket pocket that could have been a weapon. "The main trail is just back that way," I said, pointing down the path I'd come from. "If you head down, you should reach the ranger station in a few hours." Jim wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes never leaving my face. "Actually," he said, his tone changing slightly, "I was hoping you might help me find my way back to my campsite. I think it's up ahead a bit, and I'm not sure I can make it on my own." Warning bells went off in my head. Everything I knew about hiking safety told me not to go off trail with a stranger, especially one who seemed as unstable as Jim. But as I looked at his pleading face, I felt a pang of guilt. What if he really was in trouble? I don't know, I said hesitantly. I'm not really familiar with the area off trail. Maybe we should both head down to the ranger station. His expression darkened for a moment before he forced a smile. Please, he said, his voice taking on a wheedling tone. It's not far, I promise. I just need to get my gear, and then we can both head down together. Against my better judgment, I found myself nodding. All right, I said, but not too far, and we need to be quick about it. Relief flooded his face, and he clasped my shoulder with a grip that was a little too tight to be friendly. Thank you, he said. You won't regret this. As we set off, leaving the safety of the marked trail behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. Jim led the way, moving with more sureness than I would have expected from someone who claimed to be lost. He kept up a steady stream of chatter, telling me about his supposed hiking group and how they'd gotten separated. But the more he talked, the more things didn't add up. He mentioned using equipment that no experienced hiker would bring on a day trip. He described landmarks I knew weren't in the area, and every time I tried to steer the conversation back to heading down the mountain, he'd find some reason to press on just a little further. We'd been walking for about 30 minutes when I decided I'd had enough. The forest had grown denser, the light dimming as the trees closed in around us. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, though whether by animals or something else, I couldn't say. Look, Jim, I said, coming to a stop. I think we should turn back. It's getting late, and I'm not comfortable going any further off trail. He turned to face me, and the look in his eyes made my blood run cold. The friendly mask had slipped, revealing something hard and dangerous underneath. We're not going back, he said, his voice low and menacing. We're going to keep walking until I say we stop. Understand? My heart began to race as the full gravity of my situation hit me. I was alone in the wilderness with a man who clearly meant me harm. I took a step back, my hand instinctively going to the small canister of bear spray on my belt. I'm leaving, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Don't try to stop me. He lunged forward with surprising speed, his hand shooting out to grab my arm. I yanked back, stumbling over a root and nearly falling. In that moment of imbalance, he was on me, his weight bearing me to the ground. We grappled in the dirt and leaves, my panic giving me strength I didn't know I had. I managed to get a knee up between us, pushing him back just enough to fumble for my bear spray. As he reared back for another attack, I brought the canister up and squeezed the trigger. The spray hit him full in the face, and he reeled back with a howl of pain, clutching at his eyes. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for breath, leaves and twigs clinging to my clothes. You bitch, he screamed, his voice raw with rage and agony. I'll kill you for that. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no thought for direction or stealth. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't slow down. I could hear him behind me, cursing and stumbling but still in pursuit. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The forest all looked the same, endless trees stretching in every direction. I had no idea where the trail was, where the ranger station was, where anything was. For all I knew, I was running deeper into the wilderness, further from any hope of rescue. As I paused to catch my breath, leaning against a massive Douglas fir, I strained my ears for any sound of pursuit. The forest was eerily quiet, no birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then I heard it, a twig snapping somewhere to my left. I held my breath, pressing myself against the rough bark of the tree. Another snap. Closer this time, he was still out there, still hunting me. I eased around the tree, trying to stay as quiet as possible. There was a small ravine nearby, and I made for it, hoping the steep sides would offer some cover. As I slid down the embankment, loose rocks skittered away from my feet. the sound impossibly loud in the stillness of the forest. "I can hear you," Jim's voice called out, far too close for comfort. "You can't hide from me. I know these woods better than you ever will." I crouched at the bottom of the ravine, my mind racing. I couldn't keep running blindly. I'd only get myself more lost, or worse, injure myself and be unable to escape at all. I needed a plan. My pack. I still had my pack with me, and in it, my emergency kit. With shaking hands, I pulled out the small mirror and whistle. The mirror wouldn't do much good under the dense canopy, but the whistle, that might be my salvation. Taking a deep breath, I put the whistle to my lips and blew 3 sharp blasts, the universal signal for help in the backcountry. The sound pierced the air, echoing off the ravine walls. "No!" Jim's enraged shout came from somewhere above me. I heard him crashing through the brush, no longer trying for stealth. I blew the whistle again, scrambling along the bottom of the ravine. 3 more blasts, then a pause to listen. Was that an answering call in the distance, or just my desperate imagination? Suddenly, Jim appeared at the top of the ravine, his face a mask of fury and desperation. The bear spray had left angry red welts around his eyes, which only added to his crazed appearance. "You're going to pay for this," he snarled, starting to make his way down the steep incline. I turned to run, but my foot caught on a root, sending me sprawling face first into the rocky ground. Pain shot through my ankle as I tried to stand. I'd twisted it badly in the fall. Jim's laughter echoed off the ravine walls as he saw me struggling. "Nowhere left to run, little rabbit," he called out, his voice dripping with malice. I dragged myself to my feet, limping badly but refusing to give up. As he drew closer, I raised the whistle to my lips once more, blowing with all my might. And then, like an answer to a prayer, I heard it, voices calling out, and the baying of dogs. The search and rescue team must have already been in the area, perhaps looking for other lost hikers. Jim heard it too. His eyes widened with fear, darting around like a cornered animal. For a moment, I thought he might still come for me, driven by rage and desperation, but self-preservation won out. With one last hateful glare in my direction, he turned and scrambled back up the ravine, disappearing into the forest. I sank to the ground, relief washing over me in waves. I blew the whistle again, and this time I was sure they were getting closer. It wasn't long before I saw the bright orange vests of the rescue team coming into view. As they helped me out of the ravine, checking my injuries and radioing for support, I couldn't stop shaking. The reality of how close I'd come to disaster hit me full force. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to the police and park rangers, I learned the truth about Jim. He was a fugitive, wanted for a string of violent crimes in nearby towns. They found his hideout deep in the woods, a crude shelter filled with stolen supplies and evidence of other victims who hadn't been as lucky as me. As I sat in the ranger station, a warm blanket around my shoulders and a cup of coffee in my hands, I couldn't help but think about how quickly a peaceful hike had turned into a fight for survival. The wilderness I loved had shown me its darker side, a reminder that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk just out of sight. I knew it would be a long time before I felt comfortable hiking alone again, but I also knew that I was stronger than I'd ever realized. I had faced my worst fear on that mountain and come out alive. Whatever trails lay ahead, I would face them with a new respect for the wild and for my own capacity to survive. The moment I stepped into that sprawling mansion, I knew something was off. But I never imagined that a simple babysitting gig would turn into a night of heart-pounding terror. It was supposed to be an easy job. The Thompsons were well known in our small town, wealthy, respected, and always in need of a reliable babysitter for their 5-year-old son, Oliver. When Mrs. Thompson called me that afternoon, practically begging me to cover for their regular sitter who had fallen ill, I couldn't say no. The promise of double my usual rate didn't hurt either. I arrived just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the manicured lawn. Mr. Thompson answered the door, his tuxedo crisp and perfect for the charity gala they were attending. "Emma, thank goodness you're here," he said, ushering me inside. The foyer was massive, all marble and gleaming wood. I felt underdressed in my jeans and sweater. Mrs. Thompson clacked down the grand staircase in stilettos that probably cost more than my car. "Oliver's already asleep," she said, applying a final coat of lipstick. "He shouldn't wake up, but you know where his room is if he needs anything." I nodded, having babysat for them a few times before, but something in her tone made me pause. She seemed nervous. It was hard to tell with her Botoxed features. "One more thing, Mr. Thompson said, leading me to a sleek tablet mounted on the wall in the living room. "We've upgraded our security system. You can monitor all the cameras from here." I blinked in surprise. "Cameras? I don't remember there being cameras before." Mrs. Thompson laughed, a high, brittle sound. "Oh, you know how it is these days. Can't be too careful. Just keep an eye on things, will you? We'll feel so much better knowing you're watching." Before I could ask any more questions, they were out the door in a flurry of expensive perfume and final instructions. The house fell silent, save for the faint hum of the high-tech security system. I wandered into the kitchen, helping myself to a soda from the fridge. The tablet on the wall caught my eye. Its screen divided into a grid showing various areas of the house. Most were dark and still: the backyard, the driveway, the upstairs hallway. But one made me pause. It showed Oliver's room, the little boy fast asleep in his race car bed. Something about watching him sleep made me uneasy. It felt invasive, wrong somehow. I was about to turn away when I noticed a shadow move across the bottom of the screen. My heart skipped a beat. I leaned in closer, squinting at the grainy night vision footage. There it was again, a dark shape, just at the edge of the frame. It could have been nothing. A trick of the light, maybe. But as I watched, the shadow seemed to grow, stretching across the floor towards Oliver's bed. I bolted up the stairs, taking them two at a time. My palm was slick with sweat as I grasped the doorknob to Oliver's room, easing it open as quietly as I could. The room was bathed in the soft glow of a nightlight. Oliver was exactly where he should be, his chest rising and falling with deep, even breaths. I scanned the room, my eyes straining in the dim light. Nothing seemed out of place. Feeling foolish, I crept back downstairs. It must have been my imagination, fueled by the weirdness of watching security cameras in a house I thought I knew. I settled onto the plush sofa, pulling out my phone to distract myself with some mindless scrolling. An hour passed uneventfully. I checked on Oliver once more in person, finding him still sound asleep. But as I made my way back downstairs, a movement on one of the exterior cameras caught my eye. A figure was moving across the back patio, keeping to the shadows. My pulse quickened. Was it Mr. or Mrs. Thompson, home early from their event? But no, this person was dressed all in black, their movements furtive and purposeful. I fumbled for my phone, ready to call 911 when the figure suddenly looked directly at the camera. A chill ran down my spine. They were wearing a mask, featureless and white, like something out of a horror movie. The masked person raised a hand, pointing directly at the camera. Then, with deliberate slowness, they dragged a finger across their throat in a slashing motion. The screen went black. Panic surged through me. I jabbed at the tablet, trying to bring the cameras back online. But nothing happened. The whole system was down. A creak from upstairs made me freeze. Straining my ears, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, too heavy to be Oliver's. My mind raced. I needed to get to Oliver, to get us both out of the house. But what if the intruder was already up there? What if there was more than one? I crept towards the stairs, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. The house felt different now, the shadows deeper, every corner a potential hiding place for unseen threats. Halfway up the stairs, I heard a door open. Oliver's frightened voice drifted down the hallway. "Hello? Mommy?" "Oliver!" I called out, abandoning stealth for speed. I raced up the remaining steps, rounding the corner to his room. The door was open, spilling light into the dark hallway. Oliver stood there in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Emma?" I had a bad dream. Relief flooded through me. I scooped him up, holding him close. "It's okay, buddy. We need to go downstairs now, okay?" Very quietly. He nodded against my shoulder, still half asleep. I turned to head back to the stairs and froze. The masked figure stood at the end of the hallway, silent and motionless. Oliver, sensing my fear, began to whimper. I clutched him tighter, my mind spinning. There was no way past the intruder to the stairs. The only other exit was... I spun on my heel and ran for the master bedroom. I knew it had a balcony. If I could just get out there, maybe I could call for help or find a way down. I slammed the door behind us, fumbling with the lock. It wouldn't hold for long, but it might buy us a few precious seconds. I set Oliver down, rushing to the French doors that led to the balcony. They were locked. "No, no, no," I muttered, yanking at the handle uselessly. Outside, I could see the neighbors' houses, warm light spilling from their windows, so close, yet impossibly far away. A heavy thud against the bedroom door made me jump. Oliver started to cry in earnest now, and I scooped him up again, looking wildly around the room for anything I could use as a weapon. The thuds grew louder, the door shuddering in its frame. It wouldn't hold much longer. I backed up against the balcony doors, shielding Oliver with my body. My free hand closed around a heavy crystal vase on a nearby table. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. The door exploded inward in a shower of splinters. The masked figure stood in the doorway, backlit by the hallway light. In their hand was a wickedly sharp knife, the blade catching the light as they stepped into the room. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking. "Don't hurt him. Take whatever you want. Just let us go." The figure tilted their head, regarding us silently. Then, to my utter shock, they reached up and pulled off the mask. It was Mrs. Thompson. "Mrs. Thompson," I stammered, unable to process what I was seeing. "What's going on?" She smiled, but it wasn't the polite society smile I was used to seeing. This was something feral, unhinged. "Oh, Emma," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "You've done so well. Better than we could have hoped. Really." "Mommy?" Oliver whimpered, burying his face in my neck. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my mind reeling. "Why are you doing this?" She laughed, the sound sharp and brittle. "It's quite simple, dear. We needed to test our new security system, and what better way than with a real intruder?" She gestured with the knife towards the hallway. "Richard, darling, you can come out now. I think we've scared the poor girl enough." Mr. Thompson appeared in the doorway, looking slightly sheepish but no less menacing. "You have to understand, Emma," he said, his tone maddeningly reasonable. "In our position, we need to know our family is protected. We had to be sure the system worked, that our sitter would react appropriately in a crisis." I stared at them, slack-jawed with disbelief. You did all this as a test. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? How scared Oliver is?" Mrs. Thompson waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, he'll be fine. Children are resilient. And you passed with flying colors. We'll be doubling your rate from now on, of course. Can't put a price on peace of mind, after all." I looked down at Oliver, still clinging to me and sniffling softly. Then back at his parents, standing there so casually after putting us through hell. In that moment, something inside me snapped. "Keep your money," I spat, setting Oliver down gently. "I quit. And I'm calling the police and child services the second I leave this house. What you did, it's not just wrong, it's criminal." Their smug expressions faltered. Mr. Thompson stepped forward, his hands raised placatingly. "Now, Emma, let's not be hasty. We can work this out." I sidestepped them both, scooping Oliver back up as I headed for the door. "Don't come near me," I warned, surprised by the steel in my own voice. "We're leaving. Now." They didn't try to stop me as I made my way downstairs and out the front door. As soon as I hit the driveway, I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and dialed 911. Sitting on the curb, holding a quietly weeping Oliver, I watched as police cars and an ambulance pulled up, their lights painting the perfect facade of the Thompson house in harsh reds and blues. I gave my statement in a daze, still unable to fully process what had happened. As they led Mr. and Mrs. Thompson away in handcuffs, I caught Mrs. Thompson's eye. The mask of polite society was back in place, but now I could see the cracks, the darkness lurking just beneath the surface. I hugged Oliver closer, vowing silently that I would do whatever it took to make sure he was safe. Truly safe. From now on. The night had started as a simple babysitting job, but it had turned into something much more. A stark reminder that sometimes the real monsters wear designer clothes and live in mansions. As I watched the police cars drive away, I knew that my life and Oliver's would never be the same. But we had survived, and in the face of true terror, we had found strength we never knew we had. Whatever came next, we would face it together. The wilderness was supposed to be my escape. Instead, it became my prison, with an unseen jailer stalking my every move. I've always been an avid camper, finding solace in the quiet of the forest and the challenge of surviving with just the basics. This trip was meant to be no different, a week-long solo excursion into the heart of the Ozarks, miles from the nearest hint of civilization. I'd done my research, packed my gear meticulously, and set out with a spring in my step and adventure in my heart. The first few days were blissful. I hiked deep into the backcountry, setting up camp in a small clearing near a babbling brook. The weather was perfect, cool nights and warm sunny days. I spent my time exploring the surrounding area, identifying plants, and even managed to catch a few trout for dinner. As I sat by my campfire each evening, watching the stars emerge in the velvety sky, I felt a profound sense of peace. It was on the fourth night that everything changed. I woke suddenly in the pre-dawn darkness, my heart racing for reasons I couldn't immediately identify. As I lay there in my tent, straining my ears, I realized what had pulled me from sleep. Footsteps, soft but unmistakable, circling my campsite. My first thought was that it must be an animal, a deer perhaps, or even a black bear curious about the lingering scent of my dinner. But as I listened, the rhythm seemed too regular, too deliberate to be anything but human. I held my breath, hoping that whoever it was would move on. The footsteps completed a circuit around my tent, and then, to my horror, I heard the zipper of my backpack being slowly opened. Adrenaline surged through me. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking as I flicked it on and unzipped my tent in one swift motion. The beam of light swept across my empty campsite. My backpack lay where I'd left it, but the top flap was open, contents slightly disturbed. Of the nighttime visitor, there was no sign. I scrambled out of the tent, my bare feet cold against the dewy grass. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and scared in the vast darkness. "Is someone there?" Only the quiet sounds of the forest answered me. I spent the rest of the night sitting up, flashlight in one hand and my hunting knife in the other, jumping at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. As the sky began to lighten with the approaching dawn, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Surely, I thought, it had just been my imagination running wild in the dark. But as I stepped out of my tent that morning, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the soft earth around my campsite, were footprints, human footprints, circling my tent just as I'd heard in the night. My hands trembled as I knelt to examine them. They were large, a man's size, I guessed, and deep, as if the person had been carrying something heavy, and they led off into the forest, in the direction I'd planned to hike that day. I stood there for a long moment, torn between the urge to pack up and flee and a stubborn determination not to let fear ruin my trip. In the end, pride won out. I was an experienced outdoorsman, I told myself. I had my wits, my gear, and my knife. I could handle this. So I stayed. But I also set traps, nothing lethal, just simple snares that would alert me if anyone approached the camp. I repositioned my tent, making sure I had a clear view in all directions, and I kept my knife close at hand, even as I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting. The day passed uneventfully. I hiked. I fished. I even managed to relax a little as the warm sun and peaceful forest worked their magic. But as night fell, the unease returned, settling in my stomach like a lead weight. I lay in my tent, fully clothed, listening to the night sounds of the forest. Every rustle, every snap of a twig had me on high alert. But the night passed without incident, and I began to hope that perhaps the previous night had been a one-time occurrence. That hope was shattered the next morning. I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the cool dawn air, stretching my stiff muscles, and then I saw it. There, hanging from a low branch of a nearby tree, was a small doll. It was old and dirty, its once bright dress now a dingy gray, its plastic face scratched and weathered. I approached it slowly, my skin crawling. It hadn't been there the night before. I was certain of that. As I got closer, I saw that it was hanging by a crude noose fashioned from what looked like fishing line. I stared at it, my mind racing. This was no coincidence, no product of an overactive imagination. Someone was out there, watching me, playing some kind of sick game. With shaking hands, I cut the doll down and stuffed it into my pack. I couldn't bear to leave it hanging there, a macabre reminder of my unseen tormentor. As I turned back to my campsite, planning to pack up and get the hell out of there, I noticed something else. My snares had been triggered, but not by any animal. They'd been deliberately sprung, the twine cut cleanly as if by a knife. Panic rose in my throat. Whoever was out there, they'd been in my camp again while I slept, close enough to touch my tent, and I'd slept through it all. I threw my gear into my backpack haphazardly, no longer caring about neatness or organization. Every rustle of the leaves, every bird call made me flinch. I kept expecting to see a figure emerge from the trees, that awful doll clutched in its hands. Just as I was about to shoulder my pack and flee, I heard it. A whistle, low and melodious, coming from the trees to my left. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The whistle came again, closer this time, and then a voice, rough and deep. Leaving so soon, but we've only just started to play. I ran. I didn't even think about it, didn't pause to grab my map or compass. I just ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms. I could hear laughter behind me and the sound of someone giving chase. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I had no idea where I was, how far I'd come, or in what direction. The trees all looked the same, an endless maze of green and brown. But I didn't dare stop, didn't dare look back. As I burst through a thick stand of pines, I saw it, a small cave, half hidden by a tumble of rocks. Without hesitation, I dove inside, pressing myself against the cold, damp stone. I don't know how long I stayed there, hardly daring to breathe. The sound of pursuit faded, but still I waited, terrified that at any moment a hand would reach into the cave and drag me out. Hours passed. The light outside the cave entrance dimmed as evening approached. My muscles ached from holding still for so long, and thirst clawed at my throat. But still I didn't move. It wasn't until the first stars appeared in the darkening sky that I finally gathered the courage to peer out of my hiding place. The forest was quiet, peaceful even. No sign of my pursuer. Slowly, painfully, I crawled out of the cave. I was lost, weaponless, with no food or water, but I was alive, and free. For now. I picked a direction at random and started walking, knowing that eventually I had to hit a trail, a road, something. I walked through the night, jumping at shadows, certain that at any moment I'd hear that chilling whistle again. It was near dawn when I finally stumbled onto a hiking trail. I could have wept with relief. I followed it, my feet bloody and blistered, my clothes torn, until I reached a ranger station. The rangers were alarmed by my appearance and my wild tale. They called in a search team, but they found nothing. No campsite, no doll, no mysterious footprints. Just the untouched wilderness. As I sat in the ranger station, wrapped in a blanket and sipping hot coffee, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That somewhere out there in the vast forest, someone was watching, waiting, ready to start the game again. I never went camping alone again after that. The peace I once found in solitude had been shattered, replaced by a constant, nagging fear. Every time I step into the woods now, I find myself looking over my shoulder, straining my ears for the sound of footsteps or a distant whistle. The wilderness was supposed to be my escape, my sanctuary. But now I know the truth. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones that walk on two legs, leaving behind nothing but fear and a battered old doll as proof of their passing. I never thought a simple act of kindness could lead me down such a dark and terrifying path. But on that rainy night, as I extended my hand to a stranger, I unknowingly invited danger into my life. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour, squeaking rhythmically as they swept across the glass. I squinted through the haze, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. It was well past midnight, and the rural highway stretched endlessly before me, empty save for the occasional glare of a passing truck's headlights. I was exhausted, having driven for hours after a long day at work. The monotony of the road and the hypnotic patter of rain were making it hard to keep my eyes open. I was considering pulling over at the next rest stop when I saw him. A lone figure stood at the roadside, thumb extended, barely visible in the gloom. My first instinct was to drive past. Picking up hitchhikers was dangerous. Everyone knew that. But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the way he was hunched against the rain, looking small and vulnerable. Or maybe it was just my own weariness, making me long for some company to help keep me awake. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling over, the car's tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. The man jogged towards me, hunched against the rain. As he reached for the door handle, I caught a glimpse of his face in the glow of the dashboard lights. Young, probably mid-20s, with a scruffy beard and tired eyes. "Thanks, man," he said, as he slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him the smell of wet clothes and cigarette smoke. "I've been out here for hours." "No problem," I replied, pulling back onto the empty highway. "Where are you headed?" "Just up the road a ways," he said vaguely, running a hand through his wet hair. "Name's Jake, by the way." "Tim," I offered, glancing at him sidelong. Now that he was in the car, I was starting to second-guess my decision. There was something off about him, a nervous energy that set me on edge. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the steady thrum of the engine and the rain on the roof. I was about to ask Jake for more specifics about his destination when he spoke up. "Mind if we take a little detour?" he asked, his voice casual but with an undercurrent of tension. "I need to pick something up from a friend's place. It's not far off the highway." I hesitated. It was late, and I was tired. The last thing I wanted was to go even more out of my way. But Jake was looking at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "I don't know, man," I said slowly. "I'm pretty beat." I was hoping to get to the next town and find a motel soon. Jake's demeanor changed instantly. The friendly facade dropped away, replaced by something hard and dangerous. "That wasn't really a request," he said, his voice low and menacing. My blood ran cold as I saw him reach into his jacket pocket. The gleam of metal caught my eye. A knife, its blade catching the dim light from the dashboard. "Keep driving," Jake ordered, the knife now held loosely in his lap. A clear threat. and take the next right turn. My mind raced as I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. How had I been so stupid? I should have trusted my instincts and driven past. Now I was trapped in a metal box, hurtling down a dark highway with a madman. I took the turn as instructed, the car now bumping down a narrow country road. The rain seemed to intensify, sheets of water slamming against the windshield. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake ignored the question. "Pull over up there," he said instead, pointing to a gap in the trees ahead. As we came to a stop, the headlights illuminated a dilapidated barn, its weathered boards gray in the rain. My heart sank. We were miles from anywhere, with no hope of anyone coming to my aid. "Get out," Jake commanded, gesturing with the knife. I complied, stepping out into the downpour. Jake followed, keeping the knife trained on me as he marched me towards the barn. The old door creaked ominously as he shoved it open. The interior was dark and musty, filled with shadows that seemed to move in the dim light filtering through the cracks in the walls. Jake fumbled for a moment before finding an old lantern, its weak flame casting a sickly yellow glow around us. "Sit down," he ordered, pointing to a rickety chair in the corner. As I sank into it, my mind whirled, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. Jake paced back and forth, muttering to himself. I caught fragments of his ramblings, something about being followed, about needing to lay low. With a start, I realized he was likely some kind of fugitive, on the run from the law. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but I can help. We can go to the police and explain the situation." Jake whirled on me, his eyes wild. "Shut up," he snarled. "You don't know anything. They're everywhere, watching, waiting, but I'm smarter than them. They won't catch me." I fell silent, realizing that reasoning with him was useless. He was clearly unstable, possibly delusional. I needed to find another way out. As Jake continued his agitated pacing, I subtly tested the strength of the chair. It was old, the wood soft with rot. If I could just get a moment of distraction, maybe I could break free and make a run for it. Hours crawled by. The storm outside intensified, wind howling through the gaps in the barn walls. Jake alternated between manic episodes of paranoid ranting and periods of tense silence. I remained alert, watching for any opportunity to escape. As dawn approached, I saw my chance. Jake had dozed off, slumped against the far wall, the knife loose in his grasp. Moving as quietly as I could, I stood, wincing at the creak of the chair. I had taken only 2 steps when a floorboard groaned beneath my feet. Jake's eyes snapped open, instantly alert. With a roar of rage, he lunged at me. I reacted on pure instinct, grabbing the lantern and hurling it at him. The glass shattered, spilling oil and flames across the dry, rotted wood of the barn floor. Fire spread with terrifying speed. Jake screamed, more in anger than pain, as he batted at the flames, licking at his clothes. I didn't wait to see more. I ran, coughing as acrid smoke filled my lungs. The old barn door was swollen with moisture, stuck fast. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, 3 times before it finally gave way with a splintering crash. I tumbled out into the pre-dawn gloom, gulping in great lungfuls of clean, rain-washed air. Behind me, I could hear Jake's shouts turning to screams of genuine terror as the fire consumed the barn. For a moment, I hesitated. Could I really leave him to die? But self-preservation won out. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I peeled away, gravel spraying, I caught a final glimpse in the rearview mirror of the barn fully engulfed in flames, a pillar of fire and smoke rising into the lightening sky. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and that nightmarish scene as possible. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that I finally pulled over at a truck stop, my body shaking with exhaustion and delayed shock. As I sat there, staring blankly at the steering wheel, a news report on the radio caught my attention. A manhunt was underway for an escaped convict, considered armed and extremely dangerous. The description matched Jake perfectly. Relief washed over me, followed quickly by a wave of nausea. I had come so close to becoming just another victim, another statistic. The realization of what I had narrowly escaped hit me like a physical blow. In the days that followed, I wrestled with whether to go to the police. In the end, I decided against it. The barn had burned to the ground, Jake's fate unknown. There was no evidence of what had transpired, just my word against the ashes. But the experience changed me profoundly. I became more cautious, more aware of the potential dangers lurking behind even the most innocent-seeming situations. The open road, once a symbol of freedom and possibility, now filled me with unease. And on rainy nights, when I see a lone figure standing by the roadside, thumb extended, I drive past without slowing. The memory of Jake's wild eyes and the gleam of his knife are all the reminder I need that sometimes it's better to leave a stranger in the rain than to invite danger into your car. The simple act of kindness I had extended that night had nearly cost me everything. It was a lesson I would never forget, that the darkest threats often come disguised as those in need of help, and that the road to hell is sometimes paved with good intentions. The open road had always been my sanctuary, but on that endless night, it became a trap, with an unseen predator stalking me through the darkness. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional glare of passing headlights. It was late, well past midnight, and I was on the final stretch of a cross-country move. My old life was packed into boxes in the back of my SUV, and a new job waited for me 2 states over. I was tired, but wired, fueled by gas station coffee and the promise of a fresh start. The first time I noticed the truck, I didn't think much of it. Just another traveler on this lonely stretch of highway. It was an old pickup, its once white paint now a dingy gray in the moonlight. It hung back, maybe a quarter mile behind me, steady and unremarkable. An hour passed, and I realized the truck was still there. Every time I checked my rearview mirror, I saw those same headlights, maintaining that same distance. It could have been coincidence. Maybe they were headed to the same city, taking the same route. But something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I decided to test my growing suspicion. At the next exit, I signaled and pulled off the highway. The truck followed. My heart rate picked up as I navigated the empty streets of a small town, making random turns. Left, right, another right, and every time, those headlights stayed with me. This was no coincidence. I was being followed. Panic started to set in as I pulled back onto the highway. My palms were sweaty on the steering wheel, and I found myself constantly glancing in the rearview mirror. The truck was still there, a menacing presence in the darkness. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some bored local kids playing a prank, or an overzealous cop who thought I looked suspicious. But deep down, I knew it was something worse. The steady, relentless pursuit spoke of a darker purpose. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my speed well above the limit. The truck matched my pace effortlessly. I slowed down, and it slowed too, always maintaining that same eerie distance, close enough to see me, but not close enough for me to make out any details of the driver. My mind raced, trying to think of a plan. I could try to outrun them, but my SUV was no match for the pickup in terms of speed. I could pull over and confront them, but the thought of facing my pursuer alone on this deserted highway made my blood run cold. I fumbled for my phone, intending to call 911, but my heart sank as I saw the no service and message on the screen. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. The game of cat and mouse continued for what felt like hours. Every mile marker that flew by was a reminder of how alone I was, how far from help. The fuel gauge was dipping dangerously low, and I knew I'd have to stop soon. The thought filled me with dread. What would happen when I couldn't run anymore? Just as despair was starting to overwhelm me, I saw a glimmer of hope, a sign for a rest area coming up in 2 miles. My heart leapt. Surely there would be other people there, maybe even a night attendant or security guard. Safety in numbers. I took the exit, relief flooding through me as I saw the lights of the rest area ahead. But as I pulled into the parking lot, my hope turned to ash. The place was deserted. No other cars, no lights on in the main building. Just empty parking spaces and shadows. I parked under the harsh glare of a floodlight, killing the engine but leaving the keys in the ignition. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror, watching for the truck. For a long moment, nothing happened. Had I lost them? Had this all been in my imagination? Then I saw it. The truck rolled slowly into the parking lot, its engine a low growl in the stillness of the night. It circled around, coming to a stop directly behind me, blocking my exit. I sat frozen, my breath coming in short gasps. This was it. Whatever sick game my pursuer had been playing, it was about to come to an end. I watched, terrified, as the driver's door of the truck opened. A figure stepped out, tall and broad-shouldered. In the harsh light, I could see it was a man, his face hidden by the shadow of a baseball cap. He stood there for a moment, just staring at my car. Then he started walking towards me. Panic exploded in my chest. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the man reached my driver's side window. I didn't wait to see what he would do. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires squealing as I backed up. There was a thud and a shout as my bumper connected with something. The man, the truck. I didn't know and didn't care. I shifted into drive and floored it, racing out of the parking lot and back onto the highway. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pushed the SUV to its limits, the speedometer climbing past 90, 100, 110. I didn't dare look back, terrified of what I might see. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to slow down, that I was going to get myself killed. But the fear was stronger, driving me forward into the night. It wasn't until I saw the flashing lights in my rearview mirror that I finally eased off the gas. For a moment, terror gripped me. Had the truck caught up? But no, this was different. Red and blue lights. The distinctive shape of a police cruiser. I pulled over, my whole body shaking. As the officer approached my window, I burst into tears, the stress and fear of the night finally overwhelming me. The next few hours passed in a blur. I told my story to the skeptical officer, then again to his sergeant. They found no sign of the truck, no evidence of the pursuit I'd endured. In the harsh light of day, it all seemed absurd, like a bad dream. But I knew what I had experienced. The terror had been real, the danger palpable. As I finally pulled away from the police station, continuing my journey with an escort for the first few miles, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Every truck I passed made my heart race. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror sent a chill down my spine. The open road, once a symbol of freedom and possibility, now felt like a hunting ground. I made it to my destination eventually, physically unharmed but forever changed. I installed extra locks on my new apartment door, bought a can of pepper spray to keep in my car. I avoided driving at night whenever possible, and never on lonely highways. Months passed, and the intensity of the fear began to fade. But I never forgot. And sometimes, on dark nights when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering about the truck and its driver. Who were they? What did they want? And most chillingly, are they still out there, cruising the highways, looking for their next victim? The rational part of my mind tells me it's over, that I'm safe now. But another part, the part that remembers the terror of that endless night, knows better. Because the truth is, you're never really safe on the open road. There are predators out there, patient and relentless, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. So if you're ever driving late at night, and you notice a vehicle that seems to be following you a little too closely, a little too persistently, don't ignore that uneasy feeling in your gut. It might just save your life. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes, They're right behind you, their headlights steady in your rearview mirror, waiting for you to let your guard down. The open road may seem like freedom, but it can quickly become a trap, and once you're caught, there's no telling where that long, dark highway might lead you. The moment I met Sarah, I should have known. There was something in her eyes, a glint of something not quite right, but I was too caught up in the excitement of my trip, too eager for a friend in a strange city, to see the danger lurking behind her smile. I had been in Bangkok for 3 days, and the chaos of the city was starting to wear on me. The constant noise, the press of bodies in the streets, the overwhelming assault on all my senses. It was exhilarating, but exhausting. When I stumbled into the common room of my cheap hostel that evening, sweaty and footsore from a day of sightseeing, all I wanted was a cold drink and a quiet corner to decompress. That's when Sarah appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, a cold beer in each hand and a wide grin on her face. "You look like you could use this," she said, holding out one of the bottles. Her Australian accent was thick, but friendly. I accepted the beer gratefully, and soon we were chatting like old friends. Sarah had been traveling through Southeast Asia for months, and she was full of stories and advice. She knew all the best places, the hidden temples, the street food stalls with the most amazing pad thai, the bars where the locals went to escape the tourist crowds. "You know," she said, leaning in conspiratorially after we'd been talking for hours. "There's this amazing night market not far from here. It's off the beaten path, not in any of the guidebooks. The food is incredible, and they have the most unique souvenirs. Want to check it out?" I hesitated for a moment. It was getting late and I was tired, but Sarah's enthusiasm was infectious, and the promise of seeing a side of Bangkok that most tourists missed was too tempting to pass up. "Sure," I said, ignoring the small voice in the back of my mind that urged caution. "Let's do it." We caught a tuk-tuk, the three-wheeled taxi weaving through the crowded streets with alarming speed. I noticed we were heading away from the city center, into areas that looked less polished, more run down. But Sarah kept up a steady stream of chatter, pointing out interesting sights and telling me about her adventures in Vietnam, and I pushed my unease aside. Finally, the tuk-tuk dropped us off on a dimly lit street. The buildings here were older, their paint peeling and faded. A few people moved about, but it was nothing like the bustling markets I'd seen in the tourist areas. "Are you sure this is the right place?" I asked, looking around uncertainly. Sarah nodded, her eyes bright with excitement. "Oh yeah, it's just down this way. Come on." She led me down a narrow alley, the sounds of the main street fading behind us. The buildings pressed in close on either side, and the air felt thick and oppressive. I was about to suggest we turn back when the alley suddenly opened up into a small square. There were a few stalls set up, selling fruits and vegetables I didn't recognize. An old woman stirred a huge pot of something that smelled spicy and delicious. But it was nothing like the vibrant, crowded night markets I'd seen in my guidebook. "Let's grab a drink while we wait for things to pick up," Sarah suggested, steering me towards a small, dimly lit bar tucked into one corner of the square. The bar was nearly empty, just a couple of locals nursing beers at a table in the corner. We sat at the bar, and Sarah ordered for us in fluid Thai. The bartender, a heavy-set man with a face like weathered leather, grunted and placed 2 glasses of clear liquid in front of us. "Cheers," Sarah said, raising her glass. I clinked mine against hers and took a sip. The alcohol burned going down, but left a pleasant warmth in my stomach. We talked as we drank, Sarah regaling me with more stories of her travels. But as time passed, I began to feel strange. The room seemed to be swaying slightly, and my thoughts felt sluggish and confused. I glanced at my watch, surprised to see that barely half an hour had passed. It felt like we'd been sitting there for hours. I think I need some air," I mumbled, struggling to form the words. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. Sarah's face swam in front of me, her smile now seeming predatory rather than friendly. "Oh, honey," she said, her voice sounding distorted and far away. I don't think you're going anywhere. Panic surged through me as I realized what was happening. The drink. It had been drugged. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The room spun wildly, and I felt myself slipping from the bar stool. Strong hands caught me before I hit the floor. Through the haze that was rapidly overtaking my vision, I saw the bartender coming around from behind the bar. He and Sarah exchanged words in Thai, their tones businesslike, as if discussing a transaction. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run, but my body wouldn't respond. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was Sarah's face. That friendly smile now twisted into something cold and calculating. I awoke to pain and darkness. My head throbbed. My mouth was dry as sandpaper, and every muscle in my body ached. I tried to move, only to discover that my hands and feet were bound. Panic clawed at my throat as the memories came flooding back. Sarah, the bar, the drugged drink. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could make out that I was in a small, bare room. The air was hot and stale, and I could hear muffled sounds from somewhere nearby. Traffic, maybe eyes or voices. The door creaked open, flooding the room with harsh fluorescent light. I squinted against the sudden brightness, making out two figures silhouetted in the doorway. One was Sarah, the other was a man I didn't recognize. Tall and broad-shouldered with a face like a carved stone mask. "Well, well," the man said, his English heavily accented. "Our sleeping beauty awakes." Sarah hung back by the door, not meeting my eyes. The man crouched down in front of me, gripping my chin roughly and forcing me to look at him. "You've caused us quite a bit of trouble," he said. "Your embassy is asking questions. Your family has been calling the hotels. It's all very inconvenient." I tried to speak, but my tongue felt swollen and useless in my mouth. The man chuckled, a sound devoid of any real humor. "Don't worry, you won't be our problem for much longer. There are people who will pay good money for a pretty young thing like you. Maybe in a factory, maybe in a brothel. Who knows? The possibilities are endless." Cold terror washed over me as the full horror of my situation became clear. This wasn't a simple robbery. This was human trafficking, and I was the commodity being sold. The man stood, brushing off his hands as if he'd touched something distasteful. "Get her ready for transport," he said to Sarah. "The buyers will be here in an hour." As the door closed behind them, leaving me alone in the darkness once more, despair threatened to overwhelm me. How had I been so stupid? How had I fallen for Sarah's act so completely? But as the initial shock wore off, a new emotion began to take hold. Determination. I wasn't going to give up without a fight. I began to work at my bonds, ignoring the pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists. Time passed, minutes or hours, I couldn't tell. But finally, I felt the ropes begin to loosen. With a final, desperate effort, I managed to slip one hand free. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching. Quickly, I repositioned myself to hide that I'd freed my hand. The door opened, and Sarah entered alone. She wouldn't meet my eyes as she approached with a bottle of water. "You should drink," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "It's a long journey ahead." As she bent to hold the bottle to my lips, I made my move. With all the strength I could muster, I swung my freed hand, catching her square across the jaw. She stumbled backward, shock written across her face. I didn't waste a second. I lunged forward, tackling her to the ground. We grappled silently, each of us knowing that to cry out would bring the others running. Finally, my desperation won out. I managed to get my hands around her throat, squeezing until her eyes rolled back and she went limp. With shaking hands, I searched her pockets and finding a small knife. I cut my remaining bonds and crept to the door, listening intently. The hallway beyond was silent. I don't remember much of my escape. It's a blur of adrenaline and terror, creeping down hallways, ducking into shadows every time I heard a noise. Finally finding a window I could squeeze through, I ran through unfamiliar streets, ignoring the stares of passers-by, until I found a police station. The next few days were a whirlwind of questioning, embassy visits, and tearful phone calls to my family. They caught Sarah and her associates eventually. The police told me I wasn't their first victim, but I was one of the few who had managed to escape. The knowledge brought little comfort. As I boarded the plane that would take me home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd left a part of myself behind in that dark room. My trust in strangers, my belief in the fundamental goodness of people, it had all been shattered. The scars from those ropes have long since faded, but the internal wounds remain. I still travel, still seek out new experiences and connections. But now there's always a part of me on guard, watching for the danger that might be lurking behind a friendly smile. Because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who come to you with open arms and promises of adventure. The abandoned building loomed before me, a decaying monument to forgotten industry. I never imagined that my quest for the perfect photograph would lead me into a nightmare of shadows and survival. Photography had always been my escape, a way to see beauty in the overlooked and forgotten corners of the world. Urban exploration was my latest obsession, and this old factory on the outskirts of town promised to be a goldmine of haunting images. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the crumbling facade as I approached, my camera bag heavy on my shoulder. The chain-link fence surrounding the property was already breached, a ragged hole torn in the rusted metal. I slipped through easily, my heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The main entrance was boarded up, but I found a broken window around the side. Climbing through, I found myself in what must have been an old office space. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight streaming through the dirty windows, and the musty smell of decay filled my nostrils. I took my time, moving carefully through the building, capturing shots of peeling paint, rusted machinery, and nature slowly reclaiming the space. The play of light and shadow was mesmerizing, and I lost track of time as I worked my way deeper into the sprawling complex. It was as I was setting up a shot in a vast, echoing room filled with silent conveyor belts that I first heard the voices. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, whistling through broken windows or gaps in the walls. But as I strained my ears, I could make out the low murmur of conversation. My first instinct was to call out, to let whoever it was know they weren't alone, but something held me back. The tone of the voices, though muffled, didn't sound like other urban explorers or even teenagers looking for a place to hang out. There was an edge to them, a tension that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Quietly, I packed up my camera and crept towards the sound. It was coming from a room at the far end of the factory floor. As I got closer, I could make out snippets of conversation. "Shipment coming in tonight. Gotta be careful. Cops have been sniffing around. Boss won't tolerate any more screw-ups." My blood ran cold as I realized what I was overhearing. This wasn't just some harmless trespassing. I had stumbled onto something far more dangerous. I started to back away slowly, planning to retrace my steps and get out as quickly and quietly as possible. But in my haste, I knocked into an old metal drum. It teetered for a heart-stopping moment before crashing to the floor with a sound like a gunshot in the cavernous space. The voices stopped abruptly. What was that? "Check it out, now!" Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of running feet. I sprinted across the factory floor, dodging around rusted equipment and piles of debris. I could see the window I'd entered through up ahead. Freedom was just yards away. But as I rounded a corner, I came face to face with a man I hadn't seen before. He was as surprised as I was, his eyes widening as he took in my camera gear. "Hey!" he shouted, reaching for me. I didn't think, I just reacted. I swung my heavy camera bag, catching him square in the face. He went down hard, and I leapt over his prone form, my lungs burning as I pushed myself harder. I tumbled through the window, feeling glass scrape against my arm as I fell to the ground outside. I scrambled to my feet, ready to make a run for it, but froze as I heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. "Don't move," a voice growled behind me. Slowly I turned around. Two men stood there, both holding pistols pointed squarely at my chest. A third was helping the man I'd hit with my bag to his feet. Blood streamed from his nose, and the look he gave me promised retribution. "Well, well," said one of the armed men, his tone casual but his eyes hard. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little spy." "I'm not a spy," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm just a photographer. I didn't mean to disturb anyone. Please, just let me go. I won't say anything." The man laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, I don't think so. You've seen too much already. Boss will want to have a chat with you." They marched me back inside, my mind racing as I tried to think of a way out of this nightmare. They took me to a small office on the second floor, pushing me roughly into a chair. One of them used zip ties to secure my hands behind my back, while another went through my camera bag. "Well, ain't you the artist?" he sneered, flipping through the images on my camera. "Got some real nice shots here. Too bad you won't be having your exhibition." The one who seemed to be in charge paced in front of me, tapping his gun against his leg thoughtfully. "So, photographer, who sent you? The cops? A rival outfit?" "Nobody sent me," I insisted. "I swear, I'm just an urban explorer. I come to places like this to take pictures. That's all. I had no idea anyone else was here." He studied me for a long moment, his eyes boring into mine. Whatever he saw there must have convinced him, because he nodded slowly. "Maybe you are telling the truth," he said, "but that doesn't change the fact that you're a problem we need to deal with." A chill ran down my spine at his words. I opened my mouth to plead my case again, but was cut off by the sound of a phone ringing. The leader pulled out a cell phone, glancing at the screen before answering. "Yeah, boss, we've got a situation here." He walked to the far side of the room, speaking in low tones. I looked around desperately, searching for anything that might help me. The other men were distracted, arguing over something they'd found in my bag. My eyes fell on a rusty nail sticking out of the decaying windowsill next to me. Slowly, carefully, I began to work my bound hands against the nail, trying to saw through the zip tie. The plastic was thick and unyielding, but I could feel it starting to give. The leader finished his call and turned back to me, his expression grim. "Boss says we can't take any chances. We're moving out tonight, and you're coming with us. After that, well, let's just say you should hope you're a good swimmer." My heart raced as I realized what he was implying. They were going to kill me, dump my body somewhere it might never be found. With renewed desperation, I worked at the zip tie, feeling it begin to fray. Just as I felt the binding give way, there was a commotion from outside. The sound of squealing tires and shouted commands drifted up from the street. "Cops!" one of the men yelled, peering out the window. Chaos erupted in the small office. The men grabbed bags, shoving papers and what looked like bundles of cash inside. In the confusion, no one was paying attention to me. This was my chance. With a final, desperate effort, I snapped the weakened zip tie. In one fluid motion, I grabbed my camera bag and bolted for the door. Shouts followed me as I raced down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I could hear the thunder of footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I burst out of the building, blinking in the sudden brightness. The scene outside was pandemonium. Police cars had the building surrounded. Officers crouched behind open doors with weapons drawn. I heard someone shout, "Freeze!" but I couldn't tell if they were yelling at me or the men behind me. I ran towards the police line, my hands raised. "Help!" I screamed. "They're right behind me." What followed was a blur of activity. I was tackled to the ground by an officer, handcuffed, and shoved into the back of a police car. Through the window, I watched as more police stormed the building. There were sounds of gunshots, more shouting. It wasn't until hours later, after I'd been questioned extensively and my story corroborated by the evidence found in the factory, that I was finally released. As I stood outside the police station, my camera bag returned to me and a blanket draped over my shoulders. The full weight of what had happened hit me. I had gone looking for interesting photographs and instead found myself in the middle of a police raid on a major criminal operation. I had nearly been killed, had seen things I could never unsee. As I hailed a cab to take me home, I realized that my days of urban exploration were over. The thrill of capturing forgotten places on film no longer seemed worth the risk. The abandoned factory had given me the shot of a lifetime, but it had also shown me just how dangerous the world could be. From now on, I decided I'd stick to photographing sunsets and landscapes. Sometimes, the most beautiful images are the ones that don't come with a side of mortal peril. The flash of hazard lights pierced the rainy darkness, a beacon of distress on the desolate highway. I never imagined that my instinct to help would lead me into a nightmare that would haunt me forever. It was just past midnight, and I was driving home after a long shift at the hospital. The rain had been relentless all day, turning the world outside my windshield into a blur of wet shadows and reflective surfaces. I was tired, my eyes stinging from the strain of focusing on the road, but I was only about an hour from home. Just a little further, I told myself, fighting back a yawn. That's when I saw them, the flashing hazard lights of a car pulled over on the shoulder. As I drew closer, I could make out the silhouette of someone waving their arms frantically. My exhaustion evaporated, replaced by a surge of adrenaline and concern. I'm a nurse. Helping people is ingrained in me. Without a second thought, I slowed down and pulled over, my tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. As I put the car in park, I could see it was a woman standing there, her clothes soaked through, her hair plastered to her face by the rain. "Are you okay?" I called out as I stepped from my car, the rain immediately drenching me. "Do you need help?" The woman's face crumpled with relief. "Oh, thank God," she said, her voice trembling. "My car just died, and I can't get any cell service out here. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't stopped." I approached her car, an older model sedan that had seen better days. "Pop the hood," I suggested. "I'm no mechanic, but maybe I can spot something obvious." As she reached into the car to pull the hood release, I heard the sound of another vehicle approaching. Headlights illuminated us briefly as a pickup truck slowed and pulled over behind my car. A sense of relief washed over me. More help had arrived. The truck's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a rain-slick jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. "You folks having some trouble?" he called out, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. "Yeah," I replied, turning back to the woman's car. Her vehicle just died. I was about to take a look. I heard the man's footsteps approaching as I leaned under the hood, squinting in the dim light. Everything looked normal to my untrained eye, but then again, I wouldn't know a carburetor from a catalytic converter. Suddenly, I felt something cold and hard press against the back of my neck. My blood ran cold as I realized what it was: the barrel of a gun. "Don't move," the man's voice growled, all pretense of friendliness gone. "You make one sound and I'll blow your head off." I froze, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare, a product of my exhausted brain. But the metal digging into my skin felt all too real. "All right, nice and easy now," the man said. "Stand up slowly and turn around. Keep your hands where I can see them." I did as I was told, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. As I turned, I saw the woman standing next to the man, no longer looking distressed. In fact, she was smiling, a cold, predatory grin that sent chills down my spine. "Well, well," she said, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Looks like we caught ourselves a good Samaritan. How sweet." The reality of the situation hit me like a physical blow. This had all been a setup. They had been waiting for someone like me to stop, someone whose kindness they could exploit. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't have much money, but you can't have it all. Just let me go." The man laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Oh, we'll take your money. Don't you worry. But that's not all we're after. You've got a nice car there, and I bet you've got some fancy medical equipment at home, don't you, nurse?" I felt a jolt of fear. How did he know I was a nurse? Then I remembered my scrubs. I was still wearing them under my jacket. "Now, here's what's going to happen," the woman said, her tone businesslike. "You're going to drive your car, and we'll follow in ours. You'll take us to your house, and you'll give us everything valuable you've got. If you try anything stupid, like signaling for help or trying to lose us, well..." She nodded at the gun still pointed at me. "I don't think I need to spell it out for you." My mind raced, trying to think of a way out. But with the gun trained on me and no other cars in sight, I knew I had no choice but to comply, at least for now. They marched me back to my car, the man keeping the gun pressed against my back. As I slid into the driver's seat, the woman leaned in close, her breath hot on my ear. "Remember, we'll be right behind you. One wrong move, and it's all over." I nodded mutely, my hands shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. As I pulled back onto the highway, I could see their headlights in my rearview mirror, a constant reminder of the danger I was in. The drive was a nightmare. Every set of headlights I saw sparked a moment of hope, quickly extinguished as they passed by, oblivious to my plight. I considered deliberately causing an accident, anything to attract attention. But the thought of the gun pointed at me kept me in line. As we neared my neighborhood, a plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, potentially suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. I turned onto my street, my heart racing. As I pulled into my driveway, I saw my neighbor, Mr. Johnson, out walking his dog despite the late hour and the rain. He was an insomniac, often up at odd hours. Tonight, he might be my salvation. I parked the car and got out slowly, making sure to leave the door open. The couple pulled up behind me, the man getting out with the gun held low but still visible. "Evening, Sarah," Mr. Johnson called out, waving cheerfully. "Bit late for visitors, isn't it?" This was my chance. I took a deep breath and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Help! They have a gun!" Everything happened in a blur after that. I heard the man curse, saw him raise the gun, but before he could fire, 100 pounds of angry German shepherd slammed into him. Mr. Johnson's dog, usually so gentle, had sensed the threat and reacted instinctively. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the quiet street, but the bullet went wide. I saw the woman running back to their car, panic written across her face. Mr. Johnson was on his phone, presumably calling 911. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran for my front door, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the lock open. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and collapsed against it, sliding to the floor as the adrenaline drained from my body, leaving me weak and trembling. The next few hours passed in a blur of police sirens, questioning, and statements. The man had been subdued by Mr. Johnson and his dog, while the woman had been caught trying to flee the scene. Both were now in custody. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the rain-soaked street, I sat on my front porch, a blanket draped over my shoulders, and a cup of untouched coffee cooling in my hands. The police had finally left, and the neighborhood was quiet once more. But I knew things would never be the same. The world felt different now, darker and more dangerous. My faith in humanity, in the simple act of helping a stranger in need, had been shaken to its core. I knew that the next time I saw someone broken down on the side of the road, I would hesitate. The thought filled me with sadness and anger at the people who had done this to me, who had turned an act of kindness into a weapon. But as I sat there watching the sun slowly rise, I made a decision. I wouldn't let this experience change who I was at my core. I became a nurse to help people, and I wouldn't let fear stop me from doing that. I would be more cautious, yes, but I wouldn't stop caring, stop trying to make a difference. The rain had finally stopped, and a rainbow arched across the sky, a vibrant splash of color against the gray clouds. It felt like a sign, a reminder that even after the darkest storms, beauty and hope can still exist. I stood up, my muscles protesting after the long, stressful night. As I turned to go back inside, I saw Mr. Johnson walking towards me, his dog trotting faithfully by his side. He raised a hand in greeting, a gentle smile on his weathered face. And in that moment, I realized something important. Yes, there are dangers in this world, people who would exploit kindness for their own gain. But there are also people like Mr. Johnson, everyday heroes who step up when it matters most. For every person who would do harm, there are countless others who would help, who would put themselves at risk to save a stranger. As I waved back to Mr. Johnson, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The night's events had shaken me, but they hadn't broken me. I was still here, still standing. And as long as there were people like Mr. Johnson in the world, I knew that kindness would always win out in the end. The road ahead might be uncertain, but I was ready to face it. One step at a time, one act of kindness at a time, I would reclaim my faith in humanity. And maybe, just maybe, my story would inspire others to keep their hearts open, even in the face of fear. Because in the end, it's not the darkness that defines us, but how we choose to light the way for others. The vast expanse of the ocean had always been my sanctuary, but on that sun-drenched afternoon, it became my prison, with an unseen predator circling ever closer. I'd been planning this solo boat trip around the Florida Keys for months. As a marine biologist, I was no stranger to the water, but this was different. This was about freedom, about losing myself in the endless blue and finding something, peace maybe, or purpose. The messy breakup and the stress of my research grant falling through had left me feeling adrift. I needed this. The day started perfectly. I set out just after dawn, the air crisp and salty, full of promise. My little motorboat, the Sea Sprite, wasn't much to look at, but she was reliable. I'd packed enough supplies for a full day of exploring some of the more secluded spots around the Keys. For the first few hours, it was bliss. I found a quiet cove and spent some time snorkeling, marveling at the vibrant coral and the fish darting around my legs. Back on the boat, I stretched out on the deck, letting the sun warm my skin as I flipped through a dog-eared paperback. It was early afternoon when I first noticed the other boat, just a speck on the horizon at first, barely visible against the glare of the sun on the water. I didn't think much of it. The Keys were popular, after all. Plenty of other people out enjoying the perfect weather. But as time passed, I realized something was off. No matter which direction I went, that boat seemed to be there, always maintaining the same distance. Close enough to see, but not close enough to make out any details. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just another day tripper, happening to follow a similar route. But the nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, tension building in my muscles. I decided to test my theory. I changed course abruptly, heading towards a cluster of small islands I knew were mostly uninhabited. The mangroves there were thick, the channels between the islands narrow and tricky to navigate if you didn't know what you were doing. For a while, I thought I'd lost them. The twisted waterways and overhanging vegetation provided good cover, and I allowed myself to relax a little. But as I emerged from the far side of the island chain, my heart sank. There it was again, that same boat, still keeping its distance but unmistakably following my path. Fear began to set in, real and cold. This was no coincidence. Whoever was on that boat was following me, and they'd been doing it for hours. But why? What did they want? I ran through the possibilities in my mind, each one worse than the last. Pirates? Drug runners? Or something even more sinister? The Keys had a dark side. I knew. People disappeared out here sometimes, their boats found drifting and empty. I needed help. I reached for my phone, but my stomach dropped when I saw there was no signal. Of course, I'd gone too far out, too remote. I was on my own. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel, trying to think through my options. I could try to outrun them, but my little boat was no match for theirs in terms of speed. I could head for the nearest populated island, but that was hours away, and the sun was already starting to dip towards the horizon. As I debated, squinting at my charts and trying to formulate a plan, a movement caught my eye. The other boat was changing course, angling directly towards me, my breath caught in my throat. This was it. Whatever game they'd been playing, it was coming to an end. Panic surged through me. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel hard, turning the Sea Sprite in a tight circle. Water sprayed over the sides as I opened up the throttle, pushing the little boat to its limits. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. I raced across the open water, my eyes darting between the path ahead and the boat behind me. They were gaining, their larger engine eating up the distance between us. Sweat trickled down my back despite the cool spray of the ocean. In desperation, I veered towards a section of reef I knew was just below the surface. It was dangerous. One wrong move and I'd tear the bottom out of my boat. But I was smaller, more maneuverable. Maybe I could lose them in the maze of coral. The Sea Sprite bounced and skidded as we hit the shallows, the bottom scraping ominously against hidden rocks. I gritted my teeth, hands white-knuckled on the wheel as I navigated by memory and instinct. Behind me, I heard a shout and the sudden cut of an engine. Had they run aground? I didn't stop to find out. I kept going, pushing deeper into the reef system, my heart pounding in time with the slap of waves against the hull. It wasn't until the sounds of pursuit had faded entirely that I finally eased off the throttle, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline began to ebb, I realized I had a new problem. In my panic, I'd lost all sense of direction. The sun was setting rapidly, painting the sky in vivid oranges and pinks. Soon it would be dark, and I was in treacherous waters with no clear way out. I killed the engine, letting the boat drift as I tried to get my bearings. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves and the distant cry of seabirds. I fumbled for my charts, but in the fading light it was hard to make sense of them. A sharp crack split the air, making me jump. For a moment I thought it was a gunshot. But no, it was the distinctive sound of a boat hull hitting coral. They were still out there, still hunting me. Fear gave way to determination. I wasn't going to be some statistic, another mysterious disappearance in the vastness of the ocean. I was a scientist, damn it. I knew these waters. I could do this. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think logically. The reef. It had to be the elbow reef. I recognized the pattern of coral heads breaking the surface. If that was true, then safety was to the northwest. Islamorada would be busy, populated. I could find help there. With shaking hands, I restarted the engine, wincing at how loud it sounded in the gathering darkness. I pointed the bow northwest and began to move, slowly and carefully. Every shadow looked like a lurking boat, every wave sound like an approaching engine. The journey seemed to take forever. I strained my eyes in the darkness, searching for familiar landmarks, all the while expecting to feel the impact of another boat ramming into me. But slowly, painfully slowly, pinpricks of light began to appear on the horizon. Islamorada. Safety. As I neared the harbor, I saw flashing lights. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it was them, that they'd somehow gotten ahead of me. But no, it was the Coast Guard. Someone must have reported a boat behaving erratically, because they were clearly on alert. I've never been so happy to be boarded in my life. As I babbled out my story to the skeptical-looking guardsmen, I felt the last of my energy drain away. They found no sign of the mysterious boat, no evidence to back up my wild tale. I'm sure they thought I was drunk or hallucinating from too much sun, but I knew what I'd seen, what I'd felt. The primal fear of being hunted, of being alone and vulnerable in a vast and uncaring sea. They escorted me back to the marina, my little sea sprite looking pathetic and battered next to their sleek vessel. As I stepped onto solid ground for the first time in what felt like days, my legs buckled beneath me. Strong hands caught me, lowered me gently to sit on the weathered boards of the dock. Someone pressed a bottle of water into my hands, and I drank greedily, suddenly aware of how parched I was. Around me, people moved in a blur of activity, harbor police taking statements, curious onlookers gathering to gawk at the spectacle. But all I could think about was that boat. Who were they? What did they want? Would they try again? The answers never came. The official report chalked it up to dehydration and sun exposure, a cautionary tale about the dangers of solo sailing. But I knew the truth. The ocean, my sanctuary, had shown me its darker side. The vastness I once found comforting now seemed menacing, full of hidden dangers and unseen threats. I didn't go out on the water again for a long time after that. When I finally did, it was with others, never alone. I kept my eyes on the horizon, always watching for that familiar silhouette, because I knew that somewhere out there, they might still be waiting. Watching, hunting. The sea had been my home, my passion. Now it was a reminder that even in the most beautiful places, darkness can lurk just beneath the surface. Every time I smell salt air or hear the cry of a seagull, I'm back there, alone on a tiny boat, with unknown predators circling ever closer. The forest had always been my escape, a place of tranquility and adventure. But on that fateful day, it became a labyrinth of terror, where every shadow concealed a potential threat, and every sound could mean discovery. I'd been hiking these trails for years, always alone, always reveling in the solitude. There was something magical about being the only human for miles, surrounded by nothing but ancient trees and the whisper of wind through leaves. This trip was supposed to be no different, a weekend getaway to clear my head and recharge my spirit. The day started like any other. I set out at dawn, the morning mist still clinging to the forest floor, my backpack comfortably heavy with supplies. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs as I made my way deeper into the woods, following trails I knew by heart. It was late afternoon when I stumbled upon it. I'd gone off the main path, following a deer trail out of curiosity. The underbrush was thick, and I had to push my way through, the branches scratching at my arms and face. And then suddenly, the forest opened up, and there it was, a bunker, half hidden by vines and moss, its metal door standing slightly ajar. My heart raced with excitement. I'd heard rumors of old military installations scattered throughout these woods, leftover relics from a war long past. But I'd never actually found one. This was the kind of discovery that made all those solo hikes worth it. Throwing caution to the wind, I approached the bunker. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open wider, the sound echoing in the stillness of the forest. I flicked on my flashlight and stepped inside. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a space much larger than I'd expected. Dust motes danced in the air, disturbed for the first time in decades. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized this was no abandoned military outpost. The room was filled with crates and boxes, stacked haphazardly from floor to ceiling. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pried open the nearest crate. My breath caught in my throat as I saw what was inside. Stacks of crisp $100 bills, more money than I'd ever seen in my life. My mind reeled. This wasn't just some forgotten cash. This was active. Someone was using this hidden bunker, and judging by the contents, it wasn't for anything legal. That's when I heard it. Voices, distant but growing closer. Men's voices, rough and angry, coming from the direction I'd entered the clearing. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. "I'm telling you, I saw someone come this way," one voice said, closer now. "If you led someone to the stash, "Hank's gonna have your head," another replied. Panic surged through me. I had to hide, and fast. I looked around frantically, finally spotting a small alcove behind some of the crates. I squeezed into the tight space, barely daring to breathe as I heard the bunker door swing open. Footsteps echoed on the metal floor, accompanied by the beam of a powerful flashlight sweeping the room. I pressed myself further into the alcove, praying the crates would keep me hidden. "See? Nothing here," one of the men said, his voice gruff. "You're jumping at shadows." "I could have sworn," the other replied, uncertainty clear in his tone. "Wait a minute. This crate's been opened." My heart nearly stopped. The crate I'd looked in, I'd left it open in my haste to hide. "Someone's been here," the first man growled. "Search the place. Whoever it is can't have gone far." I held my breath as I heard them moving around the room, shifting crates and boxes. They were methodical, thorough. It was only a matter of time before they found me. In desperation, I looked around my hiding spot for anything I could use as a weapon. My hand closed around a heavy flashlight I'd stashed in my backpack. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. The footsteps grew closer. A crate near my hiding spot scraped across the floor. This was it. I was about to be discovered. In that moment, survival instinct took over. As the man's face appeared around the edge of the crate, I swung the flashlight with all my might. There was a sickening crunch as it connected with his temple, and he went down hard. The other man shouted in surprise, and I took advantage of the moment of confusion to bolt. I burst out of my hiding spot, leaping over the fallen man and racing for the door. "Hey, stop!" The second man's shout was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. I didn't stop. I ran like I'd never run before, bursting out of the bunker and into the fading afternoon light. Behind me, I heard the explosive crack of a gunshot, felt the whistle of a bullet passing far too close to my head. The forest that had once been so familiar now seemed alien and hostile. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I had no idea where I was going. All I knew was that I had to get away. I could hear them behind me, crashing through the woods, shouting to each other. They knew the area better than I did, and they were gaining. In desperation, I veered off to the side, hoping to lose them in the denser part of the forest. The ground became steeper, the footing more treacherous. I slipped and stumbled, my hands scraped raw from catching myself on rough tree bark. As I scrambled up a steep incline, my foot caught on a root, and I fell hard. I tumbled down the slope, leaves and twigs scratching my skin, until I came to a stop at the bottom of a small ravine. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. Then I heard it, the sound of running water, a stream. Hope surged through me. If I could follow the water, it might lead me out of the forest. I dragged myself to my feet, ignoring the protests of my battered body, and started to move along the stream bed. The water was shallow but fast-moving, the rocks slippery under my feet. The voices of my pursuers had faded, but I didn't dare slow down. They could still be out there, searching. As the light began to fade from the sky, turning the forest into a maze of lengthening shadows, a new fear set in. I was lost, injured, and alone in the wilderness, with dangerous men potentially still hunting me. I kept moving, using the stream as my guide. Hours passed, each one an eternity of fear and exhaustion. The moon rose, casting an eerie glow through the trees. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every rustling leaf could be a pursuer closing in. It was well past midnight when I finally saw it, lights in the distance. At first I thought I was hallucinating from exhaustion, but as I drew closer, I realized it was real. A road, civilization. I stumbled out of the tree line onto the shoulder of a quiet country highway, my legs finally giving out beneath me. I collapsed onto the rough asphalt, torn between laughter and tears of relief. A car appeared in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I waved my arms frantically, praying it wasn't my pursuers, praying they would stop. The car slowed, then pulled over. An older couple peered out at me, their faces a mixture of concern and wariness. "Are you all right?" the woman asked, taking in my bedraggled appearance. I opened my mouth to explain, but where could I even begin? How could I make them understand the terror of the past few hours, the deadly secret hidden in the heart of the forest? In the end, I simply shook my head. "I got lost," I said, my voice hoarse. "Can you please take me to the police?" They did, and what followed was a whirlwind of questions, statements, and disbelieving looks. The police searched the area I described but found no trace of the bunker or the men who had chased me. Without evidence, it was just the wild story of a hiker who had gotten in over his head. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself jumping at shadows, startling at every unexpected sound. The forest, once my sanctuary, now loomed in my mind as a place of hidden dangers and deadly secrets. I never went hiking alone again. The solitude I once craved now felt too much like vulnerability. But more than that, I could never shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the depths of the woods, those men were still waiting, still guarding their secret, and that one day, they might come looking for the hiker who had stumbled upon their hidden world and lived to tell the tale. The wilderness had shown me its darker side, reminding me that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk just out of sight. Every time I see the edge of the forest now, I can't help but wonder, what other secrets lie hidden among those ancient trees, waiting to be discovered by some unsuspecting wanderer? The moment I stepped into that house, I should have known something was off. But desperation has a way of blinding you to the warning signs, even when they're staring you right in the face. I'd been scrolling through house-sitting gigs for weeks, hoping to find a place to crash while I figured out my next move. When the listing for the Thompsons' place popped up, it seemed too good to be true. A sprawling suburban home, good pay, and only one weekend of work. I jumped at the chance, firing off an application before I could second-guess myself. The Thompsons were nice enough when I met them, if a bit distracted. Mrs. Thompson, a tall woman with perfectly coiffed hair, gave me a whirlwind tour of the house while Mr. Thompson, a stern-looking man in an expensive suit, hovered in the background. "Oliver's already in bed," Mrs. Thompson said, referring to their 5-year-old son. "He shouldn't wake up, but you know where his room is if he needs anything." I nodded, having babysat for them once before, but something in her tone made me pause. She seemed nervous. It was hard to tell with her Botoxed features. "One more thing," Mr. Thompson said, leading me to a sleek tablet mounted on the wall in the living room. "We've upgraded our security system. You can monitor all the cameras from here." I blinked in surprise. "Cameras? I don't remember there being cameras before." Mrs. Thompson laughed, a high, brittle sound. "Oh, you know how it is these days. Can't be too careful. Just keep an eye on things, will you? We'll feel so much better knowing you're watching." Before I could ask any more questions, they were out the door in a flurry of expensive perfume and final instructions. The house fell silent, save for the faint hum of the high-tech security system. I wandered into the kitchen, helping myself to a soda from the fridge. The tablet on the wall caught my eye, its screen divided into a grid showing various areas of the house. Most were dark and still: the backyard, the driveway, the upstairs hallway. As I sipped my drink, a notification popped up on my phone, a text from an unknown number. "I see you're settling in nicely." I froze, my blood running cold. How could anyone know that? I glanced at the cameras, suddenly feeling exposed. With shaking fingers, I typed out a reply. "Who is this?" The response came almost immediately. "A friend. Just keeping an eye on things, like you." My heart raced as I looked around the empty house. Was this some kind of joke? A test from the Thompsons? Another text. "The blue sweater looks good on you." I looked down at myself in shock. I was indeed wearing a blue sweater. Whoever this was, they could see me right now. "Where are you?" I typed, my hands trembling. "How can you see me?" "I have my ways," came the cryptic reply. "But don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to warn you." Warning bells went off in my head. I should leave, I thought. Call the police, call the Thompsons, just get out of here. But curiosity, and, I admit, a touch of fear, kept me rooted to the spot. "Warn me about what?" I asked. There was a long pause before the next message arrived. "The Thompsons aren't who you think they are. This house, it's not safe. Keep your eyes open." A chill ran down my spine. I was about to demand more information when I heard a noise from upstairs. A soft thud, like something heavy being set down. My breath caught in my throat. Oliver was supposed to be asleep, and I was alone in the house. Wasn't I? I crept towards the stairs, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure anyone nearby could hear it. The security tablet caught my eye as I passed, and I froze in shock. The camera in Oliver's room showed an empty bed, the covers thrown back. Where was he? Another text buzzed on my phone. "Check the attic." Attic. I didn't remember seeing an attic during the tour, but as I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed a narrow door at the end of the hallway that I hadn't paid attention to before. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and never look back. But what if Oliver was in trouble? I couldn't just leave him. With trembling hands, I reached for the door handle. It turned easily, revealing a set of steep stairs disappearing into darkness. "Hello?" I called softly, my voice quavering. "Oliver, are you up there?" No response, just an eerie silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I took a deep breath and began to climb, using my phone's flashlight to illuminate the way. The stairs creaked ominously under my weight, each sound impossibly loud in the quiet house. As I neared the top, I began to make out shapes in the gloom, boxes piled high, old furniture draped in sheets. And there, in the far corner, a small figure huddled under a blanket. "Oliver," I whispered, relief flooding through me. "It's okay, you can come out. What are you doing up here?" The figure didn't move, didn't respond. A tendril of unease curled in my stomach as I approached. I reached out, gently pulling back the blanket, and screamed. It wasn't Oliver. It was a doll, life-sized and unnervingly realistic. Its glassy eyes stared up at me, a painted smile frozen on its porcelain face. My phone buzzed again, making me jump. With shaking hands, I looked at the message. "Now you see, get out while you can." Panic surged through me. I turned to flee, only to find my path blocked. Mr. Thompson stood at the top of the stairs, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "I'm disappointed, Emma," he said, his voice cold. "We gave you such simple instructions. All you had to do was watch the cameras." Mrs. Thompson appeared beside him. Oliver clutched tightly in her arms. The boy's eyes were wide with fear, his mouth covered by his mother's manicured hand. "We can't have you running off to tell tales," Mrs. Thompson said, her polite mask slipping to reveal something hard and cruel beneath. "Such a shame. We had such high hopes for you." I backed away, my mind racing. There had to be a way out, some way to escape. But I was trapped, cornered in this dusty attic with no way past them. "Why?" I managed to choke out. "What is all this?" Mr. Thompson smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Let's just say we have specific tastes, and we need someone to cater to them, someone who won't be missed." The implications of his words hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just some weird game or test. This was something far more sinister. In that moment of realization, my survival instincts kicked in. I lunged forward, catching them off guard. I managed to slip past Mr. Thompson, shoving him aside as I raced down the stairs. Behind me, I could hear shouts, the thunder of footsteps in pursuit. I ran through the house, my only thought to get to the front door, to freedom. My hand was on the doorknob when I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. I cried out, my vision blurring as I stumbled. Whatever they had injected me with worked fast. The room spun, and I felt myself falling. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Mrs. Thompson's face, looming over me with that same cold smile. "Sweet dreams, Emma," she said softly. "When you wake up, the real fun will begin." I don't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was in a small, windowless room. My head throbbed, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I made out shapes around me, other people, slumped against the walls or curled up on thin mattresses. My phone was gone, but a familiar weight in my pocket gave me a spark of hope. They hadn't found the small canister of pepper spray I always carried. I don't know how long I sat there, gathering my strength and waiting for an opportunity. But when it came, a moment of distraction as they brought in another victim, I was ready. The next few minutes were a blur of action and adrenaline. The pepper spray bought me precious seconds, enough to slip past my captors and find my way out of what I now realized was a basement. I emerged into the pre-dawn light, gulping in the fresh air as I ran. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station several miles away, where I finally called the police. The aftermath was a whirlwind of questions, investigations, and disbelief. The Thompsons were arrested, their carefully constructed facade crumbling under the weight of evidence. Other victims were found, some who had been missing for months. As for me, I'm still trying to process what happened. The trust I once had in people, in the simple act of helping out, has been shattered. Every house-sitting request now feels like a potential trap. Every friendly face a possible mask for something sinister. But I survived. And in doing so, I helped bring down an operation that had hurt so many others. It's a small comfort, but it's something to hold on to as I try to rebuild my life and my faith in humanity. The next time my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number, though, I think I'll just throw it away. The night sky erupted, turning pitch black into a dazzling display of lightning. In that moment, I couldn't have imagined that nature's light show would be the prelude to a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I was driving home from my mom's place, exhausted after a long day of helping her move furniture and pack boxes. My daughter, Lily, was fast asleep in the back seat, her favorite stuffed rabbit clutched tightly to her chest. The drive should have taken about 2 hours, but as the storm intensified, I knew we were in for a longer night. The rain came down in sheets, so heavy that even with the wipers on full speed, I could barely see 10 feet in front of the car. The road, a winding stretch of asphalt cutting through dense forest, became treacherous. Every flash of lightning illuminated the trees, creating eerie, twisted shadows that seemed to reach for us. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white with tension. We were still about an hour from home, and the storm showed no signs of letting up. I considered pulling over to wait it out, but the thought of sitting vulnerable on the side of this deserted road made me uneasy. That's when it happened. A deafening crack of thunder startled me, and in that split second of distraction, the car hit a slick patch of road. I felt the wheels lose traction, and suddenly we were spinning. Everything moved in slow motion. I saw the trees rushing towards us, heard Lily's startled cry as she woke up, felt the sickening lurch as the car left the road. Then, with a bone-jarring impact, we came to a stop. For a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of rain on the roof and my own ragged breathing. Then Lily's whimpers broke through the haze. "Mommy, what happened?" I twisted in my seat, ignoring the sharp pain in my neck. "It's okay, baby. We just had a little accident. Are you hurt?" She shook her head, eyes wide with fear. I breathed a sigh of relief, then turned my attention to our situation. The car had slid partway down an embankment, coming to rest at an awkward angle against a large tree. When I tried to start the engine, it sputtered weakly before dying completely. My heart sank. We were stuck, in the middle of nowhere, in a raging storm. I reached for my phone, praying we'd have signal. but the screen remained stubbornly blank. No service. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice calm for Lily's sake. We're going to be fine. Someone will come along soon and we'll get help. But as the minutes ticked by, turning into an hour, then 2, no one came. The rain continued its relentless assault, and the temperature in the car began to drop. Lily had crawled into the front seat with me, and I held her close, trying to share what little warmth I could. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I saw it, a pair of headlights cutting through the gloom. Relief washed over me as I saw a truck slow down and pull over. A figure emerged from the vehicle, hunched against the rain. As they approached our car, I rolled down the window a crack. "You folks all right?" A deep voice called out. In the flashes of lightning, I could make out a man's face under the brim of a baseball cap. "We've had an accident," I replied, my voice shaking with cold and leftover adrenaline. "Our car won't start. Do you have a phone we could use to call for help?" The man shook his head. "No service out here, ma'am, but I can give you a ride to the nearest town. It's about 20 miles up the road." I hesitated. Every instinct told me not to trust a stranger, especially not in these circumstances. But what choice did we have? We couldn't stay here all night. "That would be great, thank you," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The man nodded. "All right then, grab what you need and come on over to my truck. We'll get you folks sorted out." I gathered our jackets and Lily's rabbit, then helped her out of the car. The rain soaked us instantly as we made our way up the embankment. The man was waiting by his truck, the passenger door already open. As we got closer, something made me pause. There was something off about his expression, a glint in his eye that sent a chill down my spine. "Actually," I said, pulling Lily closer to me, "maybe we should wait for the police. I'm sure someone will come looking for us soon." The man's demeanor changed instantly. The friendly facade dropped away, replaced by something hard and dangerous. "That wasn't really a request," he said, his voice low and menacing. My blood ran cold as I saw him reach into his jacket. The glint of metal caught my eye, a knife, its blade catching the dim light from the truck's interior. "Get in the truck," he ordered. "Both of you. Now." Lily whimpered, pressing herself against my side. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. We were alone, unarmed, with nowhere to run in this storm. "Please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We don't want any trouble. Just let us go." He laughed, a harsh sound that was drowned out by another crack of thunder. "Oh, you're in trouble, all right. Now get in the damn truck before I lose my patience." I looked down at Lily, her eyes wide with terror, then back at the man with the knife. In that moment, I knew I had to do something, anything, to protect my daughter. With a surge of adrenaline, I shoved Lily behind me and lunged at the man. The move caught him off guard, and we both went down in the mud. I heard Lily scream as we grappled, the knife inches from my face. Rain and mud made everything slippery, and somehow I managed to knock the knife from his hand. But he was stronger, and soon he had me pinned, his hands around my throat. As my vision started to darken, I heard a dull thud, and suddenly, the pressure was gone. I gasped for air, rolling to my side to see Lily standing there, a large branch clutched in her small hands. She had hit him from behind, giving me the chance I needed. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing Lily's hand. "Run!" I shouted, and we took off into the woods. The undergrowth tore at our clothes as we ran blindly through the darkness. Behind us, I could hear the man cursing, the sound of his pursuit spurring us on despite our exhaustion. We ran until my lungs burned and Lily was sobbing with every breath. Finally, I spotted a hollow beneath a fallen tree. It wasn't much, but it was the only hiding spot available. I pulled Lily into the small space, covering her mouth gently with my hand to muffle her cries. We huddled there, shivering and terrified, as the sound of footsteps grew closer. "You can't hide forever," the man's voice rang out, unnervingly close. "I'll find you, and when I do..." His threat was cut off by a new sound. Sirens, growing louder by the second. Someone must have reported our abandoned car. The man swore loudly, and I heard his footsteps retreating rapidly. Still, we didn't move, too afraid that it might be a trick. It wasn't until we heard voices calling out, flashlight beams cutting through the trees, that I finally allowed myself to hope. "Here," I shouted, my voice hoarse. "We're over here." The next few hours passed in a blur. Police officers and paramedics swarmed the area. Lily and I were wrapped in blankets, checked for injuries, and questioned extensively about what had happened. They found the man's truck, abandoned further up the road, but no sign of him. The knife was recovered from where it had fallen in our struggle, providing some evidence to corroborate our story. As we sat in the back of an ambulance, Lily curled up against my side. I couldn't stop shaking. The realization of how close we had come to a far worse fate hit me like a physical blow. "You saved us," I whispered to Lily, stroking her hair. "You were so brave." She looked up at me, her eyes still wide but no longer filled with terror. "We saved each other, Mommy," she said softly. In that moment, despite everything we had been through, I felt a fierce surge of pride and love. We had faced the unthinkable and survived, not just because of luck, but because we had fought for each other. The road ahead would be long. I knew there would be nightmares, therapy sessions, and a long journey to feeling safe again. But we were alive, and we were together. Whatever came next, we would face it as we had faced that stormy night, side by side, drawing strength from each other. As the ambulance pulled away, taking us to the hospital for a thorough checkup, I held Lily close. The storm was finally beginning to subside, the first hints of dawn peeking through the clouds. It was a new day, and we had survived to see it. The memory of that night would stay with us forever, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the world. But it would also serve as a testament to our strength, our love, and the unbreakable bond between a mother and her child. In the face of true terror, we had discovered a resilience we never knew we possessed. And that, I realized, was a light no storm could ever extinguish. The old key turned in the lock with a heavy click, and as I pushed open the cabin door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was opening more than just a weekend getaway. Little did I know, I was stepping into a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about solitude and safety. I had rented the cabin for a month, desperately needing an escape from the chaos of city life and the pressures of my high-stress job. The listing had promised seclusion, peace, and a chance to reconnect with nature. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just me and the great outdoors. It sounded perfect. The cabin itself was charming in a rustic sort of way. A single large room with a loft bedroom, a small kitchenette, and a fireplace that dominated one wall. It smelled of pine and wood smoke, and for a moment, I felt the tension in my shoulders begin to ease. I spent that first day settling in, unpacking my supplies and exploring the surrounding woods. The autumn air was crisp, filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of birds. As night fell, I built a fire and curled up on the worn but comfortable sofa with a book, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. It was sometime in the middle of the night when I first noticed something odd. I woke up, disoriented, the fire now just glowing embers. Something had disturbed my sleep, but I couldn't put my finger on what. As I lay there, straining my ears in the darkness, I realized what had woken me. Footsteps, soft but distinct, moving across the cabin's wooden floor. My heart began to race. I was alone out here, miles from the nearest neighbor. There shouldn't be anyone else in the cabin. I held my breath, listening intently, but the sound had stopped. After a few minutes of tense silence, I convinced myself it must have been the old building settling, or perhaps an animal on the roof. I was a city girl after all, not used to the sounds of nature. I fell back into an uneasy sleep, but when I woke the next morning, the unsettling feeling lingered, As I moved around the cabin, making coffee and preparing breakfast, I couldn't shake the sense that things were slightly off. A chair that I didn't remember moving. A book on the table that I could have sworn I'd left by the bed. Small things, easy to dismiss, but they niggled at the back of my mind. Over the next few days, the oddities continued to pile up. I'd come back from a hike to find a window open that I was certain I'd closed. One morning, I woke to find all the cupboard doors in the kitchen standing open. Each time, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was more forgetful than I thought. Maybe the isolation was making me paranoid. But on the fifth night, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I woke up suddenly, that same sense of wrongness pulling me from sleep. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a figure standing at the foot of the bed. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It was just a silhouette, motionless, watching me. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them, it would be gone. When I finally gathered the courage to look again, the figure had vanished. I spent the rest of the night huddled under the blankets, every creak of the cabin making me flinch. When morning came, I seriously considered packing up and leaving. But the rational part of my brain insisted it must have been a particularly vivid nightmare, brought on by stress and an overactive imagination. I decided to stay, but I couldn't shake my unease. I began to take precautions, checking and double-checking the locks, setting up makeshift alarms using cans and string at the doors and windows. I kept a heavy flashlight by the bed, both for light and as a potential weapon. For a couple of days, things seemed to calm down. No more mysterious movements, no more unexplained open windows. I started to relax again, enjoying long walks in the woods and peaceful evenings by the fire. I even laughed at myself for getting so worked up over nothing. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up to the sound of humming, a soft, melodic tune that seemed to be coming from the main room of the cabin. My first thought was that I'd left a radio on, but I knew that was impossible. There was no radio, and even if there had been, there was no signal out here. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I crept down from the loft bedroom. The humming stopped abruptly. In the dim light from the dying fire, I could make out a figure sitting in the armchair by the window. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "Who's there?" I managed to croak out, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure stood slowly, and I raised my flashlight, ready to swing it if necessary. But what the beam illuminated made me freeze in confusion and terror. It was me. Or rather, someone who looked exactly like me. Same hair, same face, even wearing a copy of the pajamas I had on. The doppelganger smiled, but it wasn't a friendly expression. There was something predatory in those familiar eyes. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" The other me tilted its head, the smile never wavering. When it spoke, it was with my voice, but there was an underlying tone that sent chills down my spine. "I'm you," it said simply. "The you that belongs here." I shook my head, backing away. "No, that's impossible. You can't be me. I'm me." It took a step forward for every step I took back. "I've been waiting for you to notice me," it said. "I've been trying to warn you. This isn't your place. You need to leave." My back hit the wall, and I realized I was cornered. The thing wearing my face was only a few feet away now. "Why?" I asked, stalling for time as I frantically tried to think of a way out of this nightmare. "Why do I need to leave?" The doppelganger's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Because if you don't leave on your own, I'll have to make you leave. And you won't like that." The others didn't. A chill ran through me at its words. Others. Had there been others before me who had rented this cabin, only to disappear? In that moment of distraction, it lunged at me. I swung the flashlight instinctively, feeling it connect with a sickening thud. The thing wearing my face stumbled back, a look of surprise and anger distorting its features. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I ran for the door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. Behind me, I could hear it recovering, its footsteps hurrying across the wooden floor. Finally, the door swung open, and I burst out into the cool night air. I ran blindly into the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear it pursuing me, its breathing unnaturally even despite the chase. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I couldn't run anymore, I dove behind a fallen tree, trying to muffle my gasping breaths. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit, but the forest had gone eerily silent. For hours, I huddled there, too terrified to move. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally gathered the courage to peek out from my hiding spot. There was no sign of the doppelganger, no sign of anything unusual at all. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way back to the cabin. Everything looked normal in the pale morning light, but I knew I couldn't stay. I threw my belongings haphazardly into my bag, not bothering to clean up or leave things as I'd found them. I just needed to get out. As I was about to walk out the door for the last time, something caught my eye. There, on the small table by the entrance, was a note that hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I picked it up and read, "Next time, listen to the warnings. Not everyone will be as kind as I was. This place isn't for you. Don't come back." It was written in my handwriting. I dropped the note and ran to my car, not looking back as I sped down the gravel road. I didn't stop driving until I was back in the familiar noise and chaos of the city. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself that it had all been some sort of stress-induced hallucination. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something impossible, something terrifying, had happened in that cabin. I never told anyone the full story. Who would believe me? But I also never went back to the woods, never rented another secluded cabin. The solitude I once craved now feels too much like an invitation for the unexplainable. Sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of movement in a mirror or a window reflection, and for a heart-stopping moment, I think I see that other version of myself, watching and waiting. And I wonder, not for the first time, if I truly escaped that night, or if some part of me is still there in those woods, warning away the next unsuspecting visitor. The peace I sought in that cabin came at a price I never expected to pay. Now, I live with the knowledge that sometimes the most terrifying thing you can encounter is yourself. The crackling campfire had always been a source of comfort, but that night, as hostile eyes gleamed in the darkness beyond its light, it became a beacon marking us for danger. I'd been camping and hiking solo for years, finding solace in the quiet majesty of the wilderness. This trip to the Ozarks was supposed to be no different. A week of solitude, surrounded by nothing but trees and sky. I'd carefully planned my route, packed my gear, and set out with a spring in my step, eager to leave the noise and stress of the city behind. The first few days were blissful. I hiked deep into the backcountry, setting up camp each night in picturesque spots beside babbling brooks or atop ridges with breathtaking views. The weather was perfect, cool nights and warm, sunny days. I spent my time exploring, identifying plants, and even managed to catch a few trout for dinner. As I sat by my campfire each evening, watching the stars emerge in the velvety sky, I felt a profound sense of peace. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I was following a less traveled trail, enjoying the challenge of navigating the rougher terrain, when I first saw them. 3 men, emerging from the trees ahead. They were dressed in worn clothes that had seen better days, and there was something in their stance, in the way their eyes locked onto me, that set off alarm bells in my head. "Well, well," the tallest of them called out, his voice carrying a hint of amusement that didn't reach his eyes. "Looks like we got ourselves a tourist." I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady as I replied, "Just out for a hike. Beautiful country you have here. The shortest man, his face obscured by a scraggly beard, spat on the ground. Ain't our country. It's everyone's country. Ain't that right, boys? The third man, who had remained silent until now, took a step forward. There was something predatory in his movement that made my heart rate spike. Thing is, stranger, not everyone knows how to respect the land. Some folks, they come out here thinking they can do whatever they want, trample all over the place, leave their trash behind. We don't take kindly to that sort of behavior. I held up my hands in a placating gesture. I completely understand. I always follow leave no trace principles. Pack in, pack out. I have nothing but respect for the wilderness. The tall one laughed, but it was a harsh sound, devoid of any real humor. That's so. Then I reckon you won't mind if we take a look at your camp. Make sure you're keeping things nice and tidy. It wasn't a request. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and oppressive. These men weren't park rangers or conservationists. They were looking for trouble, and I had the sinking feeling that I was about to become the target of their hostility, regardless of how I answered. My camp is a few miles back, I said, gesturing vaguely over my shoulder. I'm just out for a day hike, but I'd be happy to show you how I've left my previous campsites if you'd like to backtrack. The bearded man stepped closer, invading my personal space. I could smell stale sweat and something else. Moonshine, maybe. Now why don't I believe you? He growled. I think you're lying to us, city boy, and we don't like liars in these parts. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this increasingly dangerous situation. I was outnumbered and unarmed, save for my hiking poles. And even if I could outrun them, they undoubtedly knew these woods far better than I did. Look, I said, fighting to keep my voice calm. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not looking for any trouble. Why don't I just head back the way I came and we can all go about our day? The third man, who had been quiet until now, suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the front of my shirt. You ain't going nowhere, he snarled. Thought not until we teach you a lesson about respecting other folks and territory. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the groin. As he doubled over, I shoved him back into his companions, creating a moment of chaos that I used to my advantage. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, didn't have time to consult my map or compass. All I knew was that I had to put as much distance between myself and those men as possible. I could hear them shouting behind me, their voices filled with rage and the promise of violence. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just hours before now felt like a green maze, full of obstacles designed to trip me up or slow me down. Branches whipped at my face. Roots threatened to snag my feet. But fear gave me speed and agility I didn't know I possessed. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Only then did I allow myself to slow, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. The forest was eerily quiet, save for my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. As the adrenaline began to fade, I realized I had a new problem. In my panic, I had run blindly, with no regard for direction or landmarks. I was hopelessly lost. The sun was starting to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in vivid oranges and pinks. Soon it would be dark, and the thought of being lost in these woods at night, with hostile strangers potentially still hunting me, sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I needed to find shelter, somewhere defensible where I could rest and try to get my bearings. After a few minutes of careful searching, I found a small cave formed by a jumble of massive boulders. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. As I huddled in the cave, the last light fading from the sky, I took stock of my situation. I had my day pack, which contained some water, a few energy bars, and basic first aid supplies. My main pack, with my tent and the bulk of my food, was back at my last campsite, if those men hadn't found and ransacked it already. I had no idea where I was in relation to the trail or my planned route. My phone, which I'd been using as a backup GPS, had no signal out here. I was well and truly on my own. The night was long and terrifying. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching danger. I dozed fitfully, jolting awake at the slightest noise, my heart racing. As dawn broke, I cautiously emerged from my hiding spot. The forest looked different in the pale morning light, less threatening, but no less confusing. I picked a direction that I hoped would lead me back to familiar territory and started walking. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, beating down mercilessly. My water ran out, and thirst began to gnaw at me, but I didn't dare stop at any of the streams I crossed, fearing that lingering in one spot for too long would make me an easy target. It was late afternoon when I heard voices again. My first instinct was to hide, but as I listened, I realized these voices were different. A man and a woman, talking and laughing casually. Other hikers, relief washed over me as I called out to them. They were startled at first, but their surprise quickly turned to concern as they took in my disheveled appearance and heard my story. The couple, experienced backpackers, helped me get my bearings. We were miles from where I thought I was, but luckily, they knew of a ranger station not too far away. They shared their water and some food and insisted on accompanying me to ensure I made it safely. As we hiked, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those three men emerging from the trees. But we made it to the ranger station without incident. The rangers took my report seriously, but warned me that without any real evidence, there wasn't much they could do. They offered to escort me back to my original campsite to retrieve my gear, but the thought of returning to that area filled me with dread. In the end, I decided to cut my trip short and head home. As I drove away from the mountains, my hand still shaking slightly on the steering wheel, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly my peaceful retreat had turned into a nightmare. The wilderness I loved had shown me its darker side, a reminder that even in the most beautiful places, danger can lurk just out of sight. I still go hiking and camping, but never alone now. And whenever I'm in the backcountry, I find myself more alert, more aware of my surroundings. The peace I once found in solitude has been replaced by a cautious respect for the unknown. Those men in the woods had tried to teach me a lesson about territory and respect. In the end, I suppose they did, just not the one they intended. I learned that the line between civilization and savagery is thinner than we like to believe, and that sometimes the most dangerous animals in the forest walk on two legs. The neon sign flickered weakly in the rain, casting an eerie glow across the empty parking lot. Little did I know, as I pulled into that rundown motel, that I was checking into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes stinging from the strain of focusing on the rain-slicked highway. The storm had been relentless, turning what should have been a routine cross-country drive into a white-knuckle ordeal. When I saw the vacancy sign glowing in the distance, it felt like a beacon of hope. The Paradise Inn was anything but paradise. The paint was peeling, the windows grimy, and the whole place had an air of neglect that made my skin crawl. But it was late. I was exhausted, and the next town was miles away. Beggars can't be choosers, I told myself as I pulled into a parking spot. The man at the front desk barely looked up from his ancient TV as I walked in, shaking off the rain. He was old, with a face like weathered leather and eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Need a room?" I said, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. He grunted, reaching for a key without taking his eyes off the flickering screen. $30, cash only. I handed over the money, trying not to think about what kind of place doesn't take credit cards in this day and age. He passed me the key, an actual metal key, not a key card, and went back to ignoring me. My room was at the far end of the building, as far from the office as possible. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it a few times before the door finally swung open with a creak that set my teeth on edge. The room itself was about what I expected, small, musty, with decor that hadn't been updated since the 70s. But it was dry, and the bed looked clean enough. I dropped my bag on the faded carpet and sank onto the mattress with a sigh of relief. That's when I noticed the silence. The rain had stopped, and in its absence, the quiet felt oppressive. No traffic noise, no sounds of other guests. It was as if the whole world had disappeared, leaving just me in this dilapidated motel. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake, my heart racing. Something had woken me, but I couldn't put my finger on what. As I lay there in the darkness, straining my ears, I heard it, voices, muffled but distinct, coming from somewhere nearby. At first, I thought it must be other guests, but as I listened, I realized the voices were coming from outside my window. I crept over, careful not to make a sound, and peered through a gap in the dusty curtains. Two men were standing in the shadows just beyond the reach of the parking lot lights. They were talking in low, urgent tones, glancing around furtively as if afraid of being overheard. Something about their manner set off alarm bells in my head. I couldn't make out everything they were saying, but a few phrases jumped out at me. Shipment coming in tonight. Gotta be careful. Cops have been sniffing around. Boss won't tolerate any more screw-ups. My blood ran cold as I realized what I was overhearing. This wasn't just some shady business deal. This sounded like something far more sinister. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Should I call the police? But what would I tell them? I had no real evidence, just snippets of a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear. And something told me that in a place like this, the local cops might not be too eager to investigate. I was contemplating my options when I heard a sharp knock at my door. My heart leapt into my throat. Had they seen me watching? Housekeeping, a woman's voice called out. I frowned. Housekeeping? At this hour? In a place like this? Against my better judgment, I opened the door a crack. A middle-aged woman stood there, her eyes darting nervously down the hallway. Please, she whispered, her voice trembling. You have to help me. They're going to kill me. Before I could react, she pushed past me into the room, closing the door quickly behind her. In the harsh fluorescent light, I could see the fear etched on her face, the bruises peeking out from under her collar. Who's going to kill you? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. The men who run this place, she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. It's not just a motel. They bring girls here. Young girls. They keep them in the basement until the buyers come. Horror washed over me as the implications of her words sank in. Human trafficking. Right here, in this unassuming little motel in the middle of nowhere. We need to call the police, I said, reaching for my phone. She grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with panic. No, you don't understand. The local cops are in on it. They get a cut to look the other way. My mind reeled. If we couldn't trust the police, and what could we do? I thought about simply getting in my car and driving away, pretending I'd never seen or heard anything. But one look at the desperation on the woman's face, and I knew I couldn't do that. Okay, I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. We need a plan. Is there anyone we can trust? Anyone who can help? She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't know. I've been trying to find a way out for months, but they watch us so closely. Tonight was my only chance. They're distracted because of the new shipment coming in. A cold dread settled in my stomach. New shipment? You mean... She nodded, unable to meet my eyes. More girls. They'll be here soon. In that moment, I knew we had to act. We couldn't wait for help that might never come. Somehow, we had to find a way to stop this, to save those girls and anyone else trapped in this hellish place. Tell me everything you know, I said. Every detail about how this place operates, where they keep the girls, everything. For the next hour, she filled me in on the inner workings of the Paradise Inn's dark underbelly. As she spoke, a plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but it was the only chance we had. Using the motel's ancient landline, we made a series of calls to the state police, to the FBI, to every news outlet I could think of. We reported a major human trafficking operation, giving as many details as we could. We knew the local authorities might try to cover it up, but with enough outside pressure, they wouldn't be able to. Then came the dangerous part. While the woman, Maria, she finally told me her name was, created a distraction in the parking lot, I snuck down to the basement. The lock on the door was flimsy, and I managed to break it open with a fire extinguisher I'd taken from the hallway. What I saw inside will haunt me for the rest of my life. A dozen young women and girls, huddled in the darkness, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. Some looked like they'd been there for months, others only days. My heart broke for them, for the trauma they'd endured and the innocence they'd lost. "It's okay," I said softly, holding out my hands to show I meant no harm. "We're here to help. You're safe now." Getting them out was nerve-wracking. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant voice made my heart race. But somehow, miraculously, we made it. We piled into my car in an old van Maria had hot-wired, and we drove. We were barely a mile down the road when we saw the flashing lights. For a terrifying moment, I thought it was the corrupt local police coming to drag us back. But as the vehicles got closer, I saw state trooper insignias and even a few FBI jackets. The next few hours were a blur of questions, statements, and tearful reunions as parents were contacted. I watched as the girls were led away to safety, as men in handcuffs were shoved into police cars. The enormity of what we'd done, what we'd uncovered, began to sink in. Maria found me as things were winding down, her eyes red from crying but a smile on her face. "Thank you," she said simply, pulling me into a tight hug. "You saved us. All of us." As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the scene, I sat on the hood of my car, watching the Paradise Inn sign being taken down. The nightmare was over, but I knew the effects would linger, for the girls, for Maria, for me. I had set out on a simple road trip and stumbled into a den of horrors, but in doing so, I had also discovered a strength I never knew I possessed. I had faced true evil and, against all odds, emerged victorious. As I finally pulled away from the Paradise Inn for the last time, I knew I was leaving as a different person than the one who had arrived just hours before. The world seemed darker now, knowing what people were capable of, but it also seemed brighter, knowing that even in the darkest places, hope and courage could prevail. I drove on, carrying with me the weight of what I'd witnessed, but also the knowledge that sometimes one person can make a difference. And I silently vowed that I would never again turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, no matter how tempting it might be to simply drive on by. The dusty key slid into the lock with a satisfying click, and as I pushed open the heavy oak door, I had no idea I was stepping into a mystery that would consume my life and nearly end it. I'd always been fascinated by old houses, their history, the stories held within their walls. So when I stumbled upon the listing for the Blackwood Manor, a sprawling Victorian on the outskirts of town that had been abandoned for decades, I couldn't resist. The price was surprisingly low, and the real estate agent seemed almost too eager to close the deal. I should have known then that something was off, but my excitement blinded me to the red flags. The house was everything I dreamed of and more. High ceilings, intricate woodwork, a grand staircase that swept up to the second floor. Yes, it needed work, a lot of work, but I could see the potential beneath the layers of dust and neglect. I spent that first day exploring, mapping out renovation plans in my head. It wasn't until I reached the attic that things took a turn for the strange. The space was cluttered with old furniture and boxes, typical attic fare, but tucked away in a corner, partially hidden by a sheet. I found something unexpected. A door. It was smaller than a regular door, maybe 4 feet high, and seemed out of place in the slanted attic wall. Curious, I tried the handle, but it was locked. I made a mental note to ask the real estate agent about it later. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A glint of metal peeking out from under an old trunk. I moved the trunk aside and found a small key, ornate and tarnished with age. On a whim, I tried it in the little door's lock. To my surprise, it fit perfectly. The door opened with a groan, revealing a small, dark room beyond. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the space. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, yellowed with age and curling at the edges. They showed people, men, women, children, all in various poses and settings. But something about them felt off. The expressions were too stiff, the eyes too vacant, and in every single photo, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was a shadowy figure lurking in the background. I stepped closer, examining the photos. The shadowy figure was always there, sometimes just a hint of a silhouette, sometimes clearer, a tall, thin shape with unnaturally long limbs. In some of the photos, it seemed to be reaching for the subjects, its fingers elongated and claw-like. A chill ran down my spine. This had to be some kind of elaborate hoax, right? A previous owner's weird art project or something. But as I looked closer, I recognized some of the settings in the newer-looking photos. They were places around town, the park, the old library, even the street outside this very house. I was so engrossed in the photos that I didn't hear the attic door close. It wasn't until I turned to leave that I realized I was locked in. Panic set in as I pounded on the door, calling for help even though I knew no one was in the house. After what felt like hours, the door suddenly swung open. I nearly fell out of the little room, my heart racing. The attic was empty, just as I'd left it. But something felt different. The air was heavier, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I fled downstairs, trying to convince myself that I'd just accidentally locked myself in. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Over the next few weeks, as I worked on renovating the house, strange things kept happening. I'd wake up to find furniture rearranged, or doors I'd sworn I'd closed standing wide open. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. But the most unsettling thing was the photographs. New ones kept appearing in that little room. Photos I knew hadn't been there before, and they were of me. Me sleeping, me working on the house, me walking down the street, always with that shadowy figure lurking in the background, getting closer each time. I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the photos and the house's history. I spent hours at the local library, digging through old newspapers and town records. What I found chilled me to the bone. The house had a dark past. Over the decades, dozens of people who had lived there had disappeared without a trace. The disappearances were always brushed off. People assumed they'd moved away without telling anyone, or run off to start a new life. But I knew better. I started seeing connections everywhere. The shadowy figure in the photos matched descriptions in local legends of an entity called the Watcher. People claimed it stalked its victims, growing stronger as it fed on their fear, before finally taking them. I knew how it sounded. I knew that if I told anyone, they'd think I was crazy. But I couldn't deny what was happening. The Watcher was real, and it was after me. I tried to leave, to sell the house and run, but something always stopped me. My car would mysteriously break down, or sudden storms would make the roads impassable. It was as if the house itself was keeping me there. Then came the night that nearly broke me. I woke up to the sound of my camera clicking, the old film camera I'd found in the attic and had been meaning to get rid of. In the dim light, I saw it floating in midair, turning to point at me. Behind it, barely visible, was the shadowy figure from the photos. I screamed and ran, locking myself in the bathroom. I stayed there until dawn, shaking and sobbing. When I finally gathered the courage to come out, I found a newly developed photo on my bed. It showed me sleeping, and the Watcher's hand reaching for my face, closer than ever before. I knew then that I was running out of time. I had to find a way to stop this thing. to break whatever hold it had on the house and on me. My research had turned up whispers of a ritual, a way to banish the watcher. It was dangerous, and there was no guarantee it would work. But I was out of options. I spent the next week preparing, gathering the items I needed and steeling my nerves. On the night of the full moon, I stood in the center of the attic, surrounded by candles and symbols I'd drawn on the floor. The little room's door stood open, the photographs seeming to watch me with malevolent intent. As I began the ritual, chanting words in a language I didn't understand, the house came alive around me. Wind howled through the halls. Doors slammed open and shut, and I could hear whispers coming from the walls themselves. The shadowy figure appeared, more solid than I'd ever seen it. Its face was a void, its arms reaching for me with those terrifying, elongated fingers. I wanted to run, every instinct screaming at me to flee, but I forced myself to stand my ground. I was the last line of defense. If I failed, this thing would keep taking victims for who knows how long. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when the watcher was so close I could feel the cold emanating from its form, there was a flash of blinding light. The thing screeched, an inhuman sound that made my ears ring. And then, suddenly, it was gone. The house fell silent. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over everything lifted, leaving behind a sense of peace I hadn't felt since I first stepped foot in Blackwood Manor. In the little room, I found the photographs crumbling to dust. Whatever power had preserved them was gone. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I moved on and everything went back to normal. But the truth is, you don't go through something like that without it changing you. I still live in the house. I couldn't bear to let someone else move in, unaware of its history, but I've turned it into a sanctuary of sorts. A place for people who've experienced things that defy explanation. Sometimes, late at night, I think I catch a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of my eye, but I'm not afraid anymore. I faced the darkness and came out the other side. Whatever's out there, whatever's lurking in the shadows of old houses and hidden rooms, I'll be ready for it. The Watcher taught me that the world is stranger and more dangerous than we like to believe, but it also showed me that we're stronger than we know. Sometimes, all it takes to banish the monsters is the courage to stand our ground and face them head on. As for the camera that started it all, it sits on my mantelpiece and a reminder of what I've been through and what I've overcome. I keep it there, not out of fear, but as a testament to the fact that sometimes the most terrifying things can be captured in a single frame, and that with bravery and determination, even the darkest shadows can be brought into the light. The scream of tires on asphalt shattered the night silence, and in that moment, I knew my life would never be the same. What should have been a routine drive through a sleepy town became a desperate fight for survival, with every shadow concealing potential danger and every decision carrying the weight of life or death. It was just past midnight, and I was driving through the small town of Milbrook on my way home from a late shift at the hospital 2 counties over. The streets were deserted, the only light coming from the occasional street lamp and the glow of my headlights. I was tired, my mind already drifting to thoughts of my warm bed waiting for me at home. That's when I saw it. In the harsh glare of my high beams, 2 men were struggling in an alley beside the town's only bank. One man had the other in a chokehold, and even from a distance I could see the glint of a knife. Without thinking, I hit the brakes, my car screeching to a stop. For a split second, everything froze. The 2 men turned to look at me, and I saw the flash of panic in the attacker's eyes. Then, chaos erupted. The man with the knife shoved his victim to the ground and took off running. The other man staggered to his feet, clutching his throat and gasping for air. I should have driven away. I should have called the police and let them handle it. But the nurse in me couldn't leave someone who might need medical attention. I got out of my car, already reaching for my phone to call 911. "Are you okay?" I called out, approaching cautiously. "I'm a nurse. Let me help you." The man looked up at me, and in that moment, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. There was no fear or gratitude in his eyes, only cold, calculating anger. Before I could react, He lunged at me, his hand closing around my wrist with bruising force. "You shouldn't have stopped," he growled, twisting my arm behind my back. I felt the press of cold metal against my neck, the knife I'd seen earlier. "Now you're coming with us." Us. The word sent a chill down my spine. This hadn't been an attack. It had been a performance, designed to lure in some unsuspecting good Samaritan. And I'd fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. The other man reappeared, emerging from the shadows of the alley. He was grinning, a predatory gleam in his eye that made my blood run cold. "Well, well," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Looks like we caught ourselves a hero." They marched me back to my car, the knife a constant threat against my skin. "You're driving," the first man ordered, shoving me into the driver's seat. "And if you try anything stupid, I'll cut your throat before you can blink." As we pulled away from the curb, my mind raced. Where were they taking me? What did they want? The streets of Milbrook blurred past as I drove, following their terse directions. We were heading out of town, towards the network of back roads that wound through the surrounding forest. "Turn here," the man in the passenger seat barked, pointing to a narrow dirt road I'd never noticed before. The pavement gave way to gravel, then to bare earth as we drove deeper into the woods. The branches of overhanging trees scraped against the roof of my car, and I could feel the uneven ground jolting us with every yard. Finally, we came to a stop in a small clearing. An old, dilapidated cabin stood before us, its windows dark and empty. My captors forced me out of the car and towards the building, the knife now pressed against my lower back. As we entered the cabin, the smell of damp wood and decay assaulted my nostrils. The interior was sparse, a few rickety chairs, a table covered in maps and papers, and in the corner, something that made my heart stop, a large metal safe, its door standing open to reveal stacks of cash and jewelry. "Congratulations," the man who'd been driving sneered. "You've just stumbled into the biggest bank heist this county's ever seen." The reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. These weren't just opportunistic thugs, they were organized criminals, dangerous and desperate. And I was a loose end, a witness they couldn't afford to let go. For the next few hours, I sat tied to a chair, listening as they argued about what to do with me. One wanted to kill me outright, while the other thought I might be useful as a hostage if things went south. All the while, my mind worked frantically, searching for any chance of escape. It came in the most unexpected way. A loud crack of thunder shook the cabin, making us all jump. A moment later, rain began to pour down, drumming on the tin roof with deafening intensity. In the confusion, I saw my opportunity. I threw myself backwards, the force of my fall breaking the old, rotting chair. Before my captors could react, I was on my feet, my hands still bound but free from the chair. I ran, crashing through the cabin's flimsy back door and into the storm-lashed night. The rain was a blessing and a curse. It obscured my vision, making it hard to see where I was going, but it also masked the sound of my flight and washed away any trail I might have left. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me, I could hear shouting and the crash of pursuit. They were coming after me, and they knew these woods far better than I did. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. I was lost, alone, and in more danger than I'd ever been in my life, but I refused to give up. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning in that dark, wet maze of trees. Every sound made me flinch, certain that at any moment I'd feel the bite of that knife or the impact of a bullet. But somehow, miraculously, I kept going. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw something through the trees, lights. As I got closer, I realized it was a highway. Relief flooded through me, giving me a final burst of energy. I broke through the tree line and onto the shoulder of the road, waving my still-bound hands frantically at the oncoming headlights. The car screeched to a stop, and for a heart-stopping moment, I feared it might be my pursuers. But then the driver's door opened, and a concerned-looking woman stepped out. "Oh my God," she gasped, taking in my bedraggled, rain-soaked appearance and the ropes around my wrists. "What happened to you?" The story poured out of me in a rush as she used a pocket knife to cut me free. By the time I'd finished, she was already on the phone with the police, relaying our location and the details of what had happened. The next few hours passed in a blur of flashing lights and questions. The police swarmed the area, and by dawn, they'd found the cabin and arrested one of my captors. The other was still at large, but with the evidence seized from the cabin, it was only a matter of time before he was caught too. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shoulders, I watched the sun rise over Milbrook. The town was waking up, blissfully unaware of the drama that had unfolded in its quiet streets and surrounding woods. People were going about their morning routines, heading to work or school, their lives unchanged. But I knew I'd never see this place, or anywhere, the same way again. The world suddenly seemed more dangerous, full of hidden threats and unseen dangers. But it also felt more precious. I had stared death in the face and come out the other side. I had found strength and resilience I never knew I possessed. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, people called me a hero. But I didn't feel like one. I felt like a survivor, someone who'd been thrust into an impossible situation and somehow made it through. The experience changed me in ways I'm still discovering. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, but I'm also more appreciative of the little things: a quiet night at home, a walk in the park without looking over my shoulder, the simple joy of feeling safe. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of footsteps pursuing me through a rain-soaked forest. But then I remind myself that I'm safe, that I survived. And in those moments, I feel a fierce pride and a deep gratitude for the strength I found within myself on that terrifying night. The scream of tires that started it all still echoes in my memory. But now, it's not just a sound of danger and fear. It's a reminder of the night I discovered what I was truly capable of, and the beginning of a journey that taught me the true meaning of survival. The first droplets of rain hit my face as thunder rumbled in the distance. In that moment, I had no idea that the approaching storm would be the least of my worries, or that the cabin I spotted through the trees would become my own personal hell. I'd been hiking the Appalachian Trail for 3 days, enjoying the solitude and the challenge. The weather forecast had predicted clear skies, but anyone who's spent time in the mountains knows how quickly things can change. As the wind picked up and the sky darkened ominously, I knew I needed to find shelter fast. That's when I saw it. A small cabin nestled in a clearing about 100 yards off the trail. It looked old but solid, the kind of refuge hikers dream about when caught in a storm. I made a beeline for it, reaching the porch just as the heavens opened up. The door wasn't locked, which I took as a good sign. Clearly, this was meant to be a shelter for hikers like myself. I stepped inside, shaking the rain from my jacket and taking in my surroundings. The cabin was simple but cozy. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a stack of firewood nearby. There was a small kitchenette, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed pushed against the far wall. It wasn't luxury, but compared to my tiny tent, it felt like a 5-star hotel. I set about making myself comfortable, grateful for the unexpected reprieve from the elements. I got a fire going, its warmth chasing away the damp chill that had settled into my bones. As I heated up some of my trail rations, I couldn't help but feel that I'd lucked out. The storm outside was intensifying, rain lashing against the windows and wind howling through the trees. In here, I was safe and dry. It wasn't until I was settling in for the night, curled up on the surprisingly comfortable bed, that I first noticed something odd. There was a sound, barely audible over the storm, coming from somewhere in the cabin. A faint scratching, like nails on wood. I sat up, straining my ears. It seemed to be coming from the floor near the fireplace. Probably just a mouse, I told myself. Old cabins like this were bound to have some wildlife visitors. Still, I got up to investigate, flashlight in hand. As I approached the fireplace and the scratching stopped, I knelt down, running my hand over the floorboards, looking for any signs of rodent activity. That's when I felt it, a slight give in one of the boards, as if it wasn't fully nailed down. Curiosity got the better of me. I worked my fingers into the gap and lifted. The board came up easily, revealing a small space beneath. And in that space was a book. It was old, its leather cover cracked and faded, with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. I pulled it out. A diary, maybe. Some record of the cabin's history. I opened it carefully, mindful of its fragile state. The pages were filled with handwritten entries. The ink faded, but still legible. I started reading, and felt my blood run cold. The diary belonged to a man named Jacob Hawthorne. He described in chilling detail how he had built this cabin as a trap, a place to lure unsuspecting hikers. He wrote about the calmest guests account he had entertained here, the things he had done to them. The level of depravity was horrifying. But the most terrifying part was the date of the last entry. It was from just 2 weeks ago. I dropped the book like it had burned me, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some sick joke, right? But as I looked around the cabin with new eyes, I started noticing things I had overlooked before. The scratches on the inside of the door, the faint stains on the floor that could be explained away as water damage, but now looked disturbingly like something else. And the realization that there was no lock on the outside of the door, but there was a heavy bolt on the inside. Panic set in. I had to get out of here, storm or no storm. I grabbed my pack and made for the door, only to find that it wouldn't open. The wood had swollen in the damp, jamming it in the frame. I pushed harder, my breath coming in short gasps, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I heard it. Over the howling of the wind and the pounding of rain on the roof, there was a new sound. Footsteps on the porch. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped at the door. There was a pause, and then a key turned in the lock. The door swung open, and there he stood. An older man, tall and lean, with a weathered face and eyes that seemed to glitter in the firelight. He was soaked from the rain, but he was smiling. It was not a kind smile. "Well," he said, his voice gravelly and low. "Looks like I have a guest." I backed away, my eyes darting around for a weapon, an escape route, anything. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, though I already knew the answer. "Name's Jacob," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The click of the lock was like a gunshot in the quiet cabin. "But I suspect you already know that, don't you? Found my little book, did you?" He moved further into the room, and I retreated until my back hit the wall. Now, he said, his tone almost soothing. "No need to be afraid. We're going to have such fun together, you and I." The glint of metal caught my eye. A knife, held casually in his right hand. My breath caught in my throat as the full horror of my situation hit me. I was trapped in this cabin with a madman, miles from help, with a raging storm outside. What followed was the most terrifying night of my life. Jacob toyed with me, alternating between casual conversation and violent outbursts. He told me about the others, these guests, who had come before me, how some had lasted days, others only hours. All the while, that knife never left his hand. I tried to reason with him, to appeal to any shred of humanity he might have left. But looking into his eyes, I saw nothing but a dark, twisted joy. This was a game to him, and I was just the latest piece on his board. As the night wore on, I felt myself growing weaker, whether from fear, exhaustion, or something he had slipped into the water he forced me to drink. I wasn't sure, but I knew that if I didn't act soon, I would become just another entry in that horrifying diary. It was nearly dawn when I saw my chance. Jacob had been growing increasingly erratic, his movements less coordinated. In a moment of carelessness, he set the knife down on the table. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the handle just as he realized his mistake. What happened next was a blur of violence and desperation. We grappled, each of us fighting for control of the knife. I felt the blade slice into my arm. but the pain was distant, overwhelmed by the surge of adrenaline and the absolute certainty that this was my only chance at survival. Somehow, through luck or sheer will, I ended up on top. The knife plunged deep into Jacob's chest. His eyes widened in surprise, then anger, then finally went blank as the life drained out of him. I scrambled away, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. The storm had passed, and in the gray light of dawn, the cabin looked different, smaller somehow, less of a shelter and more of a tomb. Moving on autopilot, I gathered my things and stumbled out into the cool morning air. I walked for hours, my mind blank, putting as much distance between myself and that cabin as I could. When I finally reached a ranger station, I broke down, the events of the night pouring out of me in a jumbled, hysterical rush. The aftermath was a whirlwind of police interviews, medical examinations, and traumatic flashbacks. They found the cabin, and with it, evidence of Jacob's other victims. Families finally got closure for loved ones long missing. I was hailed as a hero, the one who had finally ended Jacob Hawthorne's reign of terror. But I didn't feel like a hero. I felt broken, haunted by the memory of that night and the lives that had been lost in that lonely cabin. The physical wounds healed, but the mental scars ran deep. It's been years now, and I've learned to live with what happened. Therapy helped, as did the support of my family and friends. I even started hiking again, though never alone, and never in that part of the country. But sometimes, on stormy nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself back in that cabin. I feel the weight of the knife in my hand, see the light fade from Jacob's eyes, and I remember how thin the line is between safety and danger, between being the victim and becoming something else entirely. The cabin in the woods was supposed to be a shelter from the storm. Instead, it became the eye of a hurricane that changed my life forever. It taught me that sometimes, the most dangerous storms are the ones that rage inside the human heart, and that survival often comes at a cost we can never fully anticipate. The laughter of children filled the air, a stark contrast to the chill that ran down my spine as I spotted him. A lone figure with a camera, his lens trained not on the carousel or the cotton candy stands, but on the playground. In that moment, I didn't know that my instinct to intervene would plunge me into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. It was the 4th of July, and the local park was buzzing with activity. Families sprawled on picnic blankets, the scent of barbecue mingling with the sweet aroma of funnel cakes. I was there with my sister and her kids, enjoying a rare day off from my job as a social worker. It was supposed to be a day of relaxation and celebration, but years of working with at-risk children had honed my senses to potential threats. At first, I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was a parent, capturing memories of his own child. But as I watched him move from one group of kids to another, always keeping his distance, always alone, the unease in my gut grew. His camera was professional grade, far too expensive for casual vacation shots. I nudged my sister. "Hey, Sarah, do you see that guy over there? The one with the camera?" She followed my gaze and her brow furrowing. "Yeah, what about him?" "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice low. "Something feels off. He's been taking pictures of the kids for the last half hour, but I haven't seen him with any family." Sarah's eyes widened slightly. "You don't think—" I nodded grimly. "I'm going to go talk to him. Can you keep an eye on the kids?" She grabbed my arm. "Be careful, Alex. What if he's dangerous?" I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I deal with all sorts of people at work, remember? I'll be fine. Just maybe have your phone ready, just in case." As I approached the man, I tried to project an air of casual friendliness. He was middle-aged, unremarkable in appearance, dressed in khakis and a polo shirt. He could have been anyone's neighbor or co-worker. "Beautiful day for pictures, isn't it?" I said, coming to stand beside him. He startled slightly, lowering his camera. "Oh, yes, it is." "You must be getting some great shots of your kids," I probed, watching his reaction carefully. A flicker of something, Panic, anger, crossed his face before he smoothed it into a smile. No kids of my own. I'm a freelance photographer. Just capturing the spirit of the holiday, you know? Alarm bells were ringing in my head now. Oh, who do you freelance for? He hesitated, just a fraction too long. Various local publications. Nothing you'd have heard of, probably. I decided to push harder. You know, as a parent, I'd be a little uncomfortable with a stranger taking pictures of my kids without permission. Maybe you should stick to the decorations and food stands. His demeanor changed instantly. The friendly facade dropped away, replaced by something cold and hard. Listen, lady, he growled. I don't know who you think you are, but this is a public park. I have every right to be here and take pictures of whatever I want. I stood my ground, even as my heart raced. Actually, you don't. Not of minors without parental consent. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, or I'll call the police. For a moment, I thought he might back down, but then his hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with bruising force. You're not calling anyone, he snarled. What happened next was a blur of motion and adrenaline. I twisted, breaking his grip the way I'd been taught in self-defense classes. He lunged at me, his camera swinging wildly. I ducked, feeling the rush of air as it missed my head by inches. People were starting to notice now. I could hear shouts, the screams of frightened children. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah on her phone, presumably calling 911. The man must have realized he was drawing too much attention. He turned to run, but I couldn't let him get away. Not when I was sure now that my suspicions had been right. I tackled him from behind, sending us both crashing to the ground. We grappled in the dirt, him trying to break free, me desperately trying to hold on until help arrived. He was stronger than me, but I had the advantage of righteous anger and the determination of someone who had seen too many children hurt by predators like him. Finally, I heard the blessed sound of police sirens. The man redoubled his efforts to escape, landing a solid punch to my ribs that left me gasping. But it was too late for him. Strong hands pulled him off me, and I looked up to see two officers wrestling him into handcuffs. As I sat up, wincing at the pain in my side, I saw his camera lying in the grass where it had fallen during our struggle. The screen was cracked, but it was still on. And what I saw on that screen made my blood run cold. It wasn't just pictures of children at the park. There were other images, darker, more sinister. Children in various states of undress, in poses no child should ever be in. My stomach churned, and I had to look away. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and medical checks. The man, it turned out, was wanted in 3 states for production and distribution of child pornography. My instincts had been right, and my actions had likely saved countless children from becoming his victims. But as the adrenaline wore off and the reality of what had happened sank in, I found myself shaking uncontrollably. Sarah hugged me tightly, tears in her eyes. "You could have been killed," she whispered. "But I wasn't," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. And neither was anyone else. In the days and weeks that followed, I was hailed as a hero. Local news stations wanted interviews. Parents from the park reached out to thank me. But I couldn't shake the darkness of what I'd seen, the knowledge of what that man had been doing and what he had planned to do. I threw myself into my work with renewed vigor, determined to do more to protect vulnerable children. I advocated for stronger laws, better resources for law enforcement to catch predators. But at night, I was haunted by nightmares of the struggle in the park, of the images on that camera, of all the children I couldn't save. It took time and therapy, but eventually I learned to live with what had happened. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen, couldn't unknow the darkness that lurked in some people's hearts. But I could use that knowledge, that experience, to make a difference. Years later, I still go to that park on the 4th of July. I watch the children play, listen to their laughter, and feel a bittersweet mixture of joy and vigilance. The world can be a dangerous place, but it's also full of beauty and innocence worth protecting. Sometimes, I catch myself scanning the crowd, looking for lone figures with cameras. Old habits die hard, I suppose. But now, instead of fear, I feel a sense of determination. Because I know that for every predator out there, there are people like me. The flickering neon sign of the Pinewood Motel cut through the fog like a desperate cry for attention. As I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a mistake. But with the storm clouds gathering overhead and my eyelids growing heavy, I knew I had no choice. This would have to be home for the night. I killed the engine and sat there for a moment, listening to the tick of the cooling metal and the distant rumble of thunder. The office's dim light beckoned, a sickly yellow glow that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my growing unease. With a deep breath, I grabbed my overnight bag and stepped out into the damp night air. The gravel crunched under my feet as I made my way to the office, each step feeling heavier than the last. The door creaked open before I could even reach for the handle, and I found myself face to face with the night clerk. He was a tall, gaunt man with deep-set eyes that seemed to look through me rather than at me. His pale skin had an almost greenish tint in the fluorescent light, and his thin lips stretched into what I suppose was meant to be a smile, but looked more like a grimace. "Welcome to the Pinewood," he said, his voice a dry rasp that sent a shiver down my spine. "Just you tonight?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. As I signed the register, I could feel his eyes on me, studying my every move. The pen felt slippery in my sweaty palm, and I had to concentrate to keep my hand from shaking. "Room 13, he said, sliding a key across the counter. "End of the row. Enjoy your stay." The way he said "enjoy" made it sound like a threat rather than a pleasantry. I mumbled a thank you and hurried out, eager to escape his unsettling presence. Room 13 was exactly as I'd feared, a relic from a bygone era, with faded wallpaper and a musty smell that hinted at decades of neglect. But it was a roof over my head, and as the first fat raindrops began to fall outside, I knew I'd made the right choice in stopping. I set my bag down and flopped onto the bed, wincing at the protesting squeak of ancient springs. The television flickered to life with a burst of static, and I flipped through the limited channels before settling on a late-night talk show. The host's forced laughter provided a welcome distraction from the growing storm outside. It was sometime after midnight when I first heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from the window. At first, I dismissed it as a tree branch caught in the wind, but as I listened more closely, I realized the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be natural. I muted the TV and sat up, straining my ears. The scratching continued, punctuated by what sounded like whispering. My heart began to race as I slowly turned towards the window, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. The curtains were drawn, but in the gap where they didn't quite meet, I caught a glimpse of movement. A shadow, darker than the night beyond, seemed to shift and writhe. I blinked hard, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw it, a single, pale finger sliding into the gap between the curtains, hooking around the fabric as if to pull it aside. I stifled a scream and leapt from the bed, stumbling backwards until I hit the opposite wall. The finger retreated, and for a long moment, there was nothing but silence. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stared at the window, waiting for something, anything to happen. The curtains remained still, but I could feel a presence on the other side, watching, waiting. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone, intending to call the police. But as the screen lit up, I realized I had no signal. Of course, in my panic, I'd forgotten how remote this place was. A soft knock at the door nearly stopped my heart. "Everything all right in there?" It was the clerk's voice, somehow even more unsettling than before. I opened my mouth to respond, but no sound came out. I cleared my throat and tried again. Yes," I managed to croak. "Everything's fine." "Are you sure?" He sounded closer now, as if he was pressed right up against the door. I thought I heard a disturbance. "No disturbance," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Just Just the TV. Sorry if I had it too loud. There was a long pause, and I held my breath, praying he would leave. Finally, I heard footsteps retreating, and I let out a shaky sigh of relief. I turned back to the window, half expecting to see a face leering at me through the gap in the curtains. But there was nothing there, just the darkness and the steady patter of rain. I knew I should leave, drive through the storm if I had to. Anything would be better than spending another minute in this place. But as I gathered my courage to make a run for it, a deafening crack of thunder shook the building, and the lights flickered out. In the sudden darkness, my other senses seemed to heighten. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and frantic. The musty smell of the room was overpowering now, mixed with something else, something metallic and unpleasant. And then I heard it again, the scratching at the window. But this time, it wasn't just one window. The sound seemed to be coming from all around me, as if the entire room was surrounded. I fumbled for my phone, using its feeble light to illuminate the room. The scratching intensified, and now I could clearly hear whispers accompanying it, dozens of voices, all speaking at once in a language I couldn't understand. The light from my phone flickered and died, plunging me back into darkness. I suppressed a sob of fear. Backing into a corner and sliding down the wall, I pulled my knees to my chest, making myself as small as possible. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to be inside the room now, circling me like predators sizing up their prey. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if that could somehow protect me from whatever was out there. A cold hand gripped my shoulder and my eyes flew open. The room was dimly lit now, a sickly green glow emanating from no discernible source. And there, crouched in front of me, was the night clerk. His face was inches from mine, those deep-set eyes boring into me. That rictus grin was back, stretching impossibly wide. "I told you to enjoy your stay," he said, his breath hot and fetid on my face. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. As my vision began to fade, I saw shapes moving in the periphery. Twisted, inhuman forms closing in around us. The last thing I remember is the clerk's voice, now a chorus of many, whispering in my ear. "Welcome to the Pinewood. You'll never want to leave." I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart pounding and sweat soaking my clothes. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the dingy motel room. For a moment, I sat there in stunned silence, trying to separate dream from reality. The room looked exactly as it had when I checked in, shabby and outdated, but ordinary. There were no signs of the terrifying events I thought I'd experienced. Had it all been just a nightmare? I scrambled out of bed and threw open the curtains. The parking lot was bathed in morning light, my car sitting right where I'd left it. A few other vehicles were parked nearby, suggesting other guests had arrived during the night. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I turned away from the window, something caught my eye. There, on the inside of the curtain, was a single, perfect handprint, much larger than my own. My blood ran cold as I stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over my hastily discarded shoes. I grabbed my bag and ran for the door, not even bothering to change out of my rumpled clothes. The office was empty when I burst in, the same sickly yellow light buzzing overhead. I threw the key on the counter and turned to leave, but a voice stopped me in my tracks. "Leaving so soon?" It was the clerk, emerging from a back room. In the harsh light of day, he looked normal. Tired, perhaps, but just an ordinary man. "I hope you enjoyed your stay." I mumbled something incoherent and fled, not stopping until I was in my car with the doors locked. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The clerk stood in the office doorway, watching me go. And just for a moment, I could have sworn I saw that impossibly wide grin spread across his face. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and the Pinewood Motel as I could. I told myself it was just a dream, a product of an overactive imagination and too many late-night horror movies. But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever happened that night at the Pinewood, whatever I saw or didn't see, one thing was certain. I would never stop at a remote motel again. Some places, once they get their hooks in you, never really let go. And as I drove towards home, I couldn't shake the feeling that a part of me was still there, trapped in room 13, waiting for the sun to set and the whispers to begin anew. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and order. But on that moonless night, as I stumbled upon the clearing bathed in firelight, I realized that even the most familiar woods can hide unspeakable horrors. The chanting voices and hooded figures told me I'd crossed a line, one that might cost me everything to uncross. I'd been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Forest for over a decade. Every trail, every stream, every rocky outcropping was as familiar to me as the lines on my own palm, or so I thought. It was a routine night patrol, nothing out of the ordinary. The air was crisp with the first hint of autumn, and a light mist clung to the forest floor, weaving between the ancient trees like ghostly fingers. I breathed it in deeply, savoring the earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp moss. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow path ahead. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted, its mournful cry echoing through the silent woods. I paused, listening intently. There was something else, something just at the edge of hearing. A whisper, a voice. Curiosity piqued. I veered off the main trail, following the faint sound. It grew louder as I pushed through the underbrush, the branches clutching at my uniform like desperate hands trying to hold me back. And then, suddenly, I broke through into a clearing. The sight before me froze the blood in my veins. A ring of hooded figures stood around a blazing bonfire, their arms raised to the starless sky. The flames cast wild, dancing shadows across the forest floor, making the trees themselves seem to writhe and twist. The chanting grew louder, a guttural, rhythmic sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I ducked behind a large oak, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they must hear it. Peering around the trunk, I tried to make sense of the scene before me. In the center of the circle, a crude altar had been erected. It was stained dark with what I prayed was animal blood, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Atop the altar lay a bundle of cloth, small and still. I felt bile rise in my throat as I realized what it must be. One of the figures stepped forward, raising a wicked-looking dagger high above their head. The chanting reached a fever pitch, and I knew I had to act. Without thinking, I burst from my hiding place, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Stop! This is the park ranger. You're all under arrest." For a moment, everything froze. The chanting cut off abruptly, and a dozen hooded heads swiveled in my direction. In the flickering firelight, I caught glimpses of pale, shocked faces beneath the hoods. Then, chaos erupted. The cultists scattered like startled deer, melting into the shadows of the forest. I sprinted towards the altar, desperate to save whatever innocent lay there. But as I reached it, my flashlight beam revealed only a bundle of rags, a decoy. A twig snapped behind me and I whirled around. One of the cultists stood there, hood thrown back to reveal a face I recognized with a jolt of horror. It was Sarah, the sweet old lady who ran the general store in town. "Oh, Ranger Mike," she said, her voice dripping with false concern. "You really shouldn't have come here tonight." I opened my mouth to respond, but a sharp pain exploded in the back of my head. The world tilted sideways, and the last thing I saw before darkness took me was Sarah's gentle smile, now twisted into something cruel and inhuman. I awoke to the sound of dripping water and the smell of damp earth. My head throbbed, and when I tried to move, I found my wrists and ankles bound tightly. I was lying on my side in what appeared to be a cave, the rough stone floor digging into my hip. "He's awake," a voice whispered from somewhere in the darkness. Footsteps approached, and a familiar face swam into view. It was Tom, the local high school principal. His usually kind eyes were hard now, filled with a fanatical light that chilled me to the core. "Mike, Mike, Mike," he said, shaking his head sadly. "What are we going to do with you?" I tried to speak, but my throat was dry as sandpaper. Tom seemed to understand and held a water bottle to my lips. I drank greedily, choking a little as the cool liquid hit my parched throat. "Why?" I managed to croak out once I could speak again. Tom sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "You wouldn't understand. What we do, it's necessary. For the greater good." "Greater good," I spat. "You were going to sacrifice a child." He laughed, a hollow sound that echoed off the cave walls. "Is that what you think you saw? Oh, Mike, you have no idea of the forces at work here." More figures emerged from the shadows, forming a loose circle around me. I recognized faces from town, the librarian, the mailman, even young Jimmy who bagged groceries at the supermarket. All people I'd known for years, all now revealed as members of this insane cult. "We've protected this forest for generations," Sarah said, stepping forward. "Long before it was a national park, long before your government drew lines on a map and called it theirs. We keep the old ways alive, maintain the balance." "Balance of what?" I demanded. "Between our world and what lies beyond," Tom replied. "There are things older than humanity, Mike. Things that sleep beneath these mountains, that dream in the depths of the earth, and sometimes they hunger." A chill ran down my spine at his words. I wanted to dismiss it as the ravings of madmen, but something in Tom's eyes told me he believed every word. "So what now?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can't just make a park ranger disappear. People will come looking." Sarah smiled, that same gentle smile that had greeted me 1,000 times at her store counter. "Oh, we know. That's why we're going to give them something to find." My blood ran cold as I realized what she meant. They were going to kill me, stage it to look like an accident, a tragic mishap in the line of duty. "You don't have to do this," I pleaded. "I won't tell anyone what I saw. I'll transfer to another park. Move away. Please." But I could see in their eyes that my words fell on deaf ears. Their minds were made up. Tom nodded to someone behind me, and I heard the scrape of metal on stone. I struggled against my bonds, panic giving me strength I didn't know I had, but it was useless. The ropes held firm. "I'm sorry, Mike," Tom said, and I could almost believe he meant it. "But the forest must be protected. The hunger must be sated." I screamed then, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I thrashed and bucked, anything to buy myself a few more seconds of life. But hands held me down, pressing me against the cold stone floor. Just as I felt the kiss of steel against my throat, a deafening roar shook the cave. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The cultists froze, their faces masks of terror. "No," Sarah whispered. "It's too soon. We're not ready." The cave shook again, dust and small rocks raining down from the ceiling. In the confusion, I felt the ropes at my wrists loosen. Someone had cut them. I looked up to see Jimmy, his young face pale with fear. "Run," he mouthed silently. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled to my feet, shoving past the stunned cultists. They were too preoccupied with whatever was making that ungodly sound to stop me. I ran blindly through twisting tunnels, my only guide the faint breeze that hinted at an exit. Behind me, I could hear screams and the sound of crumbling rock. Whatever the cultists had awakened, it wasn't pleased. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the cave and into the pre-dawn forest. I didn't stop running until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gulping in great lungfuls of air. As my racing heart began to slow, I realized I recognized where I was. Somehow, in my blind flight, I'd made it back to a main trail. I staggered back to the ranger station, my mind reeling from everything that had happened. I knew I should call for backup, report what I'd seen, but who would believe me? And more importantly, who could I trust? As the sun rose over whispering pines, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I made a decision. I would keep quiet for now, but I would watch and I would wait, because now I knew the truth. The forest held secrets darker than I could have ever imagined, and someone had to stand guard against the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The chanting may have stopped, but the whispers in the woods, they were just beginning. The crunch of leaves under my boots had been my only companion for miles, but as I crested the hill and saw smoke rising from a cabin in the distance, my heart leapt with relief. I had no idea that my desperate search for help would lead me into the arms of a family whose smiles hid secrets darker than the wilderness I'd lost myself in. I'd always prided myself on my self-reliance. As an experienced solo hiker, I thought I could handle anything the backcountry could throw at me. But 3 days into what was supposed to be a week-long trek through the Appalachian wilderness, I had to admit I was in trouble. It started with a misstep, a loose rock on a steep trail that sent me tumbling down a ravine. My ankle wasn't broken, but it was swollen enough to slow me to a crawl. Then came the storm, a sudden deluge that turned the forest floor into a treacherous mudslide and soaked through my gear. By the third day, I was limping along on a makeshift walking stick, my food supplies dwindling and my spirits lower than I'd ever experienced. The familiar trails had somehow morphed into an endless maze of identical trees and misleading paths. My usually reliable GPS watch had died, its solar charger rendered useless under the constant canopy of clouds. So when I saw that tendril of smoke curling above the treetops, it felt like a miracle. I quickened my pace as much as my throbbing ankle would allow, hope giving me a second wind. The cabin came into view as I broke through a dense patch of underbrush. It was a sturdy-looking structure, all rough-hewn logs and a slanted roof that had seen better days. A battered pickup truck sat in the muddy drive, its red paint faded to a dull rust color. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing, suddenly aware of how I must look. Mud-caked, unshaven, probably wild-eyed from days of isolation and growing panic. But the ache in my ankle and the gnawing emptiness in my stomach pushed me forward. I raised a hand to knock on the weathered door, but before my knuckles could make contact, it swung open. A woman stood there, her graying hair pulled back in a severe bun, eyes narrowed as she took in my bedraggled appearance. "Well," she said, her voice as rough as the bark on the surrounding trees. "Looks like you've had yourself quite a time out there." I nodded, trying to summon a friendly smile. "Ma'am, I hate to trouble you, but I've gotten myself a bit turned around out here. I was hoping I could use a phone to call for some help." She regarded me silently for a long moment, long enough that I began to wonder if I should just apologize and limp away. But then her face softened into something approximating a smile. "No phone out here, I'm afraid," she said. "But you look like you could use a hot meal and a place to rest that leg. Why don't you come on in?" Relief flooded through me, making me lightheaded. "Thank you," I managed to stammer. "I really appreciate it." She stepped aside, allowing me to hobble past her into the cabin's dimly lit interior. The inside was cozy, if cluttered. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, casting dancing shadows on walls covered in a mishmash of faded photographs and what looked like hand-drawn maps. "Pa!" the woman called out. "We've got company." A door at the back of the room creaked open, and a tall, lean man stepped out. His face was weathered, deep lines etched around eyes that seemed to assess and dismiss me in a single glance. "This here's my husband, Jeb," the woman said. "I'm Mabel. And you are?" "Mike," I said, extending a hand. Jeb ignored it, but Mabel gave it a firm shake. "Well, Mike," Mabel said, "why don't you have a seat by the fire and I'll fix you up something to eat?" I sank gratefully into an overstuffed armchair, the warmth of the fire immediately beginning to seep into my chilled bones. Jeb remained standing, his eyes never leaving me as Mabel bustled around in what I assumed was the kitchen area. "So," Jeb said, his voice low and gravelly, "what brings you to our neck of the woods?" I explained about my hike, the fall, the storm. As I talked, I noticed Jeb and Mabel exchanging glances, some unspoken communication passing between them. "Sounds like you've had quite the adventure," Mabel said, setting a steaming bowl of stew in front of me. "Eat up now, you'll need your strength." The stew was delicious, rich and hearty. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until the first spoonful hit my tongue. I ate greedily, barely pausing for breath. As I scraped the last bits from the bowl, I became aware of a new presence in the room. A young woman had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. She stood in the corner, partially hidden by shadows, but I could feel her eyes on me. "That's our daughter, Sarah," Mabel said, following my gaze. "She's shy around strangers." I raised a hand in greeting, but Sarah remained motionless, her face an unreadable mask. "Thank you again for your hospitality," I said, setting the empty bowl aside. "I don't suppose you could point me in the direction of the nearest town. I can try to make it there tomorrow." Jeb and Mabel exchanged another of those loaded glances. "Now, don't you worry about that," Mabel said, her tone soothing. "You're in no shape to be traipsing through these woods. You'll stay here tonight, and we'll figure things out in the morning." I wanted to protest, to insist that I'd already imposed enough, but the warmth of the fire and the fullness of my belly were making my eyelids heavy. The thought of a real bed, even for one night, was too tempting to resist. "That's very kind of you," I mumbled, already half asleep. I don't remember being led to a bedroom, but I must have been because I woke up in one. Pale morning light filtered through dusty curtains, illuminating a small, sparsely furnished room. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The fall, the storm, the cabin in the woods. I sat up, wincing at the stiffness in my ankle. It looked better than it had yesterday, the swelling noticeably reduced. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, intending to find my hosts and thank them again for their kindness. That's when I noticed the door was locked. From the outside, a tendril of unease curled in my stomach. I told myself there must be a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was an old house with quirky locks. Maybe they'd locked it out of habit, forgetting I was inside. I knocked on the door, calling out a tentative hello. No response. I pressed my ear to the wood, straining to hear any sound of movement from the other side. Nothing. The cabin was as silent as the forest outside. I moved to the window, thinking I could at least see what was happening outside. But the glass was cloudy with age and grime, offering only indistinct shapes and shadows. The unease blossomed into full-blown anxiety. Something was very wrong here. I don't know how long I sat there, alternating between pounding on the door and trying to force the window open. My voice grew hoarse from shouting, my hands raw from clawing at unyielding wood and glass. Just when I was considering trying to break the window with the bedside lamp, I heard footsteps approaching. The lock clicked, and the door swung open to reveal Mabel, a tray of food in her hands. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she said, her voice cheery but her eyes cold. "Thought you might be hungry." "Why was the door locked?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my efforts to stay calm. Mabel's smile never faltered. "Oh, that old thing sticks sometimes. Did you have trouble with it? I'm sorry about that." She set the tray down on a small table, then turned to leave. I caught her arm, perhaps a bit more roughly than I intended. "Please," I said. "I appreciate your hospitality, but I really need to be going. If you could just point me towards the nearest town." Mabel's face hardened, all pretense of friendliness vanishing. "Now, Mike," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "I thought we discussed this. You're in no shape to be wandering these woods. You'll stay here until we say otherwise." She yanked her arm from my grasp with surprising strength, backing out of the room. The door slammed shut, the lock clicking into place with a sound of finality. I sank onto the bed, my mind reeling. What had I gotten myself into? What did these people want with me? As the day wore on, I cycled through stages of panic, anger, and desperate planning. I searched the room for anything I could use as a weapon or to aid in escape, but came up empty. The window, I discovered, was nailed shut from the outside. Night fell, and with it came new sounds. Chanting, low and rhythmic, drifted up from somewhere below. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of flickering firelight through the grimy window. In the early hours of the morning, when the chanting had faded and the house was silent once more, I heard a soft scratch at my door. Then a whisper, "Mister, are you awake?" It was Sarah, the daughter I'd barely glimpsed the night before. "Yes," I whispered back. "I'm awake. What's going on? Why are they keeping me here?" There was a long pause. Then, "They think you're the one. The sacrifice the forest demands." My blood ran cold. "Sacrifice? What are you talking about?" "I can help you," Sarah said, her voice so low I had to strain to hear it. "But you have to trust me, and you have to be ready to run." I pressed my face against the crack of the door. "I trust you. Just tell me what to do." "Tomorrow night," she whispered. "When the moon is highest. Be ready." Then she was gone, her footsteps fading down the hallway. I spent the next day in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every sound, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. Mabel brought food, her fake cheerfulness more terrifying than outright threats would have been. As night fell, the chanting began again, louder this time. I positioned myself by the door, every muscle tense, waiting for Sarah's signal. When it came, it wasn't what I expected. A scream split the night, followed by the sound of breaking glass. In the confusion that followed, my door flew open. Sarah stood there, wild-eyed, a bloody knife in her hand. "Run," she said. "Now." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted past her, down the stairs and out the open front door. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I ran like I'd never run before, my earlier injury forgotten in the rush of adrenaline. The forest was a dark blur around me, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I don't know how long I ran or in what direction. All I knew was that I had to put as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, the night was silent around me. No pursuit, no chanting, nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I found myself on a familiar trail. Somehow, in my blind flight, I'd made it back to a marked path. I limped into a ranger station hours later, my story spilling out in a jumbled mess. They sent out search parties, but found no trace of the cabin or its inhabitants. To this day, I don't know if what I experienced was real or some fever dream brought on by days of isolation and fear in the wilderness. But one thing's for certain, I'll never hike alone again. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators in the forest walk on two legs and offer you stew by a warm fire. The moment my fingers brushed against the leather-bound spine, I knew I'd stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden behind a dusty curtain in the library's forgotten corner, these ancient tomes whispered secrets of a town trapped in a cycle of darkness. Little did I know, by opening those pages, I was about to become entangled in a centuries-old curse that would shake the very foundations of our quiet mountain community. I've always found solace among books. As the head librarian of Shadow Vale's small public library, I spent my days surrounded by the musty scent of old paper and the quiet rustle of turning pages. It was a peaceful existence, if a bit mundane. But all that changed on a stormy Tuesday afternoon in late October. I was doing my usual rounds, reshelving books and straightening out the stacks, when I noticed something odd. A faded velvet curtain hung in a neglected corner of the library's basement, swaying slightly despite the lack of a breeze. Curiosity piqued. I pulled it aside. Behind the curtain was a small alcove, lined with shelves I'd never seen before. and on those shelves sat a collection of books that looked older than the town itself. Their spines were cracked and worn, the titles faded to near illegibility. But one book, larger than the rest, seemed to call to me. As I reached for it, a chill ran down my spine. The leather was cold to the touch, unnaturally so. I pulled it from the shelf, my hands trembling slightly as I opened it. The pages were filled with cramped, spidery handwriting, the ink faded to a rusty brown. As I skimmed the first few paragraphs, my eyes widened. This wasn't just any old book, it was a journal, written by one of Shadowvale's founders over 200 years ago. I sank to the floor, my back against the shelves, and began to read. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I delved deeper into the journal's pages. The writer, a man named Ezekiel Blackwood, spoke of dark rituals and ancient pacts. He wrote of a bargain struck with something old and terrible that slumbered beneath the mountains, a deal that ensured the town's prosperity in exchange for periodic sacrifices. My blood ran cold as I read account after account of mysterious disappearances, tragic accidents, and unexplained deaths, all coinciding with times of great success for Shadowvale. The pattern was undeniable, stretching across decades. But what truly chilled me to the bone was the realization that this pattern extended beyond the journal's pages. As I read, I began to recall news stories and overheard gossip from my years in Shadowvale. The unexplained death of the mayor's son just before the town received a massive grant. The disappearance of a young girl right before the new factory opened, bringing hundreds of jobs. I slammed the book shut, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some elaborate hoax, a piece of fiction masquerading as history. But deep down, I knew. The details were too specific, the correlations too perfect to be coincidence. As if to confirm my worst fears, a crack of thunder shook the building, and the lights flickered ominously. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the journal to my chest. I had to tell someone, had to warn people about what I'd discovered. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I hesitated. Who would believe me? I'd sound like a madwoman, raving about ancient curses and sacrificial pacts. I needed proof, needed to understand more before I could hope to convince anyone else. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into research. Every spare moment was spent poring over the hidden books, cross-referencing their accounts with town records and old newspapers. The more I uncovered, the more terrified I became. It wasn't just one journal. There were dozens, passed down through generations of Shadowvale's founding families. Each picked up where the last left off, detailing the town's dark bargain and the prices paid to maintain it. I began to notice things I'd overlooked before. The way certain family names appeared again and again in positions of power, the subtle symbols carved into cornerstones of the oldest buildings, the whispered conversations that would stop abruptly when I entered a room. One night, as I was locking up the library, I felt eyes on me. I turned to see Mayor Hawthorne standing across the street, watching me with an unreadable expression. He raised a hand in greeting, but there was something off about his smile. I hurried home, double-checking that I'd locked all my doors and windows. The next morning, I awoke to find an envelope slipped under my front door. Inside was a single sheet of expensive stationery, bearing only 5 words in elegant script. Some secrets are best forgotten. My hands shook as I crumpled the note. They knew. Somehow, they knew what I'd discovered. I was no longer just an observer. I'd become a threat. That day at the library, I noticed whispers following me. Patrons would fall silent as I approached, their eyes following me with a mixture of suspicion and something that looked unsettlingly like pity. Even my assistant, Sarah, seemed different. Her usual cheerful demeanor was replaced by a nervous energy, her smiles not quite reaching her eyes. As closing time approached, Sarah lingered, fidgeting with books long after she'd usually have left. Finally, as I was about to lock up, she burst out, "Ms. Reeves, I think you should be careful." I froze, key halfway to the lock. "What do you mean, Sarah?" She glanced around nervously. then leaned in close. I've heard things about the books you found, about what you've been researching. People are concerned. My heart raced, but I tried to keep my voice steady. Concerned about what, exactly? Sarah's eyes darted to the windows, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Just, some things are meant to stay buried. You know, for the good of the town. She squeezed my arm, her expression pleading. Please, Ms. Reeves, let it go. For your own sake. Before I could respond, she hurried out the door, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the weight of centuries of secrets. That night, I couldn't sleep. Sarah's warning echoed in my mind, mingling with the horrifying details I'd uncovered in my research. I tossed and turned, plagued by nightmares of shadowy figures and ancient, hungry things stirring beneath the earth. I was jolted awake by a loud crash. Heart pounding. I sat up in bed, straining my ears in the darkness. Another crash, followed by the sound of breaking glass. Someone was in my house. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to think. The journals. I had to protect them. I'd brought the most damning ones home for safekeeping, hidden in a locked chest under my bed. As quietly as I could, I slipped out of bed and retrieved the chest. The sounds of intruders grew closer, heavy footsteps on the stairs. With shaking hands, I opened my bedroom window and climbed out onto the roof of the porch. The cool night air hit me like a slap, clearing some of the fog of fear from my mind. I made my way carefully along the edge of the roof, the chest clutched tightly to my chest. Just as I reached the corner, my bedroom door burst open. I heard muffled curses as the intruders realized I wasn't there. I didn't wait to see what they'd do next. I lowered myself off the roof, dangling for a heart-stopping moment before dropping to the ground. Pain shot through my ankles, but adrenaline kept me moving. I ran, barefoot and in my pajamas, clutching the chest of forbidden knowledge like a lifeline. I didn't have a destination in mind, driven only by the need to get away, to protect the truth I'd uncovered. But as I ran through the silent streets of Shadowvale, a plan began to form. The old bell tower. It stood on the edge of town, abandoned for years but still sturdy. From its height, I could see anyone approaching. And more importantly, it had a working internet connection. The town had installed Wi-Fi there as part of a failed attempt to turn it into a tourist attraction. I made my way there, every shadow seeming to hide a pursuer. By the time I reached the tower, my feet were bleeding and my lungs were on fire. But I didn't stop. I climbed the winding stairs, not daring to rest until I reached the top. As the first light of dawn broke over the mountains, I sat in the bell tower surrounded by centuries of dark secrets. With trembling fingers, I began to type, transcribing the most damning passages from the journals onto a private blog I'd created months ago, but never used. I worked feverishly, knowing it was only a matter of time before they found me. As I neared the end of the final journal, I heard the sound of car engines approaching. Looking out the tower window, I saw a procession of vehicles coming up the winding road. At their head was the mayor's distinctive black SUV. My finger hovered over the publish button. Once I pressed it, there would be no going back. The truth would be out there, impossible to contain. But so would the danger. Whatever dark force the town had bargained with wouldn't take kindly to its secrets being exposed. As the first shouts reached my ears, people calling my name with false concern, I made my decision. I hit publish, then stood and moved to the window. Below, I could see them spreading out, preparing to search the tower. I took a deep breath, feeling oddly calm. Whatever happened next, the truth was out there now. The curse of secrecy that had gripped Shadowvale for centuries was broken. As the first footsteps sounded on the stairs below, I allowed myself a small, grim smile. They thought they were coming to silence me, to bury their secrets once more. But they were too late. The wheel of fate had already been set in motion, and Shadowvale would never be the same again. Let them come. I was ready to face whatever consequences awaited. After all, Some truths are worth any price to reveal. The musty scent of history filled my nostrils as I descended the hidden staircase, my excitement quickly turning to dread. What I thought was a quirky feature of my charming Airbnb in the French Quarter was about to plunge me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. The secrets buried beneath those ancient floorboards would change everything, and I was about to learn that some doors are better left unopened. I'd always been a sucker for unique travel experiences. So when I stumbled across an Airbnb listing for a historic New Orleans cottage with hidden surprises, I couldn't resist. The photos showcased a quaint Creole townhouse, all wrought iron balconies and shuttered windows. But it was the host's cryptic description that really hooked me. For the adventurous traveler who isn't afraid to uncover the secrets of the Big Easy. I arrived in New Orleans on a sweltering August afternoon, the air thick with humidity and the scent of jasmine. My Uber driver raised an eyebrow when I gave him the address. "You sure about staying in that part of the quarter, Cher?" he asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "It's got a reputation, if you know what I mean." I shrugged off his concern. I was a seasoned traveler, after all. I could handle a little local color. The townhouse was everything the listing promised and more. Faded grandeur oozed from every corner, from the peeling paint on the walls to the worn floorboards that creaked with every step. I dropped my bags in the bedroom and set out to explore. It was in the study that I found it. A bookcase that seemed just a little too perfect, its edges aligning too neatly with the wall. My fingers traced the spines of leather-bound volumes, and I felt something give. With a soft click, the entire bookcase swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. My heart raced with excitement. This must be one of the hidden surprises the host had mentioned. I fumbled for my phone, switching on the flashlight app before taking my first tentative steps down. The stairs seemed to go on forever, spiraling deeper than I thought possible for a French Quarter home. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the scent of earth and decay. Finally, the stairs opened into a cavernous room, and I gasped. The beam of my flashlight revealed row upon row of shelves, each laden with artifacts that looked ancient and decidedly not of this world. Strange symbols were carved into the stone walls, and in the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I prayed was just centuries of grime. As I moved deeper into the room, my light fell upon a desk covered in papers. Recent papers. My curiosity overpowered my growing sense of unease, and I began to rifle through them. What I found made my blood run cold. Detailed plans for rituals, lists of names with dates next to them, some crossed out, others circled ominously, and photographs. God, the photographs. They showed scenes of horror that I couldn't begin to comprehend, things that shouldn't be possible in our world. I was so engrossed in the documents that I almost missed the sound of footsteps above. Panic seized me as I realized I wasn't alone in the house. I quickly gathered as many papers as I could stuff into my pockets and looked for a place to hide. There was an alcove behind one of the shelves, barely big enough for me to squeeze into. I ducked inside just as I heard the bookcase above swing open. Hearts pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. I held my breath and listened. 2 sets of footsteps descended the stairs, accompanied by voices engaged in heated conversation. "Can't believe you let a tourist stay here," a man's voice hissed. "What if they find this place?" "Relax," a woman replied, her tone dismissive. "The entrance is well hidden, and even if they did stumble upon it, who would believe them? We'd just pass it off as part of the haunted New Orleans experience." They moved further into the room, and I caught glimpses of them through gaps in the shelving. The woman I recognized as my Airbnb host, her friendly demeanor replaced by a cold efficiency. The man was older, dressed in an expensive suit that seemed at odds with the dank surroundings. "The convergence is in 3 days," the man said. "We can't afford any complications, not when we're so close." "Everything is prepared," the woman assured him. "The sacrifices have been chosen, the alignments calculated. When the stars are right, we'll finally be able to open the gateway." My mind reeled. Sacrifices. Gateways. This had to be some elaborate prank, right? But the chill in my bones told me this was all too real. They continued to discuss their plans, mentioning names and places that meant nothing to me, but were clearly significant to whatever madness they were planning. I stayed frozen in my hiding spot, scarcely daring to breathe. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, they made their way back upstairs. I waited until I couldn't hear their footsteps anymore before cautiously emerging from my hiding place. My mind raced. I had to get out of here, had to warn someone. But who would believe me? And more importantly, how could I escape without them noticing? I crept up the stairs, wincing at every creak of the old wood. The bookcase was slightly ajar, and I could hear voices from somewhere in the house. Moving as quietly as I could, I made my way to the bedroom where I'd left my belongings. I had just finished shoving my things into my bag when I heard footsteps approaching. Without thinking, I dove into the closet, pulling the door closed behind me just as the bedroom door opened. "I'm telling you, something's not right," the man's voice said. "I can feel it." "You're being paranoid," the woman replied. "But fine, we'll do a sweep of the house if it'll make you feel better." I held my breath as they moved around the room. My heart nearly stopped when the closet door rattled, but it held fast. After an agonizing minute, they moved on to the next room. As soon as I heard their footsteps fade, I burst from the closet and made a beeline for the front door. I didn't care about subtlety anymore. I just needed to get out. I was halfway down the street when I heard a shout behind me. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw my host standing on the balcony, pointing at me. The man emerged from the house a moment later, his face contorted with rage. I ran like I'd never run before, my lungs burning and my legs screaming in protest. I darted down side streets and alleyways, trying to lose my pursuers in the labyrinthine layout of the French Quarter. I don't know how long I ran or how far. The streets all began to blur together, each ornate iron balcony and colorful Creole cottage looking just like the last. I could hear footsteps behind me, getting closer with each passing moment. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I spotted Salvation, a crowded bar, music and laughter spilling out onto the street. I ducked inside, pushing my way through the throng of tourists and locals. I made my way to the back, found a bathroom, and locked myself inside. Only then did I allow myself to catch my breath and try to process what had just happened. My hands shook as I pulled the crumpled papers from my pockets. In the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom, the horrors they detailed seemed even more real. This wasn't some ghost tour gimmick or elaborate role-playing game. This was real, and people were in danger. I took out my phone, intending to call the police, but hesitated. What would I even say? That I'd broken into a secret underground chamber and overheard plans for some occult ritual? They'd dismiss me as a drunk tourist or, worse, arrest me for breaking and entering. No, I needed proof, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I was probably the only one who could stop whatever was about to happen. I splashed some water on my face and tried to gather my thoughts. 3 days. That's how long I had until this convergence they'd mentioned. 3 days to unravel a conspiracy that had clearly been in the works for years, if not centuries. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the bathroom door and stepped back out into the bar. The carefree revelry around me felt surreal after what I'd just experienced. How could these people be drinking and laughing when such darkness lurked just beneath the surface of their city? As I made my way to the exit, a hand gripped my arm. I nearly screamed, but it was just a concerned-looking bartender. "You all right, honey?" she asked, her eyes searching my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile. "Just had a bit too much to drink," I lied. "I'm heading back to my hotel to sleep it off." She nodded, though she didn't look entirely convinced. "Be careful out there. The quarter can be dangerous at night, especially for tourists who don't know their way around." If only she knew just how dangerous it really was. As I stepped back out into the humid New Orleans night, I felt the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. I was just a tourist, in way over my head. But I was also the only one who knew what was coming. And I'll be damned if I was going to let them succeed in whatever madness they were planning. The clock was ticking. 3 days to save New Orleans, and possibly the world, from an unspeakable horror. God help me. I didn't even know where to start. But as I walked down Bourbon Street, the papers burning a hole in my pocket, and the memory of that underground chamber seared into my mind, I knew one thing for certain. My vacation had just turned into something far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The neon sign flickered weakly in the darkness, a solitary beacon on an endless stretch of empty highway. Last chance gas. 50 miles, it proclaimed, a promise and a warning rolled into one. I should have kept driving, but with my fuel gauge hovering dangerously close to empty and an unsettling stillness settling over the night, I made a decision that would haunt me for years to come. I pulled into the decrepit gas station, unaware that I was about to become prey in a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. The crunch of gravel under my tires seemed deafening in the eerie silence. I killed the engine, and for a moment, I just sat there, listening. No crickets, no distant traffic, not even the hum of the ancient gas pumps. Just nothing. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. The station looked like it had been forgotten by time, all rusted metal and peeling paint. A single light bulb swayed gently above the pump, casting dancing shadows that seemed to reach for me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and vulnerable in the vast emptiness. No response. I approached the pump, my footsteps echoing uncomfortably loud. That's when I noticed the oddities. The price per gallon displayed was impossibly low, like something from decades ago. And the pump itself, it looked almost new, a stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. Something wasn't right here. The door to the small convenience store creaked open, making me jump. A figure emerged, tall and lean, moving with an unsettling fluidity. As he stepped into the pool of light, I got my first good look at the attendant. He was older, with deep-set eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. His skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones. When he smiled, it didn't reach his eyes. "Evening, traveler," he said, his voice a raspy whisper that sent chills down my spine. "What brings you to our little oasis?" I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to jump back in my car and speed away. Empty tank be damned. "Just need some gas," I managed to say, proud that my voice didn't shake. He nodded slowly, those unblinking eyes never leaving my face. "Of course and of course. Why don't you come inside while I fill her up? Got some fresh coffee brewing." Every instinct screamed at me to refuse, to insist on staying with my car. But a larger part of me, the part shaped by years of social conditioning, didn't want to seem rude. So I nodded and followed him into the store. The interior was a time capsule, all faded linoleum and dusty shelves stocked with brands I hadn't seen since childhood. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, lending everything a sickly, greenish tint. "Bathroom's in the back if you need it," the attendant said, gesturing vaguely. "I'll get started on your car." I watched through the grimy window as he shuffled to the pump. Something about the way he moved set my teeth on edge. It was too smooth, too purposeful. I used the bathroom quickly, trying not to look too closely at the stains on the cracked porcelain. When I emerged, the attendant was back behind the counter, that unsettling smile still plastered on his face. "That'll be $20 even," he said. I frowned. "But you didn't even ask how much I needed." His smile widened, showing too many teeth. "I've got a knack for these things. Call it intuition." My hand shook slightly as I handed over the cash. Our fingers brushed, and I had to suppress a shudder at how cold his skin felt. "You know," he said conversationally as he rang up the sale, "we don't get many visitors out here, especially not at night." His eyes flicked up to meet mine. Folks say the road can be dangerous after dark. I forced a laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. Well, I should get going then. Thanks for the gas. He nodded slowly. Drive safe now, and remember. He leaned in close, his breath smelling of something ancient and decayed. The night has eyes. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys in my haste to get away. As I pulled out of the station, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The attendant stood motionless in the doorway, watching me leave. I drove faster than was safe on the dark, winding road, desperate to put distance between myself and that godforsaken gas station. My heart was pounding, and I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights gaining on me. After about 20 minutes, I began to relax. The adrenaline was wearing off, and I was starting to feel foolish. So the guy was a little creepy. This was the middle of nowhere. Of course, the locals would be a bit off. That's when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I told myself it was just another traveler. But as the car drew closer, I realized with growing horror that I recognized the ancient model. It was the attendant's car, the one I'd seen parked at the gas station. I pressed down on the accelerator, but the needle on my gas gauge began to drop at an alarming rate. Impossible. He'd just filled my tank. Unless... The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He hadn't filled my tank. He'd done something to my car, ensuring I wouldn't get far. The headlights grew larger in my mirror, and I could make out the silhouette of the driver. It was him, hunched over the wheel, that terrible smile visible even at this distance. I was panicking now, my breath coming in short gasps as I pushed my car to its limits. But it was no use. The engine began to sputter, and I barely managed to coast onto the shoulder before it died completely. The other car slowed as it approached, coming to a stop just behind me. I sat frozen, watching in my mirror as the attendant emerged. He moved with that same unnatural grace, gliding rather than walking towards my car. My doors were locked, but I knew that wouldn't stop him. I scrambled for my phone, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. He tapped on my window, that rictus grin still plastered on his face. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice muffled but still chilling. I shook my head frantically, trying to convey that I was fine, that he should leave. But he just stood there, waiting. Slowly, against every screaming instinct, I lowered the window a crack. "I'm fine," I said, my voice trembling. "Just need to call for a tow." He cocked his head to the side, an oddly bird-like motion. "Oh, I'm afraid there's no signal out here. But don't worry, I can give you a ride back to the station. We'll call from there." The thought of getting in a car with him made my skin crawl. "No, thank you. I'll wait for another car to come by." His smile faltered for the first time, a flash of something dark and hungry crossing his face. "I'm afraid I must insist. It's not safe out here at night. There are things in these woods. Things that hunger." As if on cue, a howl echoed in the distance. But it wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deeper, more guttural, and filled with an intelligence that sent ice through my veins. The attendant's grin returned, wider than ever. "You see, they're coming. Best come with me now, while you still can." I was trapped. Stay in the car and face whatever horrors lurked in the woods, or go with this man who was clearly dangerous in his own right. Neither option seemed likely to end well for me. But as another howl, closer this time, split the night, I made my choice. With shaking hands, I unlocked the door and stepped out. The attendant's cold hand closed around my arm, his grip inhumanly strong. "Wise decision," he whispered. "Now let's get you somewhere safe." As he led me to his car, I caught movement in the trees lining the road. Red eyes glowed in the darkness, and shapes that defied description slithered just out of sight. I got into the passenger seat, my entire body trembling. As we pulled away, I glanced in the side mirror. A mass of writhing shadows had engulfed my abandoned car, tearing into it with fang and claw. The attendant hummed tunelessly as he drove, tapping long, pale fingers on the steering wheel. "You know," he said conversationally, "it's been so long since we've had a guest. The others will be so pleased." I turned to look at him, a question forming on my lips. But the words died in my throat as I saw his face in profile. His features were shifting, melting and reforming into something that barely resembled humanity. He turned to me, his eyes now glowing with the same red light I'd seen in the woods. His grin split his face literally, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. "Welcome to your new home," he said, his voice a chorus of inhuman whispers. "I do hope you'll stay for dinner." As we sped into the darkness, back towards that damned gas station and whatever horrors awaited me there, I realized the terrible truth. I hadn't just stumbled into a nightmare. I'd been lured into it, a fly willingly entering the spider's web. And as the last vestiges of the world I knew faded into the rearview mirror, I understood that this was only the beginning of a terror beyond imagining. The crackling of our campfire couldn't drown out the heated voices coming from the neighboring site. What had started as a peaceful getaway in Yosemite was quickly turning into a front-row seat to a powder keg of hostility. As the argument escalated, my partner and I exchanged uneasy glances, realizing we were trapped between two groups with a score to settle, and the wilderness around us suddenly felt a lot less welcoming. We had been planning this camping trip for months. After a year of grinding away at our desk jobs in San Francisco, Jess and I were desperate for some time in nature. Yosemite seemed like the perfect escape, majestic views, crisp mountain air, and the promise of peace and quiet. The first day had been everything we'd hoped for. We'd set up our tent in a secluded spot, gone for a hike to a stunning waterfall, and spent the evening stargazing by our campfire. It was idyllic, the kind of experience that reminds you why you put up with the hassle of camping in the first place. But as we settled in for our second night, the atmosphere changed. A large group arrived at the neighboring campsite, their voices carrying easily through the still evening air. At first, it was just the usual noise of people setting up camp, tents being erected, coolers being unpacked, the hiss of beer cans opening. Annoying, but not alarming. Then another group showed up at the site on the other side of us. That's when things got tense. "Well, well, well. Look who it is," a gruff voice called out. "Didn't expect to see you boys here." The response was immediate and hostile. "This is our spot. We reserved it fair and square." Jess and I exchanged worried glances. We were sandwiched between the two groups, with dense forest on one side and a steep drop-off on the other. There was no easy way to leave if things got ugly. For a while, it was just verbal jabs thrown back and forth. Snippets of conversation drifted our way, painting a picture of some long-standing feud. Something about disputed hunting grounds, accusations of poaching, and a bar fight in a town we'd never heard of. "Should we say something?" Jess whispered, her eyes wide with concern. I shook my head. Best not to get involved. They'll probably settle down once they've had a few beers. But as the night wore on, the tension only increased. The voices grew louder, more aggressive. The crack of beer cans being opened was replaced by the ominous sound of glass bottles clinking. We retreated to our tent, hoping that if we couldn't see what was happening, maybe we could pretend it wasn't. But the thin nylon walls did little to muffle the escalating argument. Sometime past midnight, there was a sudden crash followed by angry shouts. We peered out of our tent to see shadowy figures squaring off in the flickering firelight. "That's it," one man yelled. "You've crossed the line, Johnson." "Oh yeah," came the reply. "What are you gonna do about it, Rogers?" There was a scuffle, the sound of fists meeting flesh. Jess gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "We need to do something," she hissed. I nodded, my mouth dry with fear. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, holding my hands up in what I hoped was a placating gesture. "Hey guys, come on, We're all here to enjoy the park, right? Why don't we? I never got to finish that sentence. A fist came out of nowhere, catching me on the jaw and sending me sprawling. I tasted blood and saw stars. Stay out of this, city boy, someone snarled. Jess was at my side in an instant, helping me up. The two groups had forgotten about us already, their focus entirely on each other. In the dim light, I could make out maybe a dozen men total, circling each other like wolves. We need to get out of here, I muttered to Jess. How? Our car is parked way back at the lot. She was right. We were miles from the nearest ranger station or paved road. The only way out was through dense, dark forest that neither of us knew well enough to navigate at night. A bottle shattered against a tree, showering glass. Someone let out a howl of pain. This was escalating fast, and we were caught in the middle. The bear box, I said suddenly, remembering the metal food storage containers provided at each campsite. If things get really bad, we can hide in there. Jess nodded, her face pale in the moonlight. We quickly gathered some supplies, water, snacks, our phones, useless out here but comforting to have, and a flashlight. Then we waited, tense and alert, ready to make a run for it if necessary. The fight showed no signs of calming down. If anything, it was spreading. More people seemed to be involved now, the sounds of the scuffle moving through the campsite. Tents were being knocked over, camping gear scattered. A stray punch sent one man stumbling into our campfire. Sparks flew as he fell, scattering burning logs. One rolled towards our tent, and the nylon caught fire with frightening speed. No, Jess cried out, but it was too late. Within seconds, our tent was engulfed in flames, along with most of our gear. The fire seemed to shock some sense into the brawlers. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting, staring at the blaze in horrified silence. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, it came a low, rumbling growl. Every hair on my body stood on end. I knew that sound. We'd been warned about it in the park's safety video. Black bears were common in Yosemite, and the commotion, not to mention the smell of our food burning, had attracted one. Bear, someone stammered. Panic set in. The two groups, so intent on fighting each other moments ago, now scrambled to get away from the unseen threat. In their haste, they knocked over more fires, spreading the blaze. Jess and I backed away slowly, trying to remember what to do in a bear encounter. Make yourself look big. Make noise. Don't run. But as the bear emerged from the shadows, all that advice flew out of my head. It was massive, far larger than I'd imagined, its eyes reflecting the firelight. The bear box, Jess whispered urgently. We inched towards it, never taking our eyes off the bear. It seemed more interested in the abandoned coolers than in us, but I wasn't taking any chances. We reached the metal container and I yanked it open. It was meant for storing food, not people, but we were both slim enough to squeeze in. It would be a tight fit, but better than being bear food. Just as we were about to climb in, I heard a shout. Help, please. One of the men from the feuding groups was trapped, his leg pinned under a fallen tree that had caught fire. Everyone else had fled, leaving him behind. I hesitated for a split second. Every survival instinct screamed at me to get in the box and to ensure Jess's safety and my own, but I couldn't leave someone to die. I'll be right back, I told Jess. Are you crazy? She hissed, but I was already running towards the man. The bear, startled by my sudden movement, let out a roar that I felt in my bones, but it didn't chase me. Small mercy. I reached the trapped man and assessed the situation. The tree wasn't huge, but it was on fire and heavy enough that he couldn't lift it himself. On three, I said, gripping the burning log. 1, 2, 3. Together, we heaved. My hands blistered from the heat, but adrenaline kept me going. With a final push, we rolled the log off his leg. Can you walk? I asked. He tried to stand and cried out in pain. It's broken, he gasped. I looked back at the bear box. Jess was waving frantically for us to hurry. The bear was ambling closer, curious about all the activity. "Put your arm around me," I ordered the man. Half carrying him, I staggered back towards our shelter. It felt like the longest walk of my life. Every step was agony, the man's weight threatening to topple us both. The bear was getting closer, and the fire was spreading rapidly through the dry underbrush. Finally, we reached the box. Jess helped pull the injured man inside, then me. We slammed the lid shut just as the bear's curious snout reached us. Inside, it was pitch black and stiflingly hot. We were pressed together uncomfortably, hardly able to breathe. But we were safe, for now. Outside, we could hear the bear snuffling around, the crackle of spreading fire, and in the distance, sirens. Help was coming. But would it arrive in time? As we huddled in our metal sanctuary, I realized that our peaceful camping trip had turned into something out of a nightmare. 2 feuding groups had nearly gotten us killed, and now we were trapped in a box while a wildfire raged around us and a bear prowled outside. If we survived this, I was pretty sure it would be a long time before Jess and I went camping again. Sometimes, the great outdoors is a little too great, and a lot more dangerous than you ever imagined. The dim glow of the bar's neon sign flickered, casting eerie shadows across the empty parking lot. As I wiped down the last of the glasses, a chill ran down my spine. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft clink of bottles as I restocked the shelves. That's when I heard it, a scraping sound from the back room. In that moment, I realized I wasn't as alone as I thought, and my ordinary night shift was about to turn into a nightmare. I'd been working at the Rusty Nail for about 6 months. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and I enjoyed the laid-back atmosphere. Most nights, I'd chat with the regulars, mix drinks, and watch the world go by through the smudged windows. But tonight was different. A sudden thunderstorm had kept the usual crowd away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the ever-present hum of the ancient refrigerator. I glanced at the clock, 1:45 a.m. Just 15 more minutes and I could lock up and head home. I was looking forward to curling up on my couch with a good book and the sound of rain pattering against my windows. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound like something heavy being dragged across the floor. It was coming from the back room, where we kept extra supplies in the safe. My first thought was that it must be rats. We'd had problems with them before, and the old building creaked and groaned with every gust of wind. But as I stood there, straining my ears, I realized this sound was different, more deliberate, more human. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the empty bar. "Is someone there?" Silence. I shook my head, trying to laugh off my nervousness. I was letting my imagination run wild, that's all. Too many late-night horror movies and ghost stories shared over beers. I turned back to the bar, determined to finish my closing duties and get out of there. But as I reached for another glass, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror behind the bottles. A shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, flitted across the reflection. My heart leapt into my throat. I whirled around, but the bar was empty, just the usual tables and chairs, the pool table gathering dust in the corner. "Okay, this isn't funny," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If someone's there, show yourself now." Nothing. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone. No signal. Of course, the storm must have knocked out the cell towers. I eyed the landline behind the bar. It was old, rarely used, but it should still work. I just had to get to it. As I inched towards the phone, the scraping sound came again. Louder this time. Closer. It was definitely coming from the back room. I froze, torn between making a dash for the front door and investigating the sound. If it was an intruder, I couldn't just leave. There was money in the safe, not to mention the valuable bottles of liquor lining the shelves. My boss would kill me if I let the place get robbed on my watch. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the baseball bat we kept under the bar for emergencies. Its weight was reassuring in my hands as I crept towards the back room. The door was ajar, a sliver of darkness visible through the crack. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pushed it open. The hinges creaked, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers scrabbling against the wall. Click. Nothing happened. The bulb must have burnt out. I swallowed hard, peering into the gloom. Shelves loomed in the darkness, stacked high with boxes and bottles. The safe squatted in the corner, a hulking presence of solid metal. "Shh, hello?" I called again, hating how my voice quavered. A rustle from behind a stack of boxes made me jump. I raised the bat, my palms slick with sweat. "I'm warning you," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'm armed, and I've called the police." A lie, but they didn't need to know that. Another rustle, and then a laugh, low and cold. It sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, I don't think you have," a voice said from the darkness. "In fact, I think you're all alone out here. Just you and me." A figure stepped out from behind the boxes. In the dim light filtering in from the bar, I could make out the silhouette of a man. Tall, broad-shouldered, his face hidden in shadow. I stumbled backward, my back hitting the doorframe. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out. He chuckled again, taking a step closer. "What do I want? Oh, darling, I want a lot of things. But right now, I'll settle for everything in that safe and maybe a little fun while we're at it." My blood ran cold. This was bad, really bad. In that moment, survival instinct kicked in. I swung the bat with all my might, aiming for where I thought his head would be. But he was faster. A hand shot out, catching the bat mid-swing. With a twist, he wrenched it from my grasp, sending it clattering to the floor. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I turned and ran, bolting for the front door. Behind me, I could hear his footsteps, heavy and fast. I reached the door, my fingers closing around the handle. Locked. In my haste to investigate the noise, I'd forgotten I'd already locked up for the night. Panic clawed at my throat as I fumbled with the keys. I could feel him getting closer, his breath hot on the back of my neck. The key slid home. I turned it, hearing the blessed click of the lock disengaging. But as I pulled the door open, a hand slammed it shut. Now, he said, his voice a low growl in my ear. "Where do you think you're going? We're just getting started." I spun around, my back pressed against the door. He loomed over me, so close I could smell the stale cigarette smoke on his breath. In the faint light from the street, I could finally see his face. He wasn't wearing a mask, which sent a chill through me. If he wasn't hiding his identity, he probably didn't intend to leave any witnesses. His eyes raked over me, a predatory gleam in them that made my skin crawl. "You know," he said, leaning in closer. "You're prettier than the last girl who worked here. Maybe we can work out some kind of arrangement." The implication in his words made my stomach turn, but it also ignited a spark of anger deep in my gut. I was not going to be another statistic, another victim for this creep to add to his list. As he reached out to touch my face, I acted on instinct. I brought my knee up hard, catching him right where it hurts most. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, giving me the opening I needed. I shoved past him, making a beeline for the bar. I vaulted over the counter, my hand closing around the neck of a bottle, top-shelf whiskey that cost more than I made in a week. Without hesitation, I swung it at his head as he lunged after me. The bottle connected with a sickening crack, shattering on impact. He staggered, blood mixing with whiskey as it ran down his face. But he didn't go down. He swiped at me, his fingers catching in my shirt. I heard fabric tear as I wrenched away, scrambling to put the bar between us. "You little bitch," he snarled, wiping blood from his eyes. "I'm going to make you regret that." I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the bottles lining the shelves behind me, An idea formed, crazy and dangerous, but it was all I had. As he started to round the bar, I grabbed bottle after bottle, hurling them at his feet. Glass shattered, liquor splashing across the floor. The sharp smell of alcohol filled the air. He slipped, going down hard on the glass-strewn floor. I seized my chance, snatching the book of matches we kept for lighting birthday sparklers and cocktails. "Stay back," I warned, striking a match. The flame flickered to life, casting wild shadows across the room. His eyes widened as he realized what I was about to do. "You're crazy," he said, struggling to his feet. "You'll burn the whole place down." "Better that than let you hurt anyone else," I replied, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. I dropped the match. The alcohol ignited instantly, flames racing across the floor. The heat was intense, forcing both of us back. He looked at me, then at the growing inferno, then back at me. For the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. Without another word, he turned and ran, crashing through the front door into the night. I stood there for a moment, watching the flames spread. The fire alarm began to blare, shockingly loud after the tense silence. The spell broken, I ran for the door, gulping in deep breaths of cool night air as I stumbled into the parking lot. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. As I watched my workplace go up in flames, a hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat. I'd survived, I'd fought back, and I'd never look at a quiet night shift the same way again. The rusty nail might be gone, but I was still here, shaken, scarred, but alive. And as the first fire truck rounded the corner, lights flashing, I made a silent vow. I would never be a victim again. Whatever life threw at me next, I'd be ready. The bonfire's warm glow painted our faces with flickering light, a stark contrast to the inky darkness of the beach beyond. We were laughing, toasting marshmallows, living in that perfect summer moment. None of us could have imagined that just beyond the dunes, hidden in the shadows, a gathering was taking place that would shatter our innocent night and plunge us into a nightmare of secrets and danger. It was supposed to be the perfect end to our beach vacation. My best friends, Alex, Sarah, and Jake, and I had spent the week soaking up the sun, riding waves, and forgetting about the real world waiting for us back home. On our last night, we decided to have a bonfire on the beach, a final hurrah before returning to our mundane lives. The night started off perfectly. We had gathered driftwood throughout the day, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, we set about building our fire. Jake, always the Boy Scout, had it roaring in no time. We sat around the flames, sharing stories and laughing at inside jokes that had developed over our years of friendship. The cooler was stocked with beers, and a bag of marshmallows sat ready for toasting. It was one of those moments you wish could last forever. As the night wore on and the beer flowed freely, our conversation turned to ghost stories. It was Alex who started it, recounting a tale he swore happened to his cousin's friend about a haunted house on the very beach we were sitting on. "They say on nights like this," he said, his voice dropping to a dramatic whisper, "you can hear the whispers of the dead carried on the sea breeze." We all laughed, but I couldn't help noticing how the shadows beyond our little circle of light seemed to deepen. The crash of the waves, once soothing, now held an ominous tone. It was then that Sarah stood up, swaying slightly from the beer. "I need to pee," she announced, giggling at her own bluntness. "Want me to come with?" I offered, always the mother hen of the group. She waved me off. "I'm a big girl. I can handle peeing in the dark." With that, she stumbled off towards the dunes, her silhouette soon swallowed by the darkness. We continued our ghost stories, each trying to outdo the other with tales of terror. But as the minutes ticked by and Sarah didn't return, a knot of unease began to form in my stomach. "Guys," I said, interrupting Jake mid-story, "shouldn't Sarah be back by now?" Alex checked his watch, his brow furrowing. Yeah, it's been like 15 minutes. Maybe she got lost. We called out her name, our voices carrying across the empty beach. No response. We should go look for her, I said, already standing up and brushing sand from my shorts. We grabbed our phones, using them as makeshift flashlights as we made our way towards the dunes. The sand shifted treacherously under our feet, made even more unstable by the alcohol in our systems. As we crested the first dune, I caught a glimpse of flickering light in the distance. At first, I thought it might be another bonfire, maybe a group of fellow vacationers enjoying the night, but something about it seemed off. "Guys, look," I whispered, pointing towards the light. We moved closer, curiosity overriding our initial mission to find Sarah. As we approached, I could make out figures moving around the light source. They were dressed strangely, in long robes that seemed to absorb the darkness around them. My heart began to race. This wasn't a friendly gathering of beachgoers. There was something sinister about the way they moved, the low murmur of their voices carrying on the wind. We crouched behind a large piece of driftwood, straining our eyes and ears to make sense of what we were seeing. The figures, I counted at least a dozen, were arranged in a circle around a central fire. But it wasn't a cheerful bonfire like ours. This flame burned an unnatural blue-green, casting an eerie light over the scene. "What the hell?" Jake whispered, his voice tight with fear. As my eyes adjusted to the strange light, I noticed objects arranged around the fire. There were bowls filled with what looked like herbs, strange symbols drawn in the sand, and at the center, a large stone altar. My blood ran cold as I realized this wasn't just some weird beach party. This was a ritual of some kind. The chanting grew louder, the words in a language I didn't recognize. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I felt the air around us change, becoming charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Then, through a gap in the circle of robed figures, I saw something that made my heart stop. Sarah was there, lying motionless on the stone altar. I must have made a sound, a gasp or a strangled cry, because suddenly all activity in the circle ceased. As one, the robed figures turned towards our hiding place. "Run!" Alex hissed, grabbing my arm. We scrambled to our feet, no longer caring about stealth. All that mattered was getting away, getting help. But the sand made running difficult, and in our panic, we quickly became disoriented. I could hear shouts behind us, the sound of pursuit growing closer. My lungs burned as I gulped in the salty air, my legs aching with the effort of plowing through the soft sand. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, a piece of driftwood or a clump of beach grass, and I went down hard. Pain shot through my ankle as I tried to get up. "Come on!" Jake yelled, reaching down to help me. But it was too late. Dark shapes surrounded us, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Rough hands grabbed me, pulling me to my feet. I could hear Alex and Jake struggling nearby. They dragged us back to their circle, the eerie blue-green fire casting strange shadows across the beach. Sarah was still on the altar, her eyes now open but glassy and unfocused. One figure, taller than the rest, stepped forward. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, carrying an authority that made even our captors seem to shrink back. "You should not have come here," he said, his tone almost regretful. "You have witnessed that which was not meant for mortal eyes. Please," I begged, finding my voice at last. "We won't tell anyone. Just let us go. Let Sarah go." The figure cocked his head, considering. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, you've stumbled upon something far greater than yourselves. A secret that has been kept for centuries, passed down through generations of guardians." He gestured towards the fire, which seemed to pulse in response. "This ritual ensures the continued prosperity of this town, of this entire coastline. Without it, disaster would befall us all." I shook my head, unable to comprehend what he was saying. "What are you talking about? What ritual?" The figure sighed, a sound filled with ancient weariness. "Long ago, our ancestors made a pact with the sea. In exchange for protection from storms and bountiful catches, a price must be paid. a life, freely given, to appease the old gods of the deep. Horror washed over me as I realized what he meant. Sarah wasn't just part of their ritual. She was going to be sacrificed. "No!" I screamed, struggling against my captors. "You can't do this. It's insane." The leader raised his hand, and immediately, my captors tightened their grip, one of them clamping a hand over my mouth. "I'm truly sorry," the leader said, and to my surprise, he sounded sincere. "But the sacrifice must be made. Your friend agreed willingly, though she may not remember now. The herbs we gave her ensure a painless transition." Tears streamed down my face as I watched him turn back to the altar, raising a wicked-looking knife that gleamed in the firelight. Just then, a new sound cut through the night, sirens, growing closer by the second. In the distance, I could see flashing lights approaching along the beach. Panic erupted among the robed figures. Some fled immediately, disappearing into the darkness. Others hesitated, looking to their leader for guidance. In the chaos, I felt the grip on me loosen. Without thinking, I drove my elbow back into my captor's stomach. As he doubled over, I broke free, racing towards the altar. Sarah's eyes focused on me as I reached her, recognition flickering across her face. What's happening?" she slurred. "No time to explain," I said, helping her sit up. "We need to go now." The others had broken free too, and together, we half carried, half dragged Sarah towards the approaching lights. Behind us, I could hear angry shouts and the sound of pursuit, but we didn't look back. As we reached the police cars that had pulled up on the beach, we collapsed into the sand, gasping for breath. The officers looked bewildered, glancing between us and the now abandoned ritual site. In the days that followed, we tried to explain what had happened, but with no physical evidence beyond some scattered ritual objects and a stone altar, it was chalked up to a drug-fueled beach party gone wrong. Sarah had no memory of agreeing to any sacrifice, and blood tests showed traces of several powerful hallucinogens in her system. The town closed ranks, and soon, whispers started that we were just troublemaking tourists looking for attention. But we knew the truth. We had seen behind the veil, glimpsed a world of ancient pacts and dark rituals hiding just beyond the edges of our normal reality. As we packed up to leave, I took one last look at the ocean. Its waves crashed against the shore as they had for millennia, indifferent to the secrets it held or the lives it had nearly claimed. I shuddered, turning my back on the beach. Some truths, I realized, were better left uncovered. But I knew that I would never look at a sleepy beach town the same way again. Behind every quaint facade could lurk unimaginable darkness, and some bonfires on the beach conceal far more sinister gatherings in the dunes beyond. The pulsing beat of the music reverberated through my body as I scanned the sea of festival goers, their faces illuminated by the kaleidoscope of neon lights. It was supposed to be the highlight of our summer, 3 days of non-stop music and memories. But as I locked eyes with a group of oddly dressed attendees, their gazes cold and calculating, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Little did I know, we were about to uncover a sinister plot lurking just beneath the surface of the carefree crowd. I'd been looking forward to the Neon Dreams Music Festival for months. My best friends, Zoe, Marcus, and Ella, and I had scraped together every penny we could to afford the tickets. As we passed through the gates on the first day, the excitement was palpable. The air thrummed with bass lines and the chatter of thousands of people, all here to lose themselves in the music. The first few hours were everything we'd hoped for. We danced until our feet ached, sang along to our favorite bands until our voices were hoarse, and reveled in the feeling of being part of something bigger than ourselves. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink, I felt a sense of euphoria that I thought could never be shattered. It was during a set by an up-and-coming electronic artist that I first noticed them, a group of about a dozen people, standing stock still in the midst of the writhing crowd. They were dressed in all black, which wasn't unusual for a festival, but something about their attire seemed off. It was too uniform, too precise, And their faces, they weren't watching the stage or dancing. They were scanning the crowd with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I nudged Zoe, nodding in their direction. "Hey, check out the creepy squad over there." She followed my gaze, her brow furrowing. "Whoa, what's their deal? They look like they're at a funeral, not a festival." As we watched, one of the group, a tall man with a shock of white hair, made a subtle hand gesture. Immediately, the others began to move, dispersing into the crowd with a synchronicity that was unsettling. "Okay, that was weird," Marcus chimed in, having noticed our distraction. "Maybe they're part of some performance art piece." I wanted to believe that, but something in my gut told me this was more than just avant-garde festival antics. "Let's keep an eye on them," I suggested, trying to sound casual. "Could be interesting." For the next hour, we tried to enjoy the music while surreptitiously tracking the movements of the strange group. They seemed to be circling the perimeter of the crowd, occasionally stopping to whisper to each other or into concealed earpieces. It was Ella who made the next unsettling discovery. "Guys," she said, her voice tight with concern, "I think they're drugging people." We followed her gaze to see one of the black-clad figures bumping into a young woman. It looked like an accident, but as they apologized and steadied her, I caught a glimpse of something passing from their hand to hers. The woman looked confused for a moment, then smiled widely and melted back into the crowd. "We have to do something," Zoe insisted. "We should tell security." But as we turned to find the nearest guard, we realized we were surrounded. 4 of the mysterious figures had materialized around us, their faces impassive, but their eyes glittering with dangerous intent. "I'm afraid we can't let you do that," the white-haired man said, his voice barely audible over the music. "You see, you've noticed far too much already." My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it even over the thunderous bass. "What are you talking about?" I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady. "We haven't seen anything." His smile was cold, devoid of any warmth or humor. "Oh, but you have. And now you have a choice to make. You can either join us, or, well, let's just say the alternative won't be pleasant." Marcus, always the hothead, started to lunge forward, but one of the others produced a small device from their pocket. It looked like a taser, but something told me it was far more dangerous. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the woman holding it said softly, "unless you want to find out what 10,000 volts feels like." We were trapped, hemmed in by the oblivious crowd and these menacing figures. The music, once exhilarating, now felt oppressive, the lights disorienting. "What do you want?" Ella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The white-haired man's smile widened. "Want? My dear, we want to change the world. And this festival is just the beginning." He launched into an explanation that chilled me to my core. They were part of a group that believed humanity had become too complacent, too caught up in trivial pursuits. Their solution? To awaken people using a powerful psychotropic drug, one that would allegedly open their minds to new possibilities. "But it's not just about expanding consciousness," he continued, his eyes gleaming with a fanatic light. "Once they've taken our compound, they become suggestible. Imagine an army of young, energetic individuals, all united in purpose. We could reshape society overnight." I felt sick. They weren't just drug pushers, they were would-be cult leaders, using the festival as cover for a mass indoctrination scheme. "You're insane," Zoe spat. "You can't just drug people without their consent. It's evil." The man's expression hardened. "Evil is a matter of perspective, my dear. In time, they'll thank us for freeing them from their mundane existence." As he spoke, I noticed something over his shoulder. Security guards were moving through the crowd, their faces alert and searching. Someone must have noticed the strange behavior and reported it. I caught Marcus's eye, giving a subtle nod towards the approaching guards. He understood immediately. "Well," Marcus said loudly, "if those are our only options, I guess we don't have a choice." Sign us up for your little cult." The others looked at him in shock, but I caught on quickly. "Yeah, sounds great. Free drugs and a chance to change the world. Count me in." Our captors seemed taken aback by our sudden change of heart. The white-haired man's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You're not just saying this to—" He never got to finish that sentence. In that moment of distraction, Marcus made his move. He shoved the nearest cultist hard, sending them stumbling into the crowd. I grabbed Zoe's hand and yelled, "Run!" We plunged into the sea of bodies, pushing and shoving our way through. Behind us, I could hear shouts of anger and frustration. The music swelled to a crescendo, the lights flashing in a dizzying array that made it hard to keep our bearings. "There!" Ella shouted, pointing towards a cluster of security guards. We made a beeline for them, gasping out our story as soon as we were within earshot. To their credit, the guards took us seriously. Within minutes, a coordinated sweep of the festival grounds was underway. We watched from a safe distance as the mysterious group was rounded up, their stash of drugs confiscated. As the police arrived to take statements, the reality of what we'd uncovered began to sink in. This wasn't just some small-time drug operation. The scope of what they'd been planning was staggering. "I can't believe we almost became unwitting participants in a cult recruitment drive," Zoe said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Yeah, this is definitely not the kind of life-changing experience I was expecting from a music festival," Marcus added with a weak laugh. As the night wore on and the festival slowly returned to normal, I found myself looking at the crowd with new eyes. How many people had already been dosed? How far-reaching were the effects of this group's actions? The police assured us that they would investigate thoroughly, and that medical teams were on standby to help anyone showing signs of being drugged. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only scratched the surface of something much bigger and darker. As the final notes of the headline act faded away and the crowd began to disperse, I felt a mix of emotions I couldn't quite name. Relief that we'd escaped and potentially saved others from a terrible fate. Fear of what might have happened if we hadn't noticed something amiss. And a lingering sense of unease, knowing that there were people out there willing to go to such lengths to further their twisted ideology. We'd come to Neon Dreams looking for a weekend of music and memories. We left with a story we could scarcely believe, and a newfound awareness of the darkness that can lurk just below the surface of even the most joyous occasions. As we walked out of the festival grounds, the neon lights now seeming more ominous than magical, I made a silent vow. I would never again take for granted the safety and freedom I'd always assumed were guaranteed. Because sometimes, the real dangers aren't the ones you can see coming. They're the ones hiding in plain sight, waiting for just the right moment to reveal their true nature. The moment I stepped into room 237, I knew something was off. It wasn't the dated decor or the faint smell of stale cigarettes. Those were par for the course in a budget hotel. No, it was the oppressive silence, the way the shadows seemed to cling to the corners, and the inexplicable chill that ran down my spine. I should have turned around right then, should have demanded a different room or even a refund. But I was tired. It was late. And I told myself I was just being paranoid. That decision would haunt me for the rest of my life. I'd been on the road for 12 hours, making my way cross-country for a job interview. This small town in the middle of nowhere was just supposed to be a quick overnight stop, a place to catch some sleep before hitting the road again in the morning. The hotel was the only one for miles, its neon vacancy, sign a welcome sight after hours of darkness and endless highway. The check-in process had been uneventful. The night clerk, an older man with rheumy eyes and a permanent frown, had barely looked at me as he pushed the key across the counter. "Room 237, he'd grunted. "Up the stairs, end of the hall." Now, standing in the doorway of the room, I hesitated. Something about the space felt wrong, like walking into a place where the laws of physics didn't quite apply. But exhaustion won out over instinct, and I stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind me. The room was basic, A queen-sized bed with a faded floral comforter, a small desk with a TV that looked like it was from the 90s, and a bathroom that had seen better days. I dropped my bag on the bed and headed straight for the shower, hoping the hot water would wash away the grime of the road and the lingering sense of unease. As I stood under the lukewarm spray, I could have sworn I heard whispering. Faint, indistinct, like multiple voices having a heated conversation just on the edge of hearing. I poked my head out of the shower curtain, but the bathroom was empty, and when I turned off the water, the sound stopped. Get it together, I muttered to myself, chalking it up to road fatigue and an overactive imagination. I dried off quickly and changed into my sleep clothes, eager to collapse into bed and put this weird evening behind me. But as I reached to turn off the bedside lamp, I froze. There, in the mirror above the desk, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A face, not my own reflection, but another face, gaunt and pale, with eyes that seemed to glow with an inner light. It was there for just a second, gone when I blinked. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. My heart pounding, I spun around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. But the room was empty. I checked the closet, looked under the bed, even opened the door to peer into the hallway. Nothing. Okay, I said aloud, trying to calm myself down. Okay, you're tired, you're seeing things. Just go to sleep, and everything will be fine in the morning. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin despite the stuffiness of the room. I left the TV on, the low murmur of a late-night infomercial providing a comforting background noise as I tried to will myself to sleep. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake, every nerve in my body screaming that something was wrong. The TV was off, plunging the room into darkness, and the temperature had dropped dramatically. I could see my breath misting in the air as I sat up, fumbling for the lamp switch. Click, click, click. The lamp wouldn't turn on. That's when I heard it, the whispering from earlier, but louder now, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the room with a cacophony of hissing voices. I scrambled out of bed, nearly falling in my haste to get to the door, but when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. I was locked in. Panic rising in my throat, I turned back to face the room, and that's when I saw them. Shadows. Moving, shifting, taking on vaguely human shapes. They peeled themselves from the walls, the floor, even seeming to step out of the mirror. Their edges were fuzzy, indistinct, but their eyes... God. Their eyes were all too real. Glowing points of light in the darkness, filled with a hunger that made my skin crawl. I pressed myself against the door, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. One of the shadow figures glided towards me, its arm, if you could call it that, reaching out. I could feel the cold emanating from it, a bone-deep chill that seemed to suck the very life out of the air around it. No, I whimpered, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real. This isn't happening. The whispering grew louder, and now I could make out words. My name over and over again, interspersed with phrases that made no sense. Join us, they seemed to be saying. Become one with the void. I don't know how long I stood there, trembling, caught between terror and disbelief. But suddenly there was a new sound cutting through the whispers. Knocking. Someone was knocking on the door. Hey, a gruff voice called out. Keep it down in there. People are trying to sleep. The voice, so normal, so human, broke whatever spell had fallen over the room. I spun around, pounding on the door with both fists. Help! I screamed. Please, help me. I'm trapped. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of a key in the lock. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a bathrobe, his face a mix of annoyance and concern. I didn't wait for him to speak. I bolted past him, running down the hallway and down the stairs, not stopping until I burst out of the hotel's front doors into the cool night air. The night clerk looked up from his magazine, raising an eyebrow at my disheveled appearance. "Problem?" he asked, sounding utterly uninterested. I tried to explain what had happened, the words tumbling out in a barely coherent stream. The clerk's expression never changed, his eyes never widening in surprise or narrowing in disbelief. When I finished, he simply sighed and reached for a ledger. "Room 237, you said?" He flipped through the pages, then nodded. "Ah, yes, I should have warned you. That room can be troublesome for some guests." I stared at him, unable to process what I was hearing. Troublesome. There were things in there. Shadows that moved. Voices. He shrugged, as if I'd complained about a leaky faucet. "It's an old hotel. Things happen. I can move you to another room if you'd like." I shook my head vehemently. No, I'm leaving. I want a refund, and I'm getting out of here." To my surprise, he didn't argue. He simply reached into the cash register, counted out some bills, and pushed them across the counter. "Sorry for the inconvenience," he said, in a tone that suggested he was anything but sorry. "Drive safely." I snatched the money and my car keys, which I'd thankfully left at the front desk, and all but ran to my car. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The hotel stood silent and dark, the vacancy sign now turned off. For a moment, I thought I saw a face in one of the upper windows, gaunt, pale, with glowing eyes. But then I blinked, and it was gone. I drove through the night, fueled by adrenaline and terror, not stopping until the sun was high in the sky and I was 3 states away. Even then, in the bright light of day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of that room. In the years since that night, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was exhaustion or stress or some kind of hallucinogenic mold in the walls of that old hotel. But deep down, I know the truth. There are places in this world where the veil between realities is thin, where things that shouldn't exist can slip through the cracks. And sometimes, all it takes is opening the wrong door to find yourself face to face with the stuff of nightmares. I never did make it to that job interview. Instead, I drove home, packed up my apartment, and moved to a new city, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and that hotel. I don't travel much anymore, and when I do, I always insist on a room that isn't at the end of the hall. But no matter where I go, no matter how far I run, I can't escape the memory of room 237. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those whispers, calling my name, inviting me to join them in the darkness. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if maybe a part of me never really left that room at all. The growl of my truck's engine echoed through the dense forest as I navigated the unfamiliar mountain road. The GPS had gone haywire miles back, and now, with the sun dipping below the tree line, I was beginning to regret my decision to take this shortcut. Little did I know, this wrong turn would lead me straight into the clutches of a brotherhood I never asked to join, and a night that would haunt me for the rest of my days. I've been a long-haul trucker for the better part of 2 decades. I thought I'd seen it all. Endless stretches of highway, quirky roadside attractions, and my fair share of strange encounters at truck stops. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to experience in the depths of the Pacific Northwest. It started innocently enough. I was behind schedule on a run from Seattle to Boise, and a fellow driver at my last stop had tipped me off about a lesser-known route through the mountains. "Shaves a good 3 hours off the trip," he'd said with a wink. "Just keep your wits about you. The locals can be a bit peculiar." I should have heeded the warning in his tone, but the allure of making up lost time was too strong to resist. So there I was, my 18-wheeler lumbering down a road that seemed to get narrower with each passing mile. The first sign that something was amiss came when I rounded a sharp bend and found myself face to face with a makeshift roadblock. A group of burly men stood behind it, their faces illuminated by the harsh glare of floodlights. I slowed to a stop, my hand hovering over the door lock. One of the men approached, his beard wild and his eyes gleaming with an intensity that set my nerves on edge. "Evening, driver," he called out, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. "Bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" I explained my situation, hoping they'd simply point me in the right direction and send me on my way. The bearded man exchanged glances with his companions, a silent communication passing between them. "Well now," he said, turning back to me with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Seems like fate's brought you to us tonight. Why don't you pull over there and join us for a spell? We don't get many visitors up this way." Every instinct told me to politely decline and find another route. But as I opened my mouth to do just that, I noticed more figures emerging from the woods. They flanked my truck, effectively boxing me in. The choice was clear. I could play along or, well, I didn't want to think about or. With a forced smile, I maneuvered my rig to the side of the road. As I climbed down from the cab, I was struck by the strange atmosphere that permeated the clearing. A large bonfire roared in the center, casting dancing shadows across the faces of 24 or so men. They were a motley crew. Some looked like fellow truckers, others like they'd stepped straight out of a biker gang. But they all shared the same intense gaze, a look that made me feel like a rabbit caught in a snare. "Welcome, brother," the bearded man said, clapping me on the shoulder with enough force to make me stumble. "I'm Grizzly, and you've just stumbled into the annual gathering of the Road Wolves." Road Wolves. The name tickled something in the back of my mind. I'd heard whispers, urban legends really, about a secret society of truckers. But I'd always dismissed them as campfire stories, tall tales spun by drivers to pass the long hours on the road. Grizzly led me to the fire, where I was handed a mason jar filled with clear liquid. "Our own special brew," he said with a wink. "Drink up. The night's just getting started." I took a tentative sip and nearly choked. It was like liquid fire, burning a path down my throat and settling in my stomach with a warmth that quickly spread to my limbs. Around me, the other men raised their jars in a toast. "To the open road," Grizzly bellowed. "To the open road," the others echoed, their voices a rumbling chorus that seemed to shake the very trees. As the night wore on, fueled by more of that potent moonshine, the gathering took on an almost ritualistic feel. The men shared stories, tales of impossible drives through raging storms, narrow escapes from law enforcement, and encounters with things that couldn't be explained by the light of day. I found myself swept up in it all, the rational part of my brain dulled by alcohol and the infectious energy of the group. When Grizzly announced that it was time for me to prove my worth and join their ranks, I didn't hesitate. "The test is simple," he said, his eyes glittering in the firelight. "You must face the mountain ghost." A hush fell over the group. I looked around, confused. The mountain ghost. An older man with a scarred face leaned in. "Legend has it, there's a stretch of road up ahead that's haunted by the spirit of a trucker who went off the edge. They say if you can make it past his territory without blinking, without flinching, he'll let you pass. But if you show fear..." He drew a finger across his throat. I laughed nervously. "You're joking, right? This is just some initiation prank." But the serious looks on their faces told me this was no joke. Grizzly handed me a set of keys. "Take my rig. It's fueled up and ready to go. Make it to the other side, and you'll be one of us. Fail, and well, let's just say we won't be seeing you again." The alcohol in my system warred with my common sense. This was insane. I should just get in my own truck and get the hell out of there. But a part of me, a part I didn't fully understand, wanted to prove myself to these men. Wanted to be part of something bigger than just another lonely trucker on an endless highway. Before I knew it, I was behind the wheel of Grizzly's truck, the engine rumbling beneath me. The road ahead was pitch black, the only illumination coming from the headlights cutting through the fog that had settled over the mountain. "Remember," Grizzly said, his face appearing at my window, "no matter what you see, No matter what happens, don't stop. Don't even slow down. The ghost feeds on fear. With a deep breath, I put the truck in gear and started down the mountain road. The first few miles were uneventful, just a winding path through dense forest. But as I rounded a particularly sharp bend, the air in the cab suddenly grew cold. My headlights flickered, and for a brief moment I could have sworn I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. A man in old-fashioned trucker's clothes, his face a mask of rage and despair. I blinked, and he was gone. My heart was pounding, but I kept my foot steady on the gas. It's not real, I told myself. It's just your imagination, just a trick of the light. But then I heard it, a low moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The steering wheel grew icy under my hands, and the truck began to shake violently. In my side mirror, I caught a glimpse of something impossible. A ghostly big rig was bearing down on me, its phantom headlights blazing. At the wheel was the same figure I'd seen in the road, but now his eyes were burning with an unearthly light. Every instinct screamed at me to slam on the brakes, to pull over, to abandon the truck and run. But Grizzly's words echoed in my mind. Don't stop. Don't even slow down. I gripped the wheel tighter and pressed down on the accelerator. The ghost truck drew closer, its horn blaring with a sound that chilled me to my very soul. I could feel icy fingers brushing the back of my neck, hear whispers promising a swift end if I'd just give in to my fear. But I didn't. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, even as the world around me seemed to twist and warp. The trees became grasping hands. The fog formed into leering faces. Still, I drove on. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when the pressure in my head felt like it would split my skull, I burst through a wall of mist. The ghost truck vanished, the whispers faded, and suddenly I was just driving down a normal mountain road. I brought the truck to a stop, my whole body shaking. In the distance, I could see lights, the gathering of road wolves. I'd made it through. As I drove back to the clearing, my mind raced. What had I just experienced? Was it real, or some elaborate hoax? Or had the moonshine and the power of suggestion simply overwhelmed my senses? The road wolves were waiting for me, their faces a mix of anticipation and respect. As I climbed down from the cab on shaky legs, Grizzly approached. You did it, brother, he said, his voice filled with pride. You faced the ghost and came out the other side. Welcome to the road wolves. The others cheered, clapping me on the back and pressing more moonshine into my hands. As the adrenaline faded, I felt a strange sense of belonging wash over me. I had faced something beyond explanation and survived. I was now part of something ancient and mysterious, a brotherhood bound by the secrets of the open road. As dawn broke over the mountains, I climbed back into my own truck. Grizzly handed me a small medallion, a snarling wolf's head. For protection, he said with a wink, and to remind you that you've got brothers out there now. Whenever you need us, just hold this and think of tonight. We'll find you. I pulled away, my mind still reeling from the night's events. As I merged back onto the main highway, I caught sight of the medallion glinting in the early morning sun. I knew that my life on the road would never be the same. The highways stretched out before me, full of possibility and hidden dangers. But now, for better or worse, I was a road wolf, and the open road would never be able to hide its secrets from me again. The first time I heard the muffled scream through the paper-thin walls of our new apartment, I convinced myself it was just a TV show. By the third night, as the sounds of struggle and sobbing became a horrifying lullaby, I knew we had moved in next door to something sinister. What began as an exciting fresh start for me and my roommate quickly spiraled into a nightmare that would test our courage, our morality, and our very sanity. It had seemed like the perfect opportunity when Sarah and I found the listing, a spacious 2-bedroom in a trendy part of the city, and miraculously within our budget. We'd been crammed into a tiny studio for the past year, stepping over each other and passive-aggressively fighting for mirror space every morning. This new place felt like a dream come true. The day we moved in, we were giddy with excitement. The apartment complex was newer, with sleek modern finishes and a small gym in the basement. Our unit was on the third floor with large windows that let in plenty of natural light. We spent that first day unpacking, arranging furniture, and planning all the dinner parties we'd host in our new space. It wasn't until that night, as I was drifting off to sleep in my new room, that I heard it. A thud, followed by what sounded like muffled yelling. I sat up, straining my ears. It seemed to be coming from the apartment next door. After a few moments of silence, I shrugged it off. Probably just someone dropping something and swearing about it. The next morning over coffee, I mentioned it to Sarah. "Did you hear anything weird last night from next door?" She shook her head, her brow furrowing. "No, but I sleep like the dead." "Why? What did you hear?" I hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. It was probably nothing, just some noise. New building, thin walls, you know? Sarah nodded, but I could see a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Well, let me know if you hear anything else weird. We should probably meet our neighbors anyway. Make sure we're not the loud ones disturbing everyone else." I agreed, and we went about our day. That night, though, it happened again. This time, the noises were clearer. A man's voice, angry and threatening, followed by the sound of something or someone hitting a wall. Then a woman's voice, pleading, cut off abruptly. My heart raced as I lay there in the dark, debating what to do. Should I call the police? But what if I was misinterpreting things? I didn't want to cause trouble with our new neighbors over a misunderstanding. In the morning, I saw Sarah had dark circles under her eyes. "Okay," she said before I could even open my mouth. I heard it too. What the hell is going on over there? We agreed to keep an ear out, to document what we heard. Maybe if we had a pattern, we could decide better how to handle it. Over the next week, the noises became a nightly occurrence. Sometimes it was just yelling. Other times the unmistakable sound of physical violence. We never saw our neighbors, never caught a glimpse of them in the hallway or leaving their apartment. It was as if they only existed in those terrible nighttime hours. "We have to do something," Sarah insisted after a particularly bad night. "This isn't just a couple having arguments. Someone's getting hurt in there." I nodded, feeling a mix of dread and determination. "Let's try talking to the building manager first. Maybe they've had complaints about this unit before." The next day, we went down to the office on the ground floor. The manager, a balding man named Gary, listened to our concerns with a frown. "I appreciate you bringing this to my attention," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "But I can't discuss other tenants. Private matters. I'll look into it." As we turned to leave, he called after us. "Oh, and ladies, I'd advise minding your own business. Some situations are more complicated than they appear." Something about the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. It felt less like a friendly warning and more like a threat. That night, the noises were worse than ever. Crashes, thuds, and then a scream so blood-curdling it made my hair stand on end. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The police arrived quickly, their presence announced by flashing lights in the parking lot below. Sarah and I huddled by our door, listening as they knocked on our neighbor's apartment. To our shock, a woman answered. Her voice was calm, almost cheerful as she spoke to the officers. We couldn't make out the whole conversation, but we heard phrases like, "just watching an intense movie," and "so sorry for the disturbance." The police left. The woman closed her door, and then silence. Sarah and I looked at each other, bewildered. "What the hell?" she whispered. The next day, there was a note slipped under our door. In neat, feminine handwriting, it read, "Please mind your own business. Everything is fine. Your neighbors." But everything was not fine. The nightly terrors continued, and now we felt like we were losing our minds. Were we imagining things? Was this all some elaborate prank? We started doing research, digging into the building's history, and what we found chilled us to the bone. There had been a string of disappearances linked to this apartment complex over the past decade. Young women, mostly. They'd move in, and a few months later, they'd vanish without a trace. "We have to get out of here," Sarah said, her face pale as we pored over news articles. "This place isn't safe." I agreed, but something nagged at me. "What about the woman next door? We can't just leave her." Sarah bit her lip, conflicted. "I know, but what can we do? The police didn't believe us. The building manager is clearly in on whatever this is." That night, as the familiar sounds of violence began again, we made a decision. We were going to find out what was happening in that apartment, one way or another. Armed with our phones to record evidence and a kitchen knife just in case, we crept out into the hallway. The noises from next door were louder here, the woman's cries clearer. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, expecting it to be locked. To our surprise, it turned easily. The apartment layout was a mirror image of ours, but that's where the similarities ended. The living room was sparsely furnished, with heavy curtains blocking the windows. And the smell? It was a mix of chemicals and something sickeningly sweet. We moved deeper into the apartment, following the sounds to a closed door. Sarah nodded at me, her face set with determination. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. What we saw defied explanation. The room was some kind of makeshift laboratory, with tables covered in beakers and strange equipment. And there, strapped to a chair in the center, was a woman. Her eyes were wild with fear, her mouth gagged, but it wasn't the same woman we'd heard talking to the police. This woman was younger, her hair a different color, and next to her, wearing a lab coat splattered with something dark, was a man. He turned as we entered, his face a mask of rage and surprise. "You shouldn't have come here," he snarled, reaching for something on the table. What happened next was a blur. Sarah screamed. I lunged forward, the kitchen knife outstretched. There was a struggle, the sound of breaking glass, and then silence. When the police arrived this time, called by other neighbors who'd heard the commotion, they found a scene of horror. The man, who we later learned was a disgraced scientist named Dr. Elias Hartley, was dead, a victim of his own scalpel in our struggle. The woman in the chair was alive but traumatized, and in a hidden room, accessible through a false wall, they found evidence of years of abductions and twisted experiments. In the days that followed, as we gave statements and tried to process what we'd been through, the full story emerged. Dr. Hartley had been using the apartment as a base for his illegal human experiments, soundproofing the inner rooms but leaving the outer ones normal to avoid suspicion. The woman who'd spoken to the police that first night was his accomplice, helping to lure victims and cover up his crimes. Sarah and I moved out of the apartment complex as soon as we could. The experience left us shaken, forever changing how we saw the world and the secrets that could hide behind ordinary walls. We had set out to be good neighbors, to help someone we thought was in trouble. We never imagined we'd end up uncovering a horror beyond our wildest nightmares. Now, whenever I hear strange noises from a neighboring apartment, I don't hesitate. I remember the woman we saved, and all those we were too late to help. Because sometimes, being a good neighbor means being brave enough to look behind closed doors, even when you're terrified of what you might find. The pristine snow crunched beneath my skis as I carved my way down the deserted slope. The exhilaration of solitude in this winter wonderland was intoxicating until I caught sight of them, dark figures moving with unnatural speed through the trees. In that moment, I realized my peaceful solo trip had turned into a desperate fight for survival against an enemy I couldn't begin to understand. I'd always been a bit of a loner, preferring the quiet companionship of nature to the chaos of crowds. So when I stumbled upon an ad for a secluded ski resort in the Swiss Alps that catered to solo travelers, it seemed like the perfect getaway. The brochure promised miles of untouched powder, cozy chalets, and the freedom to explore at your own pace. What it didn't mention was the mortal danger lurking in those picturesque woods. The first few days were bliss. I'd wake up early, grab a quick breakfast at the resort's small cafe, and then hit the slopes before anyone else was stirring. The resort wasn't kidding about the untouched powder. Each morning felt like I was the first person to ever carve tracks into that pristine white canvas. It was on the fourth day that things started to feel off. I'd ventured further than usual, following a trail that wound through a dense patch of pine trees. The snow was deeper here, muffling all sound until the world around me felt eerily silent. That's when I saw the first set of tracks. They weren't ski tracks, or even the familiar pattern of snowshoes. These were different, larger than any human footprint, with strange, elongated toes that dug deep into the snow. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Probably just some local wildlife. A large wolf, maybe, or a bear that hadn't quite settled in for hibernation. But as I continued down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, back in my chalet, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the wooden structure settling, every gust of wind outside set my nerves on edge. I found myself peering out the window into the darkness, half expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at me. When morning finally came, I debated staying in. But the clear blue sky and fresh powder beckoned, and I convinced myself that my overactive imagination was just working overtime in the unfamiliar surroundings. I set out early, as usual, but this time I stuck to the more popular trails closer to the resort. For a few hours, everything was normal. The familiar rhythm of skiing, the crisp mountain air filling my lungs. It all worked to calm my frayed nerves. Then, as I was taking a breather at the top of a particularly challenging run, I saw them. At first, I thought they were other skiers. 3 dark figures, moving swiftly through the trees at the edge of the trail. But something about their movement was wrong. Too fluid, too fast. And they weren't following any trail I could see. I blinked, and they were gone. Vanished into the thick forest as if they'd never been there at all. My heart was pounding now, adrenaline flooding my system. Every instinct screamed at me to get back to the resort, to the safety of other people. I pushed off, skiing faster than I ever had before, my eyes darting constantly to the tree line. That's when I saw them again. Closer this time. Close enough to see that these weren't people at all. They were tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in all the wrong places. Their skin, what I could see of it, was a pale gray that blended eerily well with the snow-covered bark of the trees. And their faces, I caught only a glimpse, but it was enough to haunt my nightmares for years to come. No eyes, just smooth skin where eyes should be, and a mouth full of needle-sharp teeth. I let out a strangled cry, my ski pole slipping from suddenly numb fingers. I barely managed to stay upright as I careened down the mountain, all technique forgotten in my blind panic. They were pursuing me now, no longer trying to hide their presence. I could hear them, a strange chittering sound that cut through the rush of wind in my ears. They moved through the deep snow as if it wasn't there, covering ground at a terrifying pace. I was crying now, tears freezing on my cheeks as I pushed myself to go faster, faster. My legs burned with the effort, my lungs heaving in the thin mountain air. But I didn't dare slow down. As I rounded a bend, I caught sight of the resort in the distance, so close, yet so impossibly far. Would I make it? Could I outrun these things? Suddenly, one of the creatures burst from the trees directly in front of me. I swerved hard to avoid it, losing my balance and tumbling into the snow. My skis came off, spinning away as I rolled to a stop. Dazed and winded, I struggled to my feet. The creatures were closing in, their chittering growing louder, more excited. I could see them more clearly now, and part of me wished I couldn't. Their bodies seemed to shift and change as they moved, as if they weren't quite solid. With no other choice, I started to run. Each step was agony, my boots sinking deep into the snow, slowing me down. I could feel them getting closer, the air growing colder around me as they approached. Just as I felt a glacial hand brush against my back, I broke through the tree line. The resort was right there, people milling about, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding just yards away. "Help!" I screamed, my voice hoarse and cracking. "Somebody help me!" Heads turned, expressions of confusion quickly morphing to shock and fear as they saw what was behind me. There was a flurry of movement, shouts in various languages as people ran for safety. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creatures were right there, so close I could see the strange, shifting patterns on their skin. But they had stopped at the edge of the trees, as if some invisible barrier prevented them from entering the cleared area around the resort. I stumbled the last few feet to the nearest building, collapsing against the wall. My legs gave out and I slid to the ground, gulping in air as my heart threatened to beat out of my chest. A crowd had gathered now, guests and staff alike staring in horrified fascination at the tree line. But there was nothing to see. The creatures had vanished as quickly and silently as they had appeared. What followed was a blur of questions, of disbelief and wild speculation. The local authorities were called. The mountain was searched, but no trace was ever found of the things I had seen. Many people believed I had simply panicked, that the isolation and altitude had played tricks on my mind. But I knew what I had seen, and I wasn't the only one. In hushed tones, some of the older staff members spoke of legends, of ancient things that lived in the deepest parts of the mountains, things that hungered for warmth, for life. I left the resort that same day. My idyllic vacation turned into a waking nightmare. As the train carried me down the mountain and away from that place, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had brushed up against something ancient and terrifying, something that defied explanation. Now, years later, I still ski, but never alone and never in remote areas. Sometimes, when the wind whistles through the trees just right, I hear that chittering sound again, and I remember the day I learned that in some corners of the world, the most dangerous predators aren't the ones we know, but the ones that lurk just beyond the edge of understanding, waiting for unwary travelers to venture too far from safety. The pristine slopes of that Swiss resort still call to me sometimes, in my dreams. But it's not the thrill of untouched powder that I remember. It's the heart-pounding terror of being hunted, the realization that in nature's grand design, we humans are not always at the top of the food chain, and that some mysteries of the mountains are better left undiscovered. The abandoned tent flapped eerily in the breeze, its torn fabric a silent testament to the struggle that had taken place. As we approached, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was very wrong here. Little did we know, our curiosity was about to plunge us into a nightmare that would test our survival skills and sanity to their very limits. It was supposed to be a routine weekend hike, just me and my two best friends, Mark and Jess. We'd been planning this trip for months, eagerly anticipating the chance to explore a new trail in the Cascade Mountains. The weather was perfect, clear skies and mild temperatures, ideal for spending a few days in the wilderness. We set out early Friday morning, our packs loaded with supplies and our spirits high. The first day was everything we'd hoped for: challenging terrain, breathtaking views, and the kind of camaraderie that only comes from shared adventure. We made good time, covering more ground than we'd initially planned. As the sun began to set, we started looking for a suitable campsite. That's when Jess spotted it, a small clearing just off the trail, partially hidden by a stand of towering pines. It looked perfect, save for one unsettling detail. There was already a tent there. "Hello?" Mark called out as we approached. No answer. The campsite looked like it had been hastily abandoned. A backpack lay on its side, its contents spilled across the ground. A pot still sat on a makeshift fire pit, the remnants of a meal crusted to its bottom. "Maybe they just went for a hike and will be back soon," Jess suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. I moved closer to the tent, my unease growing with each step. That's when I noticed the tears in the fabric, jagged rips that looked disturbingly like claw marks. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think we should keep moving." But before we could decide what to do, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest, causing us all to jump. It was distant, but unmistakably human. What the hell was that? Mark's eyes were wide with fear. "Someone could be hurt," Jess said. "We have to help." I wanted to argue, to suggest we turn back and alert the authorities. But I knew Jess was right. If someone was in trouble, we couldn't just walk away. With growing trepidation, we dropped our packs and grabbed only the essentials: first aid kit, flashlights, and a couple of protein bars each. The sun had almost set now, the forest growing darker by the minute. We moved in the direction of the scream, our flashlight beams casting eerie shadows among the trees. The forest seemed different now, menacing. Every snapping twig made us flinch. Every rustle of leaves had us spinning around, hearts pounding. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we came across another campsite. This one was in even worse shape than the first. The tent was completely shredded, sleeping bags and gear strewn everywhere, and there, in the center of the destruction, was a single hiking boot, with what looked horribly like blood staining its sides. "Oh God," Jess breathed, her hand covering her mouth. I was about to suggest we turn back. This was clearly beyond our ability to help, when we heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We instinctively huddled together, our flashlights darting frantically from tree to tree. That's when I saw them, eyes reflecting in the darkness. Not just one pair, but several, surrounding us on all sides. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Jess and Mark by their sleeves. We took off, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for the trail or direction. All that mattered was putting distance between us and whatever was back there. I could hear heavy footfalls behind us, branches snapping under the weight of our pursuers. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under my feet. We'd run right off the edge of a steep embankment. We tumbled down the slope, a tangle of limbs and panicked cries, finally coming to a stop at the bottom. Dazed and bruised, we scrambled to our feet. My flashlight had broken in the fall, but Mark's still worked. In its beam, I could see we'd landed in some kind of ravine. Steep walls rose on either side, and a small stream trickled nearby. "Quick, in here," Jess hissed, pointing to a narrow opening in the ravine wall. It looked like the entrance to a small cave. We squeezed inside just as something large crashed down the embankment after us. Pressed against the cold stone, barely daring to breathe, we listened. Heavy breathing, the sound of sniffing, then a frustrated howl that chilled me to my very core. For hours, we huddled in that tiny cave, jumping at every sound. Whatever was out there, it knew we were close. Occasionally, we'd hear it pass by our hiding spot, its claws scraping against the rock. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to set in. We took turns keeping watch, though sleep was nearly impossible given our circumstances. During one of my shifts, I heard Mark and Jess whispering. "What do you think they are?" Jess asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," Mark replied. "Bears, maybe? But bears don't hunt in packs like this." I didn't offer my opinion, but I knew whatever was stalking us was no ordinary predator. The intelligence behind its movements, the way it had herded us into this ravine, this was something else entirely. As the first light of dawn began to filter into our cave, the noises outside finally ceased. We waited another hour, hardly daring to hope, before cautiously emerging from our hiding spot. The ravine looked different in the daylight, less threatening, but no less alien. We were completely turned around with no idea which direction would lead us back to the trail. "We need to get to higher ground," I said, eyeing the steep walls around us. "Try to figure out where we are." It took us the better part of the morning to find a way out of the ravine. Our progress was slowed by our injuries from the fall and the constant need to stay alert for any sign of danger. By the time we reached the top, the sun was high in the sky. From our vantage point, we could see for miles. The forest stretched out in every direction, a sea of green with no sign of civilization. But something else caught my eye. A plume of smoke rising in the distance. Look, I pointed. That could be a campfire, maybe a ranger station. It was our only lead, so we set off in that direction. The going was tough. We had no trail to follow and had to navigate around fallen trees and dense underbrush. And all the while, we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As we got closer to the source of the smoke, a new sound reached our ears. Voices, human voices. Relief washed over me, and we quickened our pace. We burst into a clearing, ready to call out for help, but the words died in my throat. What we saw made no sense. It was some kind of camp, but unlike anything I'd ever seen. Crude structures made of branches and animal hides surrounded a central fire pit, and the people, they didn't look right. Their movements were jerky, almost inhuman, and they were dressed in ragged furs that looked like they'd been worn for years. One of them turned and saw us. It let out a high-pitched shriek that sent the others into a frenzy. They began to converge on us, brandishing crude spears and clubs. "Run!" I yelled for the second time in 24 hours. We tore off into the forest once more, the strange people in pursuit. Their shrieks seemed to fill the air, coming from all directions. It was like the whole forest had come alive, hungry for our blood. Just when I thought we couldn't run any further, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves on the edge of a cliff. Below us, I could see a road winding through the valley, civilization, so close yet so far. The shrieks were getting closer. We were trapped between our pursuers and a deadly drop. "We have to jump," Mark yelled, gesturing to a ledge about 15 feet below us. It wasn't much, but it was our only chance. Without time to second guess, we leaped. I hit the ledge hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Jess landed next to me with a cry of pain. Her ankle was twisted at an odd angle. Above us, inhuman faces peered over the edge of the cliff, their eyes gleaming with a feral hunger, but they didn't follow. Something about the open space seemed to repel them. We made our way down the cliff face as quickly as we could with Jess injured. By the time we reached the road, the sun was setting once again. We flagged down the first car we saw, probably looking like madmen with our torn clothes and wild eyes. The authorities never found any trace of the camp we'd seen, or the creatures that had hunted us. The official report chalked it up to mass hysteria brought on by getting lost in the wilderness. But we knew what we'd seen. I don't go hiking anymore. The call of the wild has lost its appeal, because now I know that in the deepest parts of the forest, where the shadows are darkest and the silence is deepest, there are things that defy explanation. Things that hunt and hunger and wait for unwary travelers to stumble into their domain. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can still hear those inhuman shrieks echoing in the distance. The murky water of the bayou lapped gently against our airboat as we drifted deeper into the heart of the swamp. The tour guide's cheerful banter faded into the background as an eerie silence descended upon us. Little did we know, our detour off the main channel would lead us into the clutches of a hidden community with sinister intentions for outsiders who dared to venture too close to their secretive world. I'd always been fascinated by the mystique of the Louisiana bayous. The tangled cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, the legends of voodoo and haunted plantations, the unique ecosystem teeming with life, it all called to the adventure seeker in me. So when my college friends suggested a weekend trip to New Orleans, I jumped at the chance to book us a swamp tour. There were 5 of us, me, my roommate Jake, his girlfriend Lily, and our friends Mike and Sarah. We'd spent a raucous couple of nights exploring the French Quarter, and this swamp tour was meant to be a change of pace, a chance to see the natural beauty of Louisiana. The tour started typically enough. Our guide, a weathered old Cajun who introduced himself as Boudreaux, regaled us with tales of alligators and local folklore as we skimmed across the water. His stories were entertaining, if a bit rehearsed, and I found myself drawn more to the ethereal landscape around us. About an hour into the tour, Boudreaux's demeanor changed. He became quieter, his eyes constantly scanning the shoreline as if looking for something. When Jake asked if everything was all right, Boudreaux forced a smile and said, "Just keeping an eye out for gators, Cher. They can be sneaky bastards." But I didn't buy it. There was a tension in his posture that hadn't been there before. It was then that I noticed we'd veered off the main channel into a narrower waterway. The trees grew denser here, their gnarled branches creating a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the buzz of insects and the occasional splash of something unseen breaking the water's surface. Boudreaux," Mike called out from the back of the boat. "I think we might be lost, man. This doesn't look like the way we came." Boudreaux didn't respond. His knuckles were white on the steering column, his eyes fixed straight ahead. A sense of unease settled over our group. Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Tom," she whispered, "something's not right. We need to turn back." I was about to agree when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the trees. At first, I thought it was just a bird, or maybe a monkey, but as I focused, I realized it was a person. They were moving with an unnatural agility, swinging from branch to branch like some kind of swamp acrobat. "Look," I hissed, pointing, but by the time the others turned, the figure had vanished. Lily let out a nervous laugh. "Very funny, Tom, trying to scare us with swamp people stories." But her laughter died in her throat as more movement caught our eye. This time, it wasn't just one figure. Shadows seemed to flit between the trees on both sides of the channel. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of pale, almost translucent skin, or eyes reflecting the dim light like those of a nocturnal animal. "Boudreaux," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "What the hell is going on?" Our guide finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a choice. They have my granddaughter." Before any of us could process what he meant, the boat's engine sputtered and died. We drifted to a stop in the middle of the channel, surrounded on all sides by the impenetrable swamp. For a moment, there was silence. Then, with a series of splashes, figures began to emerge from the water. They moved with an eerie grace, their bodies covered in a sheen of algae and mud that made them almost indistinguishable from the swamp itself. As they drew closer, I could see that their features were wrong. Eyes too large, fingers too long, mouths that seemed to contain too many teeth. "What are they?" Sarah whimpered. Boudreaux's shoulders sagged in defeat. "The forgotten ones. Those who went into the swamp and never came out. Generations living in the bayou, changing, adapting. They need new blood, you see, to keep from becoming something else entirely." The creatures, for I couldn't think of them as human, began to clamber onto the boat. Their touch was cold and slimy, their strength far greater than their wiry frames suggested. We fought, of course. Jake managed to knock one back into the water with an oar, and I heard Mike's fist connect with something solid. But we were outnumbered and outmatched. I felt cold hands grabbing me, pulling me towards the murky water. I thrashed and kicked, my lungs burning as I struggled to break free. The last thing I saw before being dragged under was Boudreaux's face, a single tear rolling down his weathered cheek. The world became a confusion of darkness and swirling water. I was certain I was about to die, to become another victim of the bayou's dark secrets. But then, just as my lungs were about to burst, I was yanked upward. I broke the surface with a desperate gasp, coughing and sputtering. As my vision cleared, I realized I was no longer in the channel where our boat had been ambushed. Instead, I found myself in a small lagoon, surrounded by what looked like a village built into the trees. Crude platforms and walkways connected the massive cypresses, with huts constructed of salvaged materials perched precariously in the branches. Figures moved about on these aerial pathways, their movements as fluid and unsettling as those we'd seen in the water. I was hauled onto a wooden platform. My friends dumped unceremoniously beside me. We huddled together, shivering and terrified, as our captors gathered around us. In the better light, I could see just how inhuman they truly were. Their skin was pale and slightly translucent, with a network of dark veins visible beneath. Their eyes were huge and bulbous, adapted for seeing in the murky waters of the swamp. And when they opened their mouths to communicate in a series of clicks and whistles, I saw rows of needle-sharp teeth. An older creature approached, distinguished by the elaborate necklace of bones and shells it wore. It studied us intently before turning to Boudreaux, who had been brought to the platform behind us. "You have done well," it said, its voice a raspy approximation of human speech. "Your kin will be returned to you, as promised." Boudreaux nodded, his eyes downcast. What will happen to them?" he asked, gesturing towards us. The leader's mouth stretched into what I suppose was meant to be a smile, but the effect was chilling. "They will join us, of course, become part of the tribe. In time, they will adapt, as we all have." "Like hell we will," Jake shouted, struggling to his feet. But before he could take a step, one of the creatures was on him, moving faster than should have been possible. Jake went down hard, a set of deep scratches across his chest. "You have no choice," the leader continued, as if the interruption hadn't occurred. "The bayou claims all who enter its domain. You are ours now." What followed was a nightmare beyond imagination. We were separated, each of us taken to a different part of the village. I was brought to a small hut near the water's edge, where an elderly creature, female, I think, waited with an array of crude instruments and bowls filled with foul-smelling concoctions. "Do not fight it," she rasped as she approached me with a bowl of murky liquid. "The change will be easier if you embrace it." I wanted to resist, to fight back, to do anything other than accept this insane fate, but my body wouldn't respond. Whether from fear, exhaustion, or some unseen influence, I found myself unable to move as she poured the vile mixture down my throat. The effect was immediate and horrifying. It felt like my insides were on fire, my skin crawling as if trying to reshape itself. I could feel my bones shifting, my senses altering in ways I couldn't comprehend, and all the while, the old creature chanted in a language that sounded ancient and wrong. I don't know how long the process lasted. Time lost all meaning as my body and mind were twisted into something new, something that belonged to the swamp. When it was finally over, I looked down at my hands to see webbing between my fingers, my skin taking on a greenish, translucent quality. In that moment, I understood the true horror of what had happened. We hadn't just been kidnapped or assaulted. We had been transformed, remade into creatures of the bayou. And the most terrifying part, a small, growing part of me felt like I belonged. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. I watched as my friends underwent similar transformations, their humanity slowly eroding away. We learned to swim through the murky waters with ease, to hunt the creatures of the swamp, to navigate the treacherous landscape that was now our home. But unlike the others, I never fully lost myself. Some small part of my human consciousness remained, trapped and screaming inside this new form, and it's that part that tells this story now, a warning to all who might venture too deep into the bayou. For in the heart of the swamp, where the trees grow thick and the water runs deep, there are secrets best left undiscovered, and those who ignore this warning may find themselves joining the ranks of the forgotten, forever lost to the dark embrace of the bayou. The murky water of the bayou lapped gently against our airboat as we drifted deeper into the heart of the swamp. The tour guide's cheerful banter faded into the background as an eerie silence descended upon us. Little did we know, our detour off the main channel would lead us into the clutches of a hidden community, with sinister intentions for outsiders who dared to venture too close to their secretive world. I'd always been fascinated by the mystique of the Louisiana bayous, the tangled cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, the legends of voodoo and haunted plantations, the unique ecosystem teeming with life. It all called to the adventure seeker in me. So when my college friends suggested a weekend trip to New Orleans, I jumped at the chance to book us a swamp tour. There were 5 of us: me, my roommate Jake, his girlfriend Lily, and our friends Mike and Sarah. We'd spent a raucous couple of nights exploring the French Quarter, and this swamp tour was meant to be a change of pace, a chance to see the natural beauty of Louisiana. The tour started typically enough. Our guide, a weathered old Cajun who introduced himself as Boudreaux, regaled us with tales of alligators and local folklore as we skimmed across the water. His stories were entertaining, if a bit rehearsed, and I found myself drawn more to the ethereal landscape around us. About an hour into the tour, Boudreaux's demeanor changed. He became quieter, his eyes constantly scanning the shoreline as if looking for something. When Jake asked if everything was all right, Boudreaux forced a smile and said, "Just keeping an eye out for gators, Chair. They can be sneaky bastards." But I didn't buy it. There was a tension in his posture that hadn't been there before. It was then that I noticed we'd veered off the main channel into a narrower waterway. The trees grew denser here, their gnarled branches creating a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the buzz of insects and the occasional splash of something unseen breaking the water's surface. Boudreaux?" Mike called out from the back of the boat. "I think we might be lost, man. This doesn't look like the way we came." Boudreaux didn't respond. His knuckles were white on the steering column, his eyes fixed straight ahead. A sense of unease settled over our group. Sarah gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Tom," she whispered, "something's not right. We need to turn back." I was about to agree when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the trees. At first, I thought it was just a bird or maybe a monkey, but as I focused, I realized it was a person. They were moving with an unnatural agility, swinging from branch to branch like some kind of swamp acrobat. "Look," I hissed, pointing. But by the time the others turned, the figure had vanished. Lily let out a nervous laugh. "Very funny, Tom. Trying to scare us with swamp people stories." But her laughter died in her throat as more movement caught our eye. This time, it wasn't just one figure. Shadows seemed to flit between the trees on both sides of the channel. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of pale, almost translucent skin, or eyes reflecting the dim light like those of a nocturnal animal. "Boudreaux," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "What the hell is going on?" Our guide finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a choice. They have my granddaughter." Before any of us could process what he meant, the boat's engine sputtered and died. We drifted to a stop in the middle of the channel, surrounded on all sides by the impenetrable swamp. For a moment, there was silence. Then, with a series of splashes, figures began to emerge from the water. They moved with an eerie grace, their bodies covered in a sheen of algae and mud that made them almost indistinguishable from the swamp itself. As they drew closer, I could see that their features were wrong. Eyes too large, fingers too long, mouths that seemed to contain too many teeth. "What are they?" Sarah whimpered. Boudreaux's shoulders sagged in defeat. "The forgotten ones. Those who went into the swamp and never came out. Generations living in the bayou, changing, adapting. They need new blood, you see, to keep from becoming something else entirely." The creatures, for I couldn't think of them as human, began to clamber onto the boat. Their touch was cold and slimy, their strength far greater than their wiry frames suggested. We fought, of course. Jake managed to knock one back into the water with an oar, and I heard Mike's fist connect with something solid. But we were outnumbered and outmatched. I felt cold hands grabbing me, pulling me towards the murky water. I thrashed and kicked, my lungs burning as I struggled to break free. The last thing I saw before being dragged under was Boudreaux's face, a single tear rolling down his weathered cheek. The world became a confusion of darkness and swirling water. I was certain I was about to die, to become another victim of the bayou's dark secrets. But then, just as my lungs were about to burst, I was yanked upward. I broke the surface with a desperate gasp, coughing and sputtering. As my vision cleared, I realized I was no longer in the channel where our boat had been ambushed. Instead, I found myself in a small lagoon, surrounded by what looked like a village built into the trees. Crude platforms and walkways connected the massive cypresses, with huts constructed of salvaged materials perched precariously in the branches. Figures moved about on these aerial pathways, their movements as fluid and unsettling as those we'd seen in the water. I was hauled onto a wooden platform, my friends dumped unceremoniously beside me. We huddled together, shivering and terrified, as our captors gathered around us. In the better light, I could see just how inhuman they truly were. Their skin was pale and slightly translucent, with a network of dark veins visible beneath. Their eyes were huge and bulbous, adapted for seeing in the murky waters of the swamp. And when they opened their mouths to communicate in a series of clicks and whistles, I saw rows of needle-sharp teeth. An older creature approached, distinguished by the elaborate necklace of bones and shells it wore. It studied us intently before turning to Boudreaux, who had been brought to the platform behind us. "You have done well," it said, its voice a raspy approximation of human speech. "Your kin will be returned to you, as promised." Boudreaux nodded, his eyes downcast. What will happen to them?" he asked, gesturing towards us. The leader's mouth stretched into what I suppose was meant to be a smile, but the effect was chilling. "They will join us, of course, become part of the tribe. In time, they will adapt, as we all have." "Like hell we will," Jake shouted, struggling to his feet. But before he could take a step, one of the creatures was on him, moving faster than should have been possible. Jake went down hard, a set of deep scratches across his chest. "You have no choice," the leader continued, as if the interruption hadn't occurred. "The bayou claims all who enter its domain. You are ours now." What followed was a nightmare beyond imagination. We were separated, each of us taken to a different part of the village. I was brought to a small hut near the water's edge, where an elderly creature, female, I think, waited with an array of crude instruments and bowls filled with foul-smelling concoctions. "Do not fight it," she rasped as she approached me with a bowl of murky liquid. "The change will be easier if you embrace it." I wanted to resist, to fight back, to do anything other than accept this insane fate, but my body wouldn't respond. Whether from fear, exhaustion, or some unseen influence, I found myself unable to move as she poured the vile mixture down my throat. The effect was immediate and horrifying. It felt like my insides were on fire, my skin crawling as if trying to reshape itself. I could feel my bones shifting, my senses altering in ways I couldn't comprehend, and all the while, the old creature chanted in a language that sounded ancient and wrong. I don't know how long the process lasted. Time lost all meaning as my body and mind were twisted into something new, something that belonged to the swamp. When it was finally over, I looked down at my hands to see webbing between my fingers, my skin taking on a greenish, translucent quality. In that moment, I understood the true horror of what had happened. We hadn't just been kidnapped or assaulted. We had been transformed, remade into creatures of the bayou. And the most terrifying part? A small, growing part of me felt like I belonged. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. I watched as my friends underwent similar transformations, their humanity slowly eroding away. We learned to swim through the murky waters with ease, to hunt the creatures of the swamp, to navigate the treacherous landscape that was now our home. But unlike the others, I never fully lost myself. Some small part of my human consciousness remained, trapped and screaming inside this new form. And it's that part that tells this story now, a warning to all who might venture too deep into the bayou. For in the heart of the swamp, where the trees grow thick and the water runs deep, there are secrets best left undiscovered. And those who ignore this warning may find themselves joining the ranks of the forgotten, forever lost to the dark embrace of the bayou. The crackle of the fireplace should have been comforting, but as I caught the caretaker's reflection in the window, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity, I realized our romantic getaway had turned into a waking nightmare. Trapped in a secluded cabin with a man whose intentions grew darker by the hour, my partner and I would soon discover that the true horror wasn't the howling storm outside, but the predator we had unwittingly invited in. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend. After months of overtime and stress, Jenna and I had finally managed to coordinate our schedules for a much-needed escape. We'd found this quaint little cabin online, Pinewood Retreat, nestled in the mountains, promising seclusion and tranquility. The photos showed a cozy interior, a wraparound porch with stunning views, and miles of hiking trails right outside the door. It seemed ideal. The drive up was beautiful, all winding roads and autumn colors. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the little clearing where the cabin sat. It was even more charming in person, all weathered wood and stone chimney. As we pulled up, a man emerged from a small shed near the main cabin. He was tall and lean, probably in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair and the weathered look of someone who spent a lot of time outdoors. He introduced himself as Earl and the caretaker. "Glad you made it before dark," he said, his voice gravelly but not unfriendly. "Got a storm rolling in tonight. Might lose power, but don't you worry. Got a generator all set up if we need it." He helped us with our bags, giving us a quick tour of the cabin. It was as cozy inside as it had looked in the photos. All warm wood and plush furniture, with a massive stone fireplace dominating one wall. "I live just down the way," Earl said, pointing vaguely towards the shed. "You need anything at all, don't hesitate to holler. Cell reception's spotty up here, so best to just come knock if there's trouble." We thanked him, and he left us to settle in. Jenna and I exchanged excited grins. Despite the warning about the storm, we were both looking forward to a quiet night in. We unpacked, opened a bottle of wine, and I set about getting a fire going. By the time we sat down to the simple dinner we'd prepared, the wind had picked up outside, whistling around the eaves of the cabin. "Guess Earl wasn't kidding about that storm," Jenna said, glancing towards the windows. The trees beyond were swaying ominously in the growing darkness. We cleaned up dinner and settled onto the couch, the crackling fire and the howling wind creating a cozy atmosphere. It was as we were discussing our plans for hiking the next day that the lights flickered, then went out completely. "Well, shit," I muttered, fumbling for my phone to use as a flashlight. "Should we go see if Earl can get that generator going?" Jenna asked, her face ghostly in the light of my phone screen. I was about to agree when there was a knock at the door. Earl's voice came through, muffled by the wind. "You folks all right in there?" I opened the door to find Earl standing there, a lantern in one hand and a toolbox in the other. "Figured you might need some help," he said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. He set about getting the generator hooked up, making small talk as he worked. There was something off about his demeanor now, a tension that hadn't been there earlier. I chalked it up to the stress of the storm, but a nagging feeling of unease started to grow in the pit of my stomach. With the generator humming and the lights back on, Earl seemed reluctant to leave. He kept finding reasons to linger, checking the windows, adjusting the thermostat, offering advice about the hiking trails. It was when I caught him staring at Jenna for a beat too long that the alarm bells really started ringing in my head. "Well, we really appreciate all your help," I said firmly, moving towards the door. But it's getting late, and we're pretty tired from the drive." A flash of something, anger, frustration, crossed Earl's face, but it was gone so quickly I thought I might have imagined it. Of course," he said, that forced friendliness back in his voice. "You folks have a good night now. Remember, I'm just down the way if you need anything." As soon as the door closed behind him, Jenna turned to me. "Is it just me, or was that really weird?" I nodded, double-checking that the door was locked. "Yeah, something's definitely off with that guy." We tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling ourselves we were just on edge from the storm. But as we got ready for bed, I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched. I kept catching glimpses of movement outside the windows, but every time I looked directly, there was nothing there. It was sometime after midnight when I jolted awake. The storm was still raging outside, but that wasn't what had woken me. There was a sound coming from somewhere in the cabin, a soft, rhythmic creaking, like footsteps trying to be quiet. I nudged Jenna awake, putting a finger to my lips when she started to speak. We lay there in the darkness, strained to listen. The creaking had stopped, but now I could hear something else. Breathing, not our own, coming from just outside our bedroom door. Jenna's eyes were wide with fear. I motioned for her to stay put as I slowly, silently, got out of bed. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure whoever was out there must be able to hear it. I crept toward the door, grabbing a heavy flashlight from my bag as I went. With one quick motion, I yanked the door open, raising the flashlight like a weapon. The hallway was empty. I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish. Maybe it had just been the cabin settling, my imagination running wild in a strange place. But then I saw it. Muddy boot prints on the hardwood floor, leading from the front door to just outside our room. "We need to leave," I whispered to Jenna. "Now." We threw on clothes as quietly as we could, shoving a few essentials into a bag. The plan was simple: make a run for the car and get the hell out of there. But as we crept down the hallway, we realized with growing horror that the muddy footprints now led to the front door. Whoever had been in the cabin was now outside, waiting. "The back door," Jenna mouthed, pointing. We changed course, moving as silently as we could through the kitchen. I eased the back door open, wincing at every creak. The porch was empty, the woods beyond a wall of darkness and driving rain. We were halfway to the car when a figure stepped out from behind a tree. Earl. He was holding something. In the dim light from the cabin, I realized with a jolt that it was a hunting knife. "Now where do you think you're going?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the storm. "The party's just getting started." Jenna screamed, and we ran. Not towards the car. Earl was between us and our only means of escape. Instead, we plunged into the woods, branches whipping at our faces as we stumbled through the underbrush. I could hear Earl behind us, calling out in a sing-song voice that made my skin crawl. "Come on now, don't be like that. I just want to have some fun." We ran until our lungs burned, the rain soaking us to the skin. I had no idea where we were, no idea which direction might lead us to safety. All I knew was that we had to keep moving. Finally, we came to a small clearing. In the center was an old hunting blind, barely more than a wooden box on stilts. Without a word, we climbed inside, pulling the rickety door closed behind us. We huddled there in the darkness, trying to quiet our ragged breathing. Outside, we could hear Earl moving through the woods, getting closer, then fading away again. "What do we do?" Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer. We were lost in unfamiliar woods, in the middle of a storm, being hunted by a madman. Our phones had no signal. We had no food, no water, and no idea how far we were from civilization. As the night wore on, Earl's voice grew more frenzied, more unhinged. He ranted about loneliness, about the injustice of happy couples coming to flaunt their love in his domain. Several times, he passed within feet of our hiding place, but the rain and darkness kept us concealed. It was nearing dawn when we heard a new sound, vehicles approaching. Earl heard it too. His curses faded as he moved away, back towards the cabin. We waited, hardly daring to breathe, until we saw flashlight beams cutting through the trees. When we heard voices calling out, official-sounding voices, we finally emerged from our hiding place. The search party found us not long after, a group of state troopers and local police. They'd been alerted by the rental company when we hadn't checked out and weren't answering our phones. Earl, it turned out, had a history. He wasn't the caretaker at all, but a squatter who had been living in the shed, preying on unsuspecting vacationers for months. The real caretaker had been one of his first victims. As we were led back to the cabin, now a crime scene crawling with investigators, I caught a glimpse of Earl in the back of a police car. He was staring right at me, that same unsettling gleam in his eye. Even in handcuffs, he managed to wave, a cheerful grin on his face as if this was all some big misunderstanding. Jenna and I held each other, shivering in the gray morning light. Our romantic getaway had turned into a nightmare, one that would haunt us for years to come, but we had survived. We had faced the darkness, both in the woods and in the twisted mind of a predator, and come out the other side. As we gave our statements to the police, I couldn't help but think about how quickly our peaceful retreat had turned into a fight for survival. It was a harsh reminder that sometimes the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones in stories or movies. They're the ones wearing a friendly smile, offering to help with your bags, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The first time I heard the screams echoing through the empty factory halls, I told myself it was just the wind. By the third night, as I watched shadowy figures dart across my security cameras, I knew I was witnessing something far more sinister than simple trespassers. What I uncovered during my shifts as the night guard would haunt me long after I left that decaying monument to industry behind. I never wanted to work as a night security guard. But when you're fresh out of college with a useless degree and a mountain of debt, you take what you can get. So there I was, Marcus Johnson, art history major turned reluctant watchman of the old Blackwater manufacturing plant. The factory had been shut down for years, a relic of the town's more prosperous past. It sat on the outskirts of Milbrook, a sprawling complex of rusted metal and broken windows. The company that owned it kept security on site to deter vandals and scrappers, though why they bothered was beyond me. The place was a tetanus shot waiting to happen. My first few nights were uneventful, if creepy. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, flashlight in hand, jumping at every creak and groan of the settling building. The rest of the time I spent in the security office, a small room near the main entrance with a bank of outdated monitors showing grainy feeds from cameras throughout the factory. It was on my fourth night that things started to get weird. I was halfway through my shift, mindlessly flipping through camera feeds, when I saw it. A flash of movement on one of the screens showing the main production floor. I blinked, certain I had imagined it. But there it was again, a dark shape darting between the hulking silhouettes of old machinery. My heart began to race. This was it. The moment I'd been dreading and oddly hoping for. Actual intruders. I reached for the phone to call the police, but hesitated. What if it was just a raccoon or something? I'd look like an idiot calling the cops over local wildlife. I decided to investigate myself. Grabbing my flashlight and the walkie-talkie that connected me to the security company's dispatch, I headed out into the factory proper. The production floor was a vast, cavernous space, filled with looming shapes that cast deep shadows in the beam of my flashlight. Every step I took echoed ominously. I swept my light back and forth, searching for any sign of movement. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small and frightened in the emptiness. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I almost missed it. A whimper, quickly muffled, coming from somewhere to my left. It was undeniably human. "This is security," I said, trying to sound more authoritative than I felt. "I know you're in here. Come out now and there won't be any trouble." Silence. Then, a scuffling noise, like someone scrambling to hide. I swung my flashlight in that direction and caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't a person, at least not any person I'd ever seen. It was wrong, misshapen, its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real. I must be seeing things. My mind playing tricks on me in this creepy old place. I practically ran back to the security office, slamming the door behind me. I spent the rest of my shift huddled in my chair, eyes glued to the monitors. But I saw nothing else out of the ordinary. When morning came, I convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Lack of sleep and an overactive imagination, that's all it was. I didn't mention it to the day shift guard when he came to relieve me. But the next night, it happened again. This time, I caught clearer images on the security feed. Multiple figures, moving with that same unsettling alien grace. And the noises. God, the noises. Screams that didn't sound quite human, abruptly cut off. Wet, tearing sounds that made my stomach churn. I should have quit right then. Should have run and never looked back. But a morbid curiosity kept me coming back, night after night. I started doing research during the day, digging into the history of Blackwater manufacturing. What I found disturbed me deeply. There were rumors, old newspaper articles hinting at unethical experiments conducted in the factory's heyday, workers who disappeared, only to return, changed, whispers of a secret government contract, of attempts to create super soldiers gone horribly wrong. It all sounded like conspiracy theory nonsense. But after what I'd seen, I wasn't so sure anymore. On my 10th night at Blackwater, everything came to a head. I was making my usual rounds when the power went out. One second I was walking down a dimly lit corridor. The next I was plunged into total darkness. My flashlight flickered and died, leaving me blind and terrified. That's when I heard them. Footsteps, coming from all directions. The scrape of something sharp against metal. And voices, if you could call them that. Guttural sounds that might have been words once, but were now mangled beyond recognition. I ran. I had no idea where I was going in the pitch black, but blind panic drove me forward. I stumbled over debris, banged my shins on unseen obstacles, but I didn't stop. The sounds behind me grew louder, closer. Somehow, miraculously, I found myself back at the security office. I slammed the door shut and wedged a chair under the handle. My hands shook as I fumbled for the emergency flashlight I kept in the desk. As the beam flickered to life, I saw something that nearly stopped my heart. A face, pressed against the window of the office door. But it wasn't a face. Not really. It was a twisted parody of human features, eyes too large and mouth bristling with needle-like teeth. It saw me looking and let out a shriek that set my teeth on edge. Then it began to pound on the door, the whole frame shuddering with each impact. Others joined it, howling and clawing at the walls. I grabbed the phone, praying the line was still active. By some miracle, it was. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers. 911. What's your emergency? Please, I gasped. You have to help me. I'm at Blackwater Manufacturing. There's something in here, something not human. They're trying to get in. Oh God, please hurry. The dispatcher tried to calm me down, to get more information, but I was beyond rational thought. I babbled about monsters and experiments gone wrong, all while the pounding on the door grew more frenzied. I don't know how long I huddled there, the phone clutched to my ear like a lifeline. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes before I heard sirens in the distance. The creatures outside the office went silent at the sound, then scattered. By the time the police arrived, they were gone. The officers found me curled up under the desk, wild-eyed and barely coherent. They searched the factory but found no sign of intruders. No evidence of the horrors I'd witnessed. I quit that night, told the security company they couldn't pay me enough to go back there. They seemed understanding, even relieved. I wonder now how many other guards had similar experiences. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself it had all been a stress-induced hallucination, but deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever had happened at Blackwater Manufacturing years ago, whatever abominations had been created there, they were still there, still hiding in the shadows, waiting. I left Milbrook not long after. Couldn't stand to be so close to that place. knowing what lurked inside. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those inhuman screams in my dreams. And I wonder if someday, whatever is trapped in that factory might find a way out. The official report chalked it up to vandals and my overactive imagination. The case was closed. Blackwater manufacturing remained standing, and life in Milbrook went on. But I know the truth. In that decaying factory, behind rusted gates and broken windows, something waits, something that should not exist, born from the darkest impulses of human ambition and scientific hubris. And sometimes, when the wind is right, people in town say they can hear strange noises coming from the old factory, screams that don't sound quite human. They laugh it off, call it an urban legend. But I know better, and I pray that those things, whatever they are, stay contained within those crumbling walls. Because if they ever got out, God help us all. The moment the plane veered sharply off course, I knew something was terribly wrong. As panic spread through the cabin and the crew's behavior grew increasingly erratic, it became clear that this red-eye flight had become a journey into a nightmare none of us had signed up for. Little did we know, our destination was far more sinister than any of us could have imagined. It was supposed to be a routine overnight flight from Los Angeles to New York. I'd taken this route dozens of times for business trips, and I was looking forward to catching some sleep before a big meeting in the morning. As I settled into my aisle seat in economy class, I noticed nothing out of the ordinary. The usual mix of tired business people, vacationers, and students filled the cabin. We took off without incident, the lights of LA quickly fading beneath us as we climbed into the night sky. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sudden bout of turbulence. Groggy and disoriented, I checked my watch. We'd been in the air for about 3 hours. Something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The cabin was eerily quiet, with most passengers asleep. But there was a tension in the air, a sense of unease that seemed to radiate from the flight attendants as they moved up and down the aisle. I flagged one down, a young woman whose name tag read, Sarah. "Excuse me," I whispered, not wanting to disturb the sleeping passengers around me. "How much longer until we land?" Sarah's smile was tight, not reaching her eyes. "We're experiencing some delays. The captain will make an announcement soon. Can I get you anything to drink?" Before I could respond, she had already moved on, her movements just a bit too hurried to be normal. I frowned, a knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. Something was definitely wrong. I pulled up the flight tracker on my seatback screen, and my heart nearly stopped. According to the map, we were way off course, heading southeast instead of northeast. This wasn't a slight deviation. We were flying in the completely wrong direction. The man in the window seat next to me stirred, blinking sleepily. He must have seen the shock on my face because he leaned over, concerned. "Everything okay, buddy?" I showed him the screen. His eyes widened as he processed what he was seeing. "That can't be right," he muttered. "Must be a glitch in the system." But deep down, we both knew it wasn't a glitch. The wrongness in the air was palpable now, growing with each passing minute. Suddenly, the captain's voice crackled over the intercom. His tone was oddly flat, devoid of the usual reassuring professionalism. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We've been redirected. Please remain calm and stay in your seats. Everything is under control." The cabin erupted into confused murmurs. People were waking up, checking their phones, realizing with growing alarm that we were nowhere near where we should be. I unbuckled my seatbelt, determined to get some answers. As I stood, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The cockpit door was open, and instead of pilots, I saw men in dark clothing, their faces obscured by masks. Before I could process what I was seeing, a hand gripped my arm. It was Sarah, the flight attendant. Her eyes were wide with fear. "Please," she whispered, "sit down. Don't draw attention to yourself." What's going on? I hissed back. Who are those men? Sarah shook her head, her voice barely audible. They took over about an hour ago. They have weapons. Please, just stay calm and do as they say. My mind reeled. We were being hijacked. In this day and age, it seemed impossible, and yet the evidence was right in front of me. As the reality of our situation sank in, panic began to spread through the cabin. People were crying, praying, some trying to make calls on their phones despite the lack of signal. A man a few rows ahead stood up, shouting demands for answers. One of the masked men emerged from the cockpit, a pistol held casually at his side. The sight of the weapon sent a wave of terrified whimpers through the cabin. "Sit down," the man said, his voice muffled by his mask but carrying an unmistakable edge of menace. "Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with, severely." The shouting man sank back into his seat, all fight gone out of him. An uneasy quiet settled over the plane, punctuated only by muffled sobs and the drone of the engines. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. We were kept in a state of fearful uncertainty, with no idea where we were going or what these men wanted. The flight attendants moved through the cabin, offering water but no information. Their eyes were haunted, silently pleading with us to stay calm. I tried to keep track of our direction, but without any landmarks visible in the darkness outside, it was impossible. We seemed to be flying over water for a long time, then land again. The sun began to rise, illuminating an unfamiliar landscape below, vast deserts and rugged mountains. Finally, I felt the plane begin its descent. As we broke through the clouds, I saw our destination, a massive compound in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by high walls and watchtowers. My heart sank. This was no airport. Whatever awaited us there, it wasn't rescue. We landed on a crude airstrip, the plane bouncing roughly on the uneven surface. As soon as we came to a stop, more armed men swarmed the plane. We were ordered to leave everything behind and exit in an orderly fashion. The heat hit me like a wall as I stepped onto the metal stairway. The air was dry, the sun already blazing despite the early hour. I squinted against the glare, trying to get my bearings. All around the compound, I saw nothing but empty desert stretching to the horizon. We could have been on another planet. We were herded into a large hangar-like building. The inside was cool and dim after the blinding sunlight. As my eyes adjusted, I saw rows of cots, medical equipment, and what looked like laboratory setups. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. A man in a white lab coat stepped forward, flanked by armed guards. His smile was cold, clinical. "Welcome," he said, his accent unplaceable. "You have been chosen to participate in a groundbreaking scientific endeavor. Your cooperation is appreciated and will be rewarded. Resistance." He paused, his eyes scanning the crowd of terrified passengers. "Is inadvisable." Beside me, a woman started to sob. "Please," she begged, "I have children at home. They need me." The man in the lab coat didn't even glance at her. "Process them," he said to one of the guards, already turning away. What followed was a blur of horror. We were separated, stripped of our belongings, given numbered jumpsuits. They took blood samples, hair samples, subjected us to a battery of physical tests. All the while, we could hear screams echoing from deeper in the compound. I lost track of time. Days blended into nights, punctuated by more tests, more screams. Some of us disappeared, never to be seen again. Others came back, changed, their eyes vacant, their movements jerky and unnatural. We learned, in bits and pieces, what was happening. This group, a mix of rogue scientists and zealots, believed they had found the key to human evolution. They were trying to unlock hidden potential in our DNA, to create a new breed of superhuman, and we were their unwilling test subjects. The experiments were brutal. Injections that made your blood feel like fire, procedures that pushed the limits of human endurance. I saw people's bodies twist and mutate in ways that defied explanation. Many didn't survive. I clung to my sanity by focusing on escape. I watched the guards' routines, memorized the layout of the compound as best I could, and I waited for an opportunity. It came weeks, maybe months later. A new batch of subjects was brought in, and in the chaos of their arrival, I managed to slip away. I made it to the perimeter fence, my heart pounding so loud I was sure they'd hear it. As I reached the fence, alarms began to blare. Searchlights swept the compound. I knew I had only seconds. I climbed, ignoring the pain as the barbed wire tore at my skin. Gunshots rang out, bullets whizzing past me. But somehow, miraculously, I made it over. I ran into the desert, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to get away. I don't know how long I wandered in that wasteland. Days, maybe. I was delirious from dehydration when a group of nomads found me. They took me to the nearest town, where I finally learned I was somewhere in North Africa. The authorities didn't believe my story. How could they? It sounded insane, even to me. But I knew what I had experienced was real. The nightmares that plagued me, the scars on my body, they were proof of the horrors I had endured. I made it back to the States eventually, but my life was never the same. I couldn't go back to my old job, my old life. The memory of what I'd seen, what had been done to me and the others, haunted my every waking moment. Sometimes, I catch glimpses on the news, stories of miraculous medical breakthroughs, of people with unexplainable abilities, and I wonder how many of those advancements came at the cost of lives in that desert compound. I don't fly anymore. I can't shake the fear that one day I'll board a plane and find myself on another journey into darkness. But more than that, I live with the knowledge that somewhere out there, in a hidden corner of the world, unimaginable experiments continue. And I wonder how many more innocent travelers have found themselves on a flight to a destination far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined.